The story begins high above the jagged cliffs, where the chirping of birds pierces the silence, only to be shattered by the swift slash of a blade as a lone man cuts through his enemies without mercy. The man is Chun Ha-jin, our protagonist, who is a skilled mercenary working for the Heavenly Righteous Alliance, renowned for his expertise. This shouldn't bother him with minor issues, as he had far more critical missions than dealing with their nonsense. The team leader observed that the young man seemed overly confident after defeating several of his soldiers, but he'd better stay alert. They were determined to fulfill all his deepest wishes through death. For several years, Chun Ha-jin had been killing relentlessly on behalf of the Heavenly Alliance, so much so that he had lost count of the bodies his sword had pierced. One after another, he kept eliminating the pursuers who dared to catch up to him. They had only one target and could not afford to let him escape. Their mission had to be completed no matter what. Our protagonist wondered where these people really were so fixated on his demise. For 30 years, he had faithfully served the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Now that he had finally obtained his long-awaited freedom, he would not let it slip away. Instead, it would be his enemies who would have to perish. Chun Ha-jin was ready to go to extreme lengths to secure his liberation. Those around him looked at him in amazement, not understanding how he was still alive or how this was possible. Maybe it was because he was one of the top 10 greatest martial artists. It seemed like they didn't have the slightest chance against him. Chun Ha-jin was the world's most skilled assassin. He stood proudly above his enemies, preparing to deliver his decisive blow. They called him the King of Assassins, but he was still a human. Chun Ha-jin felt fatigue creeping up on him, but reinforcements were already rushing to help the enemies. If they noticed his vulnerability, he would not survive. He couldn't believe there were still so many of them. Despite all the fighting and countless battles, his blade had become dull, but this would not stop him for a second. Did they really hate the idea of his freedom so much? They would be sorely disappointed. Let no one stand in his way. He would crush them all into dust. No one would take away his freedom. They dared to challenge him by resisting, and they immediately paid for their insolence. He could have been the world's greatest assassin, the very king of assassins that people spoke of with awe, but deep down, he was just a loyal dog of the head of the Heavenly Alliance. A ruthless and bloody tyrant. He killed on command without asking questions. What did he know about real life? Even the realm of the dead presented him with a bill. He needed to get out. He had been living for those Alliance scumbags all this time, and now he was almost free, having gotten rid of their damned remains. There was a secluded shelter nearby where he could take elixirs and healing herbs to restore his strength and heal. Finally, Chun Ha-jin would be free. He collapsed to the ground, feeling that hunger would drive him mad before he could tend his wounds. Chun suddenly realized that he had only eaten a couple of pieces of dried meat in 7 days. He certainly wouldn't have refused a plate of hot dumplings, but he needed to pull himself together. He felt that someone was watching him. It was an amazing stealth technique. Even he, the best assassin in the world, did not notice how they snuck up on him. His martial arts prowess was so great that he could cut down an entire forest with just the aura of his sword. This stranger was undoubtedly the strongest fighter in the southern Central Plains. Could he really be the god of death himself? Chun Ha-jin began to understand why the Heavenly Righteous Alliance was pursuing him so persistently. Still, he didn't expect that the masters of the Steel Blood Fortress, the 8 elite warriors of the Steel King, would intervene. Did he seriously think that Miram would recognize him as one of the 10 greatest masters if he defeated a man exhausted from fighting hundreds of opponents? Even though his strength was almost exhausted, he would still cut the enemy into pieces. Chun Ha-jin thrust his dull blade into his opponent, causing him to collapse in front of him. He felt that someone was still watching him. He thundered that whoever it was time to stop enjoying the spectacle and show themselves. It turned out to be the secret demon queen. She revealed herself, a pink aura swirling around her. Her appearance came as a complete surprise to him. She was flattered that Chun still remembered her. After all, it had been almost 6 years. The girl smiled and warmly greeted her old friend. Meanwhile, Elder Jun Ilryong's squad from the Heavenly Righteous Alliance set out to search for Chun Ha-jin. One of the fighters reported that all the bodies around were masters of the Steel Blood Fortress. None had expected that Chun Ha-jin would break through the inescapable net and annihilate so many of the fortress warriors. The elder then ordered the troops and told them to follow the demon queen's dead energy, knowing that that's where Chun Ha-jin was hiding. Her name was Kwak Sokyo, and she was a secret demon queen. She used rejuvenation techniques to maintain her beauty, but she was actually in her 60s. Looking at her face, one would think she wouldn't harm a fly. Such a sweet and beautiful girl. But in truth, she was a diabolical killer who couldn't sleep without taking a life. Our protagonist wondered that it wasn't enough that the most skilled assassins and elite troops of Steel Blood Fortress had been sent to hunt him down. Now, they even involved this crazy, unpredictable woman who had joined the fray. He couldn't help but wonder, whatever the reason, he still had an ace up his sleeve. As long as there was blood in his veins, he would never give up. Kwak Sokyo noted that she was disappointed in him. They had a special relationship, and he immediately drew his sword. Chun Ha-jin interrupted her abruptly, stating that enough of this empty chatter had occurred. Since she had come for him, she should prove it in battle. The girl thought that Chun Ha-jin wasn't even strong enough to land a single blow on her at the moment. So she offered him an easier option. Chun Ha-jin responded, but why shouldn't she test how long he would last? Why should he be afraid of his 60-year-old grandmother, who could only talk? Kwak Sokyo, with a serious attitude, noted that if he called her granny one more time, she would yank his spine out, no matter how much he begged for mercy. The MC thought she had become more sensitive in the time they hadn't seen each other, and with a grin, he called her grandmother again. Kwak Sokyo became angry and wrinkled, noting that he was a bastard, and her expression changed as she smiled. The girl believed that the righteous Heavenly Alliance had trained him to be their best assassin. It was no surprise that the Steel Blood Fortress had asked her to assist in this mission. His core strength contained a repulsive pure energy that belonged to the Great Nine Sects. They intended to take him alive, but it was obvious that Chun Ha-jin had mastered the techniques of the Nine Sects and even had a hidden skill. Now, the protagonist understood why she had stopped and was speaking all this nonsense. Though she usually preferred bloodshed, she wanted to learn more about the hidden martial arts of the Nine Sects and gather information about the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Kwak Sokyo realized that Chun Ha-jin was very talented. She had thought he was just a dumb thug who only knew how to break necks. As a demon queen, she had no intention of passing these secrets to the Steel Blood Fortress. It looked like Chun Ha-jin had figured her out. She didn't really need the fortress's assignments or the Alliance's secrets. Her real goal was to obtain mastery over the 9 sections. If Chun Ha-jin revealed all the secrets, she would spare his life, and asked, isn't that a fair deal? Ha-jin sighed and asked why there were so many dangerous creatures in the Great Lakes. Honestly, it wasn't a fair trade. He was near death. Kwak Sokyo asked if it was all about the blood parasite. Chun Ha-jin froze at the question. Because of the parasite, his best friend had been killed. Those who betrayed the righteous Heavenly Alliance would face consequences. The parasite in his body wouldn't let him forget himself and would kill him if he betrayed the Alliance. Once Kwak got rid of him, all ties between him and the Alliance would be severed. All he had to do was show her the technique. The girl had studied the demonic arts of the god of death. She also knew about poisons and toxins. She would definitely be able to rid him of this parasite. So, she asked what he thinks about it. The girl could give him the freedom he needed if only he taught her the art of the 9 sects. Chun Ha-jin smiled and asked if she thought the righteous Heavenly Alliance was after him only because he had escaped. Chun was one of the top 10 martial artists in the world. He had learned how to get rid of the blood parasite as far back as 5 years ago. But to break through the inevitable nets, he needed to reach the highest level, which had taken a lot of time and training. It had seemed to him that he was almost there, but it turned out he wasn't even close. The whole thing was a little ridiculous. Chun didn't think she'd let him live if he taught her the skill. Those bastards had taken 30 years of his life. He wasn't about to let some old woman fool him again, so he refused the offer. If he decided to leave now, he could still save his worthless life. Kwak Sokyo noted how he even had the nerve to say that when he could barely stand on his own 2 feet, she wasn't as worthless as he thought. Kwak was quick to take action against those who insulted her. He wasn't going to give her the skill. The only thing he could give her was pain. Chun figured that it was not like he would survive this. Kwak responded, so then he should die. Chun wished the same. Their energies merged and exploded, and an intense fight broke. Kwak pierced Chun with her long claws and stopped the great assassin. Just then, Chun Ha-jin saw Elder Jun Il-ryong suddenly appear. Chun Ha-jin was surprised as he hadn't sensed his presence. They mercilessly chopped off all his limbs. Each of them had their own reason for revenge, which they carried out. Kwak Sokyo looked at Chun Ha-jin with her piercing gaze and said he looked better without his limbs. He should also have his head ripped off so he could never speak again. She laughed and said let him crawl to hell like a parasite. That was where he belonged. for what he had earned. Would this pathetic moment be the last thing he saw before dying? Chun Ha-jin just wanted to live a normal life. He just wanted to live a simple life, just for a moment, as if in a dream, like a normal person. Was it really so impossible? If he had one more chance, the main sanctuary of the heavenly demon divine cult, one chance to live the very life he so dearly dreamed of. Meanwhile, in the inner sanctum of the heavenly demon divine cult, a healer greeted the fourth young master of the divine cult. The healer had recently visited the third young master's residence and checked his pulse, and informed the fourth young master that Xiaoyang would probably die tonight. The fourth young master smirked and thought things were going much better than he had expected. The scene shifted to where we saw Chun Ha-jin suddenly found himself flooded with memories from his past life. A comrade asked if he was finished. He replied that yes, he had killed everyone on this side, and now they could afford a little break. Still, Chun Ha-jin reminded the group not to relax too much, emphasizing that the leader had strictly ordered them to avoid detection. During a brief pause, Chan noticed something in one of his comrades' hands. It appeared to be a small figurine of a bird, delicately carved. Curious, he inquired about it, and the comrade confirmed it was indeed a carving. As the silence lingered, the comrade suddenly shifted the mood by asking Chan whether he was growing tired of killing. The unexpected question caught Chan off guard. He stood frozen, unable to form a response. The comrade declared with quiet determination that he would leave, no matter what it took. He dreamed of living the rest of his days like a free bird, somewhere in the peaceful countryside where the air carried the scent of fresh grass instead of the iron-tinged musk of blood. Chun Ha-jin, inspired by the vision, admitted he couldn't let go of that idea either and offered to join him. But the comrade firmly refused. He made it clear he couldn't allow Chun to follow. It wasn't even up for consideration. Chun insists on going on together, but the comrade refuses abruptly. Shortly after speaking, the comrade let out a soft gasp and fell into a restless sleep beside him, blood trickling from his mouth. Chun Ha-jin was shocked to see his comrade in such a state and wondered what had happened. It was then that he sensed someone else's presence nearby. Then the commander appeared, his expression unreadable. He revealed that the Lord had once saved the comrade's life, and this was how he repaid that kindness, by trying to run away. The commander instructed Chun Ha-jin to look carefully, noting that this was the fate that awaited all those who dared to betray the righteous heavenly alliance. The blood parasite inside them would decide their punishment. Suddenly, a disgusted face, another memory flashed through Chun Ha-jin's mind, the old woman's twisted scowl that pulled the protagonist out of his reverie. He jolted awake, heart pounding. He tried to process what had just happened and wondered if this was a dream. Didn't the demon queen just behead him? He looked around, confused. He didn't know where he was now. The room surrounding him was elegant and richly adorned, far too luxurious for a battlefield or a prison. He immediately sensed someone. A young girl entered the chamber, calling herself Manhwa and carrying a tray of food while cheerfully announcing her arrival. But as she looked toward the bed, her expression shifted as she realized the young master wasn't there. Before she could react, Chun Ha-jin appeared behind her, pointed the chopstick at her neck, and softly threatened her about the consequences of making even a single sound. Confusion filled his mind, and he asked her who she was, what she wanted, and whether she was connected to the fortress of Steelblood. She calmly explained that she was his servant and introduced herself as Manhwa. She seemed puzzled by his strange behavior, wondering why the young master was acting that way. Was there something he didn't like? Our protagonist didn't understand and told her to stop uttering nonsense and to tell him the truth, asking her who brought him here. Manhwa then mentioned that the young master had been in that place for quite some time. He had fallen unconscious 6 months ago due to a chi blockage and had only regained consciousness 2 nights earlier. Chun Ha-jin couldn't comprehend it, as it made no sense to him how someone could be unconscious if they were already dead. He warned her to stop lying and threatened her with a painful consequence, asking her to tell the truth. But Manhwa didn't waver. She insisted she was telling the truth and was only bringing the food for him, saying it was prepared for when he awoke. Chan turned toward the mirror and froze. The reflection staring back wasn't his. His first thought was one of disbelief and anger as he wondered who this was. He was confused. He had died, and it hadn't been a dream. He wondered if this was some kind of reincarnation or if he had been dragged into a past life. None of it made sense. Manhwa tried to call out to him, but the young man was lost in his thoughts as he looked outside the room, pondering how such a place could even exist in Murim. Then he noticed some people approaching and began to wonder who they were. Before he could reflect further, a man knelt before him, his voice heavy with reverence. He spoke of divine teachings and of demons falling at Chun's feet. He congratulated him on his recovery, addressing him as the third young master. Chun Hajin panicked as he thought, a demon cult? If this is referred to as a divine cult within Murim, doesn't that mean it's a heavenly divine demon cult? Everything was a blur as he tried to grasp what in the world was happening. Meanwhile, we noticed someone walking through the chambers of the demon lord. It turned out to be Mudam, the first royal guard of the heavenly demon divine cult. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully greeted the demon lord. Composed and stern, the demon lord inquired about the reason for Mudam's visit. Mudam reported that he had something important to convey. The demon lord had granted him permission to speak. He shared that the third young master had finally regained consciousness. However, his body remained too weak to wield any strength. He then asked what the demon lord's next steps would be regarding the third young master situation. The demon lord gave a firm instruction. Until the closing ceremony in 3 months, no further reports on this matter were to reach him. Mudam bowed in acknowledgement, expressing his wish for the demon lord to fulfill the great will. The narrator then explains that the heavenly demon divine cult, often referred to as the 1,000-year demonic cult, was the oldest and most merciless demonic force of this generation. It had been established several millennia ago by a Murim master. In terms of combat power, they stood unrivaled, and the mere revelation of the cult's existence was enough to unsettle all of Murim. It symbolized chaos in its purest form. Although the righteous Heavenly Alliance and Steel Blood Fortress surpassed them in numbers, the heavenly demon cult possessed more power than war or pandemonium itself. These 3 powers, righteous heavens, the remaining blood, and the heavenly demon, were known collectively as the Mighty Triad. Among them, the heavenly demon held the most brutal and chaotic force. Meanwhile, Chun Hajin wondered how he had ended up there. Had he truly been given a second life? But why was it within a demonic cult? He tried to calm himself, needing to assess the situation and consider his next move. Last night, he thought that the hidden technique still seemed overwhelming. The comrades walking and talking about the strongest of the 7 disciples of the demon cult, the third young master, had awoken. The carnage was destined to begin once more. The comrade warned the other to remain cautious, or he would be killed. They further discussed that it was a miracle to awaken after 6 months of chi blockage. It was said he had lost all his martial skill, but if any remained, he would truly be the monstrous demon they called him. Since that monstrous demon had awakened, some people were bound to be squeezed of everything. Caution was essential to avoid provoking the young master's wrath. The protagonist reflected on how much of a scoundrel he was, a truly monstrous demon. Whatever it was, he was certain it was a demonic cult. To escape, he would need a carefully detailed plan. Chun Hajin sighs, noting the hidden technique had caused too much trouble the previous night, despite being used for only an hour. Still, it was a relief to be alive. However, his body now felt like that of an 80-year-old man. He had to rebuild it entirely. 7 extraordinary meridians were tangled, and he intended to repair the internal clogs. Amidst the chaos, he would find the truth that burned within the void and forced its way through the life channels. By purging the turbidity through clarity of thought, the world would offer its reward. The room's temperature began to rise, and the air grew increasingly humid. Through the limitless technique, he would expel the darkened energy from his body. In his past life, using martial arts techniques from the 9 sects, he had refined his own boundless technique. Lacking status, this technique had become his salvation and had helped him greatly. Perhaps that was his limit, but at least a small goal had been accomplished. Chun Hajin wondered why it was surprisingly quiet, which left him feeling uneasy. Since waking up, only the healer had visited. The healer mentioned that he was recovering rather quickly and advised him to take care of himself until they visited again. Only that young girl had arrived, trembling with fear. She had brought his herbal medicines. After seeing the servant like this, our protagonist thought the man had truly been a monstrous demon, and certainly a scumbag with a terrible temper. Until he understood more about the situation, he couldn't afford to act recklessly. 3 months passed. The 4th young master noted that it was strange, and it had been 3 months since he had consumed the treatment, and still nothing had happened. The healer remarked that not only had nothing gone wrong, but the recovery seemed to be progressing faster. The fourth young master asked the healer if he hadn't claimed that the more aggressive a technique was, the more likely one was to die from using it. The healer, looking fearful, acknowledged that it had been his statement, but now it seemed strange. The fourth young master remarked that Xiaorying always exceeded his expectations. The fourth young master Hong Yamun of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult asked the healer when Rin would be arriving. The healer responded that it was believed that Rin would be outside the main temple at noon. Hong Yamun asked the healer if 6 months had passed since Lin's return. The healer agreed. The fourth young master then commented that something interesting was about to unfold. The fourth young master ordered the healer to continue observing and reporting. Meanwhile, inside the third master Xiaoryang room, our protagonist continues practicing. For the past 3 months, he had done everything he could to restore his damaged body. Thanks to that effort, the remnants of the darkened and demonic energy were now gone. Just then, her maid brought his herbal medicine, but upon lifting the bowl, the young lord noticed the presence of a blood parasite. Filled with fear, he threw it away, and it shattered. He felt the accusatory voice taunting him, reminding him that he could never escape from the righteous heavenly alliance. The voice called him an arrogant fool. He had been made into the world's best assassin and had still chosen betrayal. Even in death, escape was not possible. Chun Hajin panicked when he saw the blood parasite. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted as he awoke again, back in reality, to someone calling him young master. Anhwa asked if he was all right. When he looked into the bowl again, it was empty. He realized it must have been a hallucination. The protagonist thought about the new life he had always longed for, yet he still did not know if he could ever truly be free. Chun Hajin was getting ready when he overheard a conversation from behind the door. Someone was asking if he was present. The maid confirmed that he was. Chun Hajin gritted his teeth, wondering if the visitor was a member of a demonic cult. Anhwa mentioned that she needed to announce the guest's arrival to the young master, but the guest did not respond and asked her to step aside. The doors opened, and Hajin noticed a girl entering the room. She said it had been a long time since they last met. Behind her, Anhwa stood holding her cheek, indicating that she had just been slapped. The protagonist looked at the girl and realized he couldn't recall who she was. The girl remarked that he looked better than she expected, while he hurriedly covered his chest. Our protagonist didn't seem pleased with her presence and wondered how to escape the situation. She asked if he was going to make her stand there and mentioned that she wanted to drink a cup of tea. Chun Hajin knew that in moments like this, his first instinct was to run. Feeling anxious in the awkward situation, he quickly told the girl that he had somewhere urgent to be. Suddenly, the third young master took off running, while the girl shouted after him, demanding to know where he was going. Just then, the girl snapped her fingers to signal the guards. Soon, he found himself confronted by 2 tall men who blocked his path. It turned out they were acting on the girl's orders. Hajin turned around, and the girl stated that she intended to have a serious conversation with the third young master and didn't know how long it would take, so no one should be allowed to enter. The guard agreed and closed the door. The girl instructed Chun Hajin to sit down, saying they had matters to discuss. Chun Hajin turned around and replied that he hadn't wiped the sweat off from his recovery training and asked her to wait until he changed his clothes. However, she admitted and said it would be nice if he didn't have any other plans. Chun Hajin couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about her. Even just by looking at her, he could tell she seemed unstable. Reluctantly, he asked Anhwa to follow him. Curious, he asked Anhwa who the girl was. The protagonist then mentioned that he had a headache after waking up and suspected there might be a gap in his memory. The girl looked at the young master with a pleading expression and insisted that he couldn't die. He wondered why he would die, especially since he hadn't been awake for long. Anhwa then informs the young master that the girl's name is Hong Yiren. She is a demon affiliated with and working for the religion's Inner Enlightenment Center. Hong Yiren is the daughter of the Jiaxa family, which is part of the demon cult. She is strong enough to be considered the most talented disciple, excels at her job, and has been recognized as a heroine by the head of the demon cult. Chun Hajin adds that she is also the younger sister of the fourth young master. Anhwa agrees with this assessment. Chun Hajin inquired about the reason for her visit and the nature of their relationship. The maid responded that she was unaware of the specifics, but mentioned that they had met several times throughout the month, implying a special connection. He thanked the maid for the information and observed that her face appeared quite swollen. The master then encouraged her to go rest, leaving Anhwa looking shocked by the young master's words. The protagonist wondered if the third young master was truly insane. Returning to the girl, He admitted that he hadn't been thinking properly and had acted rudely. She replied that it was all right. He then asked what had brought her there. The girl couldn't understand why he was so calm and so different from his past self. It was as if he had lost the spark in his eyes. The girl figured out that it was indeed true that he had lost his martial prowess after coming out of the chi blockage. Hong Yurin stated that there was no need for them to hide anything from each other, as she was already aware of everything. It was better to get straight to the point. Holding 2 papers in her hands, she revealed that they were contracts bearing their seals and asked if he remembered that. She added that if either of them breached the terms or a situation arose that required cancellation, the penalty would be tripled. She had invested nearly 1,000 niang into this wonder drug. Additionally, after factoring in other expenses, the total came to just over 2,000 niang. However, she planned to deduct the minor items since they were close. Chun Ha-jin, holding the contract, realized that the 4th young master's little sister had supported him financially with both money and medication. He couldn't help but wonder what this brat had been thinking. Hong Yurin stated that the total now amounted to 6,000 niang. She demanded that the money be given to her immediately. If not, he should sign a contract declaring when he would pay the full amount. Chun Ha-jin realized that by using the fact that Xiaoryang had survived the chi blockage, Hong Yurin had made herself appear to be a victim, canceled the contract, and now wanted her money back. The protagonist had initially thought he could build his reputation and later increase his wealth, but now she intended to ignore the fact that he had been bettered in. He looked sternly at her and noted that she had done some bad things she shouldn't have. Chun Ha-jin then responded that he could pay her that amount, leaving Hong Yurin shocked. He asked Manhwa to prepare brushes, paper, and ink. The young master was indifferent to whether the girl had made a mistake. It didn't concern him. Since he was going to leave this place anyway, he felt it was best to do what she wanted. Hong Yurin couldn't comprehend this behavior and wondered about it. As the 3rd young master, he admitted that he had been too careless in drafting the contract. He wasn't very clever before, but now it felt like he was being excessively thoughtless. The girl mentioned there was one more detail. If he couldn't pay, he would have to come running back to her when she called like a loyal dog. Chun Ha-jin wondered if she intended to treat him like a dog. The protagonist noted that she was starting to get on his nerves. Xiaoryang asked if that was everything, and Hong Yurin replied that the contract would be canceled once she received the full amount. Until then, they needed to respect each other. He questioned if she expected him to respect her while presenting such a petty claim. The young master then asked Manhwa to bring the commander of the royal guard. Hong Yurin was surprised, wondering why he was summoning the commander. When the commander arrived, he greeted the 3rd young master with respect and asked how he could be of service. The young master requested a wagon to be prepared, as he had somewhere to go. The man replied that he knew it wasn't his place to speak, adding that the current state of young master's body. Before he continued, Xiaoryang stated that he was going to the Demon Lord. He ordered the carriage to be prepared and a message sent to the Demon Lord's palace, announcing that the 3rd disciple wished to meet his master. Hong Yurin's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. The commander said he understood and would send the message to the Demon Lord's palace. He would prepare the wagon as soon as permission was granted. The 3rd young master wondered what the girl was doing and whether she planned to fight back. The man offered to see whether the Demon Lord would recognize this contract as fair. Yurin asked if he was suggesting they should both die now. What did he want to hear from the Demon Lord? The master asked if there was a problem. She warned that if the Demon Lord found out they had made a contract, he wouldn't be safe either. The young master calmly acknowledged that he would not go unpunished. He could be banished, especially since he had lost his martial prowess. That was the fate awaiting him, and he asked what about her since everyone in the world knew her family. Surprisingly, such an excuse would not always work. For him, the worst consequence was expulsion, but for her, no one would free her from imprisonment caused by her father's poor parenting. The Jiaxa family, of course, will be deprived of everything. Yurin was shocked after hearing his words. He suggested that he should leave as it was time for a walk. The girl asked him to wait and questioned whether he truly did not want to become the supreme leader. Ha-jin turned, thinking this was ridiculous, and asked her if she hadn't come here knowing he had no chance. He then suggested they meet at the Demon Lord's palace. Yurin clenched her fists, contemplating her next move. The master, observing her distress, inquired about her thoughts. She responded by asking how she could prevent him from going to the Demon Lord. Turning to face her, he held the contract up to her and said that she needed to tear it up with her own hands. The scene shifted to our protagonist's memories. where he stood with his comrades after having killed several people. A sense of realization washed over Chun Ha-jin as he grew weary of taking lives. He decided he would leave, no matter the cost. Ha-jin yearned to reach a village where he could inhale the scent of fresh grass instead of the musky odor of blood. He looked at his comrades and asked if that was all they had found. They confirmed that they had searched every corner but hadn't discovered a single bug. Chun Ha-jin noted that they had betrayed the alliance and committed treason. There had to be more to uncover, so he ordered them to search the surrounding area, and his comrades agreed. Chun Ha-jin noticed a small figurine of a bird, delicately carved, similar to the one of his comrades had held earlier. As he examined it more closely, his expression changed as he came to a realization. His thoughts were interrupted when someone shouted for them to move aside. It turned out to be his comrade, who was aggressively making his way through to reach his family. Confused and panicked, Ha-jin pleaded with him to wait and listen. The protagonist explained that he had been instructed to eliminate those who betrayed the alliance, whom he believed to be traitors. Stepping forward, he expressed that he genuinely did not understand the burden of his actions. A comrade cried out loudly and aggressively, commenting that killing people seemed like just a job to him, a routine of taking lives and spilling blood every single day. Chun Ha-jin was then asked if he knew anything about life, to which he admitted that he knew nothing. Just as a comrade loses his life in his arms, a curse was foretold, even from beyond the grave, claiming that his life would ultimately become the death of those he had killed. The scene shifted back to the Demon Lord's chamber, where maids were assisting him in getting ready. The commander arrived, knelt down, and congratulated the Demon Lord on the completion of a significant task. The Demon Lord inquired if the third young master had requested to see him. The commander confirmed that he had just sent a carriage to the third young master's residence, so he would be arriving at the palace soon. Turning to the first royal guard, the Demon Lord ordered him to escort the guest to the pavilion of demonic justice. The guard, taken aback by the Demon Lord's command, responded respectfully before leaving. The Demon Lord yawned and silently wondered if it was truly still winter. Meanwhile, at the third young master's palace, the healer checked his pulse while Chun Ha-jin thought he still couldn't get used to the chaotic aura surrounding him when the healer felt his pulse. The healer noticed that the damaged blood vessels had recovered significantly over the past few days, not to mention other areas of healing. Despite having taken herbs and undergone acupuncture, the third young master's recovery ability was already quite impressive. The healer expressed his surprise as the master noticed, so he apologized, explaining that he was astonished by the young master's regenerative capabilities. He then informed the third master that he would no longer need acupuncture. Instead, he should focus on nourishing foods and supreme healing potions to help restore his strength. The third young master expressed his curiosity about something, to which the healer replied that he could ask anything. The master inquired about the supreme healing potion, mentioning that he had never heard of it before. The healer explained that it was a decoction made from fine herbs designed to help restore energy. He added that this potion is handcrafted by artisans in the households and is exclusively served to the highest-ranking members of the main sanctuary, Ha-jin. Unsure if that was all, the master questioned whether it truly helped restore energy. He believed that regardless of its name, if it had real healing properties, it would enable him to recover much faster. The healer promised to return in 2 days and wished him a speedy recovery. However, the young master felt that something was off with how he was feeling. The third young master yawned, stretching his arms, and remarked on how dreary the neighborhood was. He then thought about the Demon Lord, realizing he was finally going to meet him. The protagonist wondered what kind of person the Demon Lord was. There wasn't a single person in all of Kangho Murim who wasn't intrigued by this heavenly demon. It was clear why. He was perhaps the strongest man on Earth. Although he had never revealed his full power, he was always regarded as one of the most formidable individuals in the world. The protagonist further reflected that their meeting right now could be dangerous for him. Since he didn't know much about the demonic cult, he realized he should have been more cautious. He reflected on how he had been rude to someone of great importance within the holy demon cult, but he simply couldn't bear the idea of being reborn only to become someone's servant. If only this Hong Yirin, the daughter of the Jiaxa family, hadn't shoved that absurd contract in his face. His thoughts were interrupted when Manhwa entered the room to inform the young master that the Demon Lord's palace had contacted them. The carriage was ready, and preparations needed to begin for the upcoming meeting. Chun Ha-jin pondered that since things had turned out this way, he might as well meet the demon lord face to face. After disembarking from the carriage, the third young master was promptly approached by a guard who informed him that the demon lord was inviting him to the demonic judgment pavilion. He was instructed to follow the guard. As he looked at the long staircase leading to an unknown destination, the third young master wondered to himself, what exactly is this demonic pavilion of justice? Meanwhile, the demon lord savored his drink and remarked that the alcohol seemed to taste sweeter that day. On the other side, Chun Hajin wondered if this was truly the center of a demonic cult. The numerous guards surrounding him reminded him of the time he had been caught in the inescapable net of the righteous Heavenly Alliance at the Steel Blood Fortress. High-ranking masters were being trained all over the area. This place felt like falling into a dragon's pond or a tiger's den. One mistake, and he could end up dead. As they arrived, the guard announced, "They're here." The third young master was taken aback, wondering, weren't we just talking about the demonic justice pavilion? He began to realize that it wasn't actually a pavilion. Trying to calm himself, he reminded himself that he couldn't show any sign of fear. He had to act as if he knew everything, knowing that his survival in the demonic cult depended on every step he took. The guard opened the door and told the third young master to enter. He took a deep breath and tried to steady himself. After all, he was about to meet the demon lord. As he entered and looked around, he noticed something strange. His eyes widened in shock at what he saw. He had thought it was still winter, but spring seemed to be blooming around him. Chun Hajin wondered if he was dreaming. He couldn't grasp the reality of the moment and struggled to understand what this meant. Was this an illusion? There was no other explanation. It was still cold outside. He had always dreamed of leaving Kangho and living in a place filled with greenery. This place was exactly that, like he dreamed, but far too tangible to be real. Just then, he suddenly heard a stern voice, which startled him and made him turn back. He froze as he realized that the pavilion hadn't been there a moment ago. Now, it stood in front of him, and he also realized that someone was inside. His legs started moving on their own, as if under a spell. The demon lord found it amusing as he thought about step 1, life, and step 2, death. He wondered if this was the pavilion of demonic judgment that the third young master had imagined. As Chun Hajin came forward, his killer instinct screamed that this was dangerous. Clenching his fist, he thought that backing out now wasn't an option. Hajin thought that if he truly wanted to escape the demonic cult and start a new life, he would have to face the demon lord. He wondered whether he would finally meet the demon god, the 9th person to have been called forth by the heavenly demon, the great heavenly demon, the demon lord, Chion Sang. Meanwhile, the commander asked the guard if the third young lord had already entered and was informed that he had. The guard then asked if something was troubling him, but the commander didn't respond. The guard hurriedly apologized, stating that he had misspoken. He admitted that during the entire reign of the current demon lord, there had only been 2 previous occasions when an outsider was allowed into the pavilion of demonic justice. The first was around 25 years ago, when a master had taken his first disciple. The guard then asked if he was referring to the first young master. The commander said no, explaining that the first young master had become a mentee exactly 20 years ago. The guard tried to process this and figured the commander meant that there had been another mentee before him. The commander agreed, stating that there had indeed been an unknown disciple, one who had loomed in the shadows. That disciple had died here, in this very pavilion. His skin had been torn apart, as if mauled by wild beasts. The guard was shocked to hear this. The commander reasoned, if the demon lord wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have brought him here. The guard then asked who the second person to enter the place was. The commander responded, it had been the general strategist, the man who held absolute authority and handled both small and large matters. The only one who had risen so high purely by his own skills, not martial arts. The commander further told the guard that the strategist had entered the demonic justice pavilion and walked out with his head held high. And today, the pavilion had opened its gates for the 3rd time. The commander wondered, will the third young master manage to come back out alive? The third young master, Xiaoyang, greeted the demon lord. The lord calmly ordered him to rise. Chun Hajin observed the man before him and thought, so this is the demon lord, Chion Sang. He noted that the man was indeed different. He didn't resemble the great demonic master or the supreme ruler of all. As long as he refrained from releasing his chi, any rumors about his overwhelming power remained unconfirmed. Yet Chun Hajin could feel it, his majestic presence. A man like him had no reason to be confined. He was one of the strongest martial masters alive, perhaps the most powerful martial god in the world. He was so incomprehensibly strong that people claimed he was half immortal, living in an entirely different dimension. But if that were true, why hadn't he seized power and become a tyrant? Chun Hajin found himself growing scared, just from the aura alone. He struggled to get a hold of himself, realizing where his pride, as one of the strongest martial artists, had gone. The demon lord handed Suoryang a cup of alcohol. Suoryang bowed in respect and thanked him. The protagonist was taken aback when he saw the drink, thinking, it's so fragrant. Wondering how long it had been since he had such fancy booze, without hesitation, he gulped it down. The demon lord then asked Suoryang if it was true that he had requested to see him. Suoryang confirmed it. The demon lord asked what it was that he wanted. Chun Hajin thought that the demon lord was very cold and wondered if masters and disciples in this region were always so harsh toward one another. Looking sternly, he realized that the demon lord didn't like to beat around the bush, and he should just get straight to the point. The third young master then told the demon lord that he had a request. The demon lord pondered what kind of request it could be, and Hajin questioned why he was hesitating. After all, he had once been among the top 10 masters himself. Was he really going to stand there like a fool? Finally, he asked if it would be all right for him to leave the cult. Panic set in as he thought he had messed up everything he was supposed to say. He simply wanted to go out for some fresh air. The demon lord repeated the third young master's request to leave the cult, and Suoryang confirmed it. Chun Hajin was taken aback, wondering if that straightforward honesty had actually worked. The demon lord then signaled for more alcohol to be poured. Hajin found himself unable to understand the man's emotions and couldn't even begin to guess what might be going through his mind. The demon lord considered Suoryang's words to be vague, uncertain whether he intended to step away from the cult temporarily or to sever all ties permanently. This left Hajin in shock. The situation grew heavier when the demon lord questioned whether Suoryang no longer wished to be his student. Hajin began to panic internally, quickly assuring himself that this wasn't what he had meant. The demon lord further speculated that perhaps Suoryang had already given up, worn out, and at the end of his strength. Hajin, trying to compose himself, decided to respond with seriousness and resolve. Yet, the demon lord, unimpressed, silently regarded him as a disappointment. Hajin's thoughts spiraled into dread, realizing just how badly things might have gone. Finally, our boy spoke, clarifying that he wasn't trying to sever ties. He went on to explain that it hadn't been long since he had recovered, and in that time, he had lost all of his martial ability. Resigning himself to the situation, he figured that since things had turned out this way, he might as well speak honestly. He admitted that he truly wished to recover, but the process had proven far more difficult than he had expected. That was why he believed getting some fresh air might help him. This, in truth, was what he had intended to ask about today. He smiled awkwardly, stating that yes, that was it. Hajin thought to himself that it felt perfectly reasonable. Noticing the demon lord's rising anger, he stood frozen in place, realizing that he needed to come up with a proper excuse. The demon lord appeared to question whether this meeting had been requested merely to ask for permission to go outside. Hajin panicked and quickly bowed, scolding himself for being too careless. As he pondered the entire situation, he found it seriously ridiculous. Yet he knew now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He had to act quickly and think on his feet. He stated that he had wanted to see the demon lord simply because it had been a long time since their last encounter. Observing the lord's reaction, Hajin thought it didn't seem like a bad one. He went on to explain that despite his current physical condition, he still considered himself a student and continued to carry the responsibilities that came with that role. He had not repaid even 1/100th of the demon lord's kindness and had no real way to express his gratitude. That, at least, was something he genuinely felt. He attempted to put on a display, an emotional appeal, hoping it would shift the atmosphere in his favor. But the cup in the demon lord's hand suddenly crumbled to ashes. Hajin broke into a cold sweat, alarmed that the bowl had simply turned to dust under the man's grip. The demon lord seemed to question whether Hajin had truly spoken of the duties of a disciple. Hajin froze in place, sweating nervously, his fear clearly visible. Then, the demon lord stood up. The sudden movement left Hajin stunned, realizing just how massive the man truly was. As the demon lord looked down upon him, he appeared to reflect on the notion of duty. If Hajin truly knew what it meant to bear such responsibility, if he had truly understood it, He would never have dared to stand before his master in such a shameful and weakened state. Or perhaps, all along, the master had simply been underestimating him. Hajin mulled over the demon lord's words, his mind filled with uncertainty. He wondered if it was truly possible that the eyes of the demon god could see through him. A lingering doubt settled in. Did the demon lord somehow know that this body did not belong to Suoryang? It felt as though the demon lord was staring straight into his very soul. Hajin struggled to think of a convincing excuse. Though he hadn't been directly exposed, he was clearly shaken. A flicker of offense rose in him. Even a disciple who had recently recovered from severe chi blockage and had come only to pay his respects was being told he didn't understand his duty. The situation struck him as strange, and the demon lord's behavior even more so. Hajin couldn't tell what message the man was trying to convey, and the lack of clarity only unsettled him further. The Lord announced that he would send someone within 3 days and ordered Hajin that he could leave now. Hajin wondered if that was it. What about his request? Was he allowed to go out or not? Was he free to do as he pleased? He contemplated whether he should express his thoughts, finding the situation quite stressful. As he looked around, the demon lord admired the demonic judgment pavilion. With its clear skies and green grasslands, it had been a long time since he had seen anything quite like it. Later that night, as he poured a drink into a cup of commander, the lord declared it a reward for hard work. The servant humbly replied that he was flattered and quickly drank the beverage. He then inquired about the situation with the third young master, specifically asking if he had been recovering at home and if that was at all. The commander confirmed this. 10 years ago, the demon lord had mistaken him for an Imyugi, only to be disappointed to discover that he was merely a poisonous snake. However, upon seeing him again today, it appeared that he was holding a magic pearl in his mouth, gradually moving away from evil. This revelation shocked the commander. He also knew that death resided in the pavilion of demonic judgment. There, evil was judged. The object to be judged was represented by the Lord of Demons, and the judgment was carried out by both the Lord and the formation. The pavilion embodied the hearts of those who entered and exposed not only their conscious thoughts, but also their subconscious. But what if the object of justice wasn't to the demon lord's liking? At that moment, by the will of the demon lord, the demonic formations of the pavilion would respond. As soon as someone harbored the intent to kill, they would be destroyed in the most painful of ways. This method of formation could reveal true intentions. It was a supreme-level technique, one that only the demon lord could control. The demon lord inquired whether the lonely bamboo grove was being well maintained. The commander said that it was. A representative from the Court of Elders came about every other day. On average, there were up to 5 victims per month, but fortunately, there had been no fatalities in the past 4 months. The Lord then said the elders should call their man back for a while. He would send the third young master to the bamboo grove. The commander was shocked and asked if this was the lonely bamboo grove. The demon lord confirmed, and noting that it was a perfect place to get some fresh air. The scene shifted to a bamboo grove, dense and isolated, surrounded by wild animals. Hajin stood in the middle of it, a two-faced lizard crawling casually over his shoulder. Frustration and disbelief filled his mind as he grappled with the absurdity of the situation. In his view, the demon lord's actions bordered on madness. All Hajin had wanted was to step outside for a little while, yet instead, he had been thrown into the wilderness. He couldn't understand what he had done to deserve such punishment, being sent alone into a place so dangerous and cursed. Overwhelmed by the situation, he stood there in the heart of the grove, unable to contain his growing irritation, and silently cursed the demon lord with raw, bitter frustration. Just then, someone behind him apologized for his rudeness and informed the young master that such remarks were extremely dangerous. He emphasized that any profanity or disrespect toward the demon lord was considered a serious crime, punishable by immediate death, without exception. Not even young lords and ladies were exempt from this rule. The young master remarked that he should have paid closer attention. He asserted that he had not disrespected the demon lord. The man immediately offered another apology. Chun Hajin wondered if the demon lord was some sort of imperial figure. Why was it forbidden to speak harshly about the demon lord behind his back? He found it absurd that the grim and brooding fanatics of the demon cult believed the demon lord to be superior to the emperor, even considering him a true deity. Hajin then asked the boy if he was from the Court of Elders, to which the boy replied affirmatively. The man introduced himself as Ma Dongpil, the third leader of the elder court of the heavenly demon divine cult. He had the honor of serving as the Lord's personal guard. However, the protagonist didn't care about such honor or status. He simply wanted to be left alone. The guard vowed complete dedication to his service and pledged to protect the third young master with his own life. The next day, Hajin sat on a stone, amazed by the scenery before him. As reality settled in, he realized that he could not escape this place, no matter how hard he tried. In frustration, he shouted his disdain for the members of the demonic cult. All he wanted was to get out, and he questioned whether it was truly necessary to send him to such a place. It hadn't been easy at first, but he resolved not to waste any more time on futile thoughts. Hajin wondered why he had wanted to escape the demon cult in the first place. It stemmed from the ominous feeling he had experienced upon realizing he had been reborn as the third young master of the heavenly demon divine cult. Sooner or later, he would have to leave this place, but for now, it was impossible. Thus, the reality became clear. He had no choice but to live as the demon cult's third young master, Seoryang. To survive in this body, he would require power. He needed to grow stronger. Otherwise, survival was impossible. The heavenly demon divine cult upheld the doctrine of survival of the fittest more rigidly than any other faction in Murim. This was not a place where one could idly await ruin and dismissal. Eventually, he would need to embark on the martial path, whether it led to life or death. He would no longer rely on petty deception. He would use his strength and depart with his head held high. At that moment, a servant emerged from behind a tree, startling the young master. He informed him that his meal was ready and he could follow him. The young master began to complain, warning the servant not to get in his way. The servant sighed and said that they had been here for 2 days and he had not had even a sip of water, let alone food. The servant was merely concerned for his health. Hajin wondered if it had already been 2 days. He then told the servant, "There's no need to frighten him every time." Hajin thought about how inflexible the servant seemed and wondered if everyone in the demon cult was like this. After 3 days in a lonely bamboo grove, MC resolved to begin with a limitless technique to bring his body and soul into alignment. Hajin wondered that the flow of chi within this infinite technique differed from ordinary chi. He figured that this cultivation level is at the third stage of power. At the third level of strength development, the limitless technique could be divided into 5 stages. In his previous life as the king of assassins, he had reached the peak of the 4th level. In the boundless technique, the harmony between martial arts and the body was far more significant than enlightenment. This current weakened body, even with a chi blockage, was already at the peak of the 3rd level and on the verge of advancing to the 4th. It was possible that this child, Seoryang, was a prodigy. Moreover, the purification technique had activated on its own. This method cleanses the air by absorbing the turbid chi energy surrounding the body. The air became purified, and the absorbed turbid chi was transformed into internal force. With the overwhelming efficiency of the boundless technique, once the nearby air was cleansed, the assimilation effect accelerated, hastening its development. At this rate, he would be able to recover his former strength far more quickly than he had anticipated. Hajin then decided to advance to the 4th stage of power. On the 5th day, the body was fully healed. The previously severed blood vessels and damaged vital organs had grown much stronger than what was typical for someone's age. This made life in the bamboo grove unexpectedly manageable. Even his hair had grown darker. It was said that hair loses its color when chi is obstructed. He ate well, thanks to Dongpil being an excellent cook, and he also rested comfortably. He was now able to utilize the abilities from his past life as an assassin once again. During his time as the king of assassins, he had acquired the skill of supersensitivity. This ability had been developed through countless brushes with death and the hard-earned experience of surviving as a killer. The martial art that enhanced supersensitivity was known as the 6 forces of the heavenly net technique. The first form was the all-knowing eye. This martial art drastically amplified the 5 senses to their utmost limits, surpassing even the most acute instincts of wild beasts. He could now perceive the landscape clearly without needing to turn his head. Yet he loathed himself for adapting so well to this environment. Just then, the servant emerged from behind the tree, asking Hajin to come inside and informing him that the meal was ready. Hajin became frustrated by the servant's actions and wondered what was going on with him. As the sun set, the monsters would become more active. The servant suggested they return to their shelter. Hajin reflected on how he had finally established a foundation for conventional martial arts training. If he could integrate the knowledge and experience he had accumulated as the king of assassins into his current body, he would be able to regain his strength in the blink of an eye. As Hajin walked swiftly away, the servant sensed something, wondering if that was a ghost. Hajin then attempted to test his restored abilities. Thanks to the boundless technique he had recovered to some extent, he decided to see if he could fly. Two of his core skills had returned: the infinite body recovery technique and the 6 forces of heavenly net sense enhancement technique. All that remained was the dark shadow of Qi, a technique born from combining the selected secret arts of the 10 great sections. These 3 techniques were the martial foundations that once made him a legend, the king of assassins, Chun Hajin. He believed he would regain his former strength in no time. However, a doubt crept into his mind if he was even allowed to study Dark Shadow Qi. After all, this was the heavenly demonic divine cult, and he was now the 3rd young master, Suoryang, not Chun Hajin. He recalled that the 3rd young master had studied some form of demonic art, wondering what kind exactly. When the 3rd young master returned, he decided to ask Dongpil a question. Dongpil responded that the master was free to ask and that he would be more than happy to assist. The young master asked if, among himself and his brothers, there was anyone who had not studied demonic arts, or perhaps someone who had studied non-demonic arts. Dongpil admitted that he did not understand the question and apologized. Hajin wondered if such a thing was truly unimaginable. The young master asked him what might happen if someone chose not to study demonic arts. Dongpil answered cautiously, expressing uncertainty, but suggested that if the young lords and ladies refrained from studying them, the demon lord would likely be deeply displeased. The young master ordered Dongpil to go to the library and use his authority to gather every secret text available on demonic arts, everything that could be accessed. Inside the palace, the commander asked if this was truly what the young master wanted. Dongpil confirmed that it was. The commander wondered that the 3rd young master, however, likely already knew much of this material. Perhaps he was seeking to elevate himself in the eyes of others using these texts. After apologizing for the presumptuous remark, Dongpil, despite his role as a guardian sworn to protect the young master, dared to pose the question. If the 3rd young master had lost his memory after his qi had been blocked, the master himself was unaware of this. The former Suoryang had been exceptionally gifted from the beginning, though also greedy and arrogant, a true tyrant who showed little respect to his subordinates. But following his reinstatement, he had changed significantly. His behavior and speech had become inconsistent, often revealing confusion. Even his servant Manhwa remarked on how much he had transformed. He had even managed to walk out of the demonic justice pavilion alive after undergoing the demon lord's trial. Referring to a report from Dongpil, the master acknowledged why the leader of the 3rd squad had raised such concerns, but advised him not to worry too much. The man he now served was no ordinary person. He was one of the 7 candidates who could potentially succeed the demonic cult. Whether he was truly feigning ignorance or had genuinely lost his memory remained uncertain. However, the master warned that it was best not to ask any further questions. This was one of many reasons why protecting the heirs was so difficult, and he mentioned that this was why he specially chose him for the role. The master handed Dongpil the key, stating that he understood the loan period for the text was 3 days. He instructed him to mix them with others and take 3 to 4 secret manuals. One more thing, the master asked whether Dongpil had explained the bamboo grove to the young master. Dongpil admitted that he had not yet done so, though he had planned to that day. The master pressed him, emphasizing how dangerous that place was. He was confident Dongpil would be fine, but insisted that he explain everything immediately, as this task held primary importance. The master reminded Dongpil of his duties, instructing him to serve the 3rd young master to the best of his abilities. Dongpil agreed, stating he would keep that in mind. The master then wondered what the Lord had seen in the 3rd young master that prompted him to be sent to the bamboo grove. The bamboo grove was a demonic forest that had existed long before the heavenly demon divine cult established itself in the vast mountains. For 1,000 years, it had been a place where assassins had taken the lives of countless demonic figures. When only the first almighty heavenly demon existed and the divine cult lacked significant power, the grove had played a key role in helping the cult ascend to greatness. To those deemed worthy, the grove offered gifts. To others, it dragged them into the depths of death. This was the second time the Demon Lord had assessed the third young master. He had received a favorable evaluation from the Demon Justice Pavilion, wondering what would happen now in the bamboo grove. Later at night, Hajin found himself puzzled, wondering why Dongpil had brought him so many secret texts. Dongpil responded that it wasn't much. He had only taken the best ones, so the selection was relatively small. Still, Hajin felt overwhelmed, wondering if he truly expected to master demonic arts now. What should he do now? If he regarded demonic arts as inferior or impure, he would never perceive their true essence. He needed to approach them without bias. Dongpil then told the young master that there was something he needed to convey. The young master calmly accepted, allowing him to speak. 3 out of the 17 texts would have to be returned in 3 days. The young master asked for the reason. Dongpil responded because those 3 belonged to the collection of the 10 greatest demonic arts of their school texts, accessible only to the first, second, and third young masters. Dongpil wondered. The 10 greatest demonic arts were the pinnacle of martial knowledge within the heavenly demon cult. Mastering even one of them allowed one to look down on the world. Their brilliance was known throughout the cult. If the young master did not even remember these, it would be deeply concerning. The master asked why he was being stared at so strangely. Dongpil apologized, explaining that he was simply surprised to see this new side of him, asking if this was true, that he didn't remember any of those texts. Turning to Dongpil, the master stated that he was aware the young master had completely lost all his skills after awakening from the chi blockage. His heart and mind were no longer what they once had been. Strictly speaking, he had been exiled to this bamboo grove. Now, he was desperate. He had to try something. He needed to relearn all the martial arts he had forgotten. He asked Dongpil for help. Dongpil was now his only hope. Hajin needed to stretch his limbs again. If only he could retrieve some weapons from the cult at dawn. Looking at Dongpil, Hajin wondered why Dongpil was crying. He had said he would support the young master with his life. Hajin was confused, wondering what was wrong with him now. He should stop noting that it was burdensome. Later at night, Dongpil wondered that in about 10 days, the forest creatures would grow more active. They didn't appear to be moving at present, and the barrier surrounding them was expanding. It seemed they would be safe for now, at least in this section of the bamboo grove, since this is the most secure area. The young master focused intently on reading the secret texts. Dongpil needed to ensure that nothing disturbed his peace, noting that the weapons the young master had requested must be obtained as soon as possible. No matter what, they could not afford to let their guard down. Chion Hajin's dark shadow chi technique wasn't widely known, but it remained one of the greatest Miram arts. While it wasn't as powerful as the secret techniques of the 10 great sects, its depth and purity were unmatched in its time. Demonic arts differed significantly from others. They emphasized destruction over structure, results over consistency, attack over defense, and raw power over opportunity. In essence, they closely resembled the techniques used by assassins. The 10 greatest demonic arts were certainly remarkable, but in his current state, he couldn't possibly master them all. Improving the dark shadow chi using these arts seemed like a viable path. The true demonic arts, in particular, stood alongside the art of destruction, a foundation for some of the top 10 techniques. In terms of demonic chi adaptability, the true demonic arts were even more advanced than some of those 10 and were considered one of the core sources of demonic cult practices. Hajin closes the book and says that he needs to awaken his senses first. The limitless technique worked best when the mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. At that moment, a presence was felt nearby. Hajin wondered if Dongpil was returning or if someone else was following. He had to remain cautious, remembering that despite appearing naive, he hadn't completely let down his guard. He decided to end training for the day. But just as he made that decision, he heard rustling nearby, wondering if Dongpil had returned. Something or someone was approaching from behind. It turns out to be a creature that attacks the MC, swiftly dodging the attack. Hajin thought about what that was, wondering aloud that it could be dangerous. The creature burst through the wall unexpectedly. It had the form of a chicken, though grotesquely mutated, with 6 legs, human-sized wings, and 3 heads. The sight was surreal and left him speechless, noting that the giant chicken looked like the mutant of the great King Yinluo. He had no words to describe the strange, chaotic nature of this place. The creature was incredibly fast as Hajin continued to fight against it. Meanwhile, Dongpil, noticing the commotion, looked toward the weapons basket and considered whether the available weapons would be sufficient, stating that the third young master was a skilled swordsman. experienced enough to have developed his own style. Perhaps holding a weapon again might help him recover his lost memories. But then again, recalling who he once was might not be in his best interest. Regardless, Dongpil reminded himself not to be swayed by emotion. His only duty was to guard the third young master. As the strong scent of blood suddenly filled the air, Dongpil noticed that and wondered about the third young master. The creature seemed to be using sound-based attacks, an unusual trait for a mutant like this. It was stronger than expected. Without a proper weapon, options were limited. Looking around, wondering what he would use as a weapon, MC noticed a large and sharp piece of bamboo. Grabbing a sharp piece of bamboo, the young master lunged forward and struck the beast with it, wondering if the creature had died, but it wasn't over. The creature endured the blow. Its feathers were too tough for brute force alone. He now figured out how he could take down that creature. He hadn't intended to use this particular skill on a beast, but the situation left him no choice. He would have to try. Hajin launched his attack using the heavenly net of six forces technique. The second form, called hypervision, allowed him to accelerate his thought process with the help of chi, which in turn made everything around him appear to slow down. With this, the young master identified the chicken's weak spot, its heart, nearly unprotected. Using a sharp bamboo stick, he aimed and struck directly into it. At that moment, Dongpil returned, following the scent of blood coming from the chicken. He rushed to the young lord, concerned, but the MC signaled him not to overreact. The chicken, as it turned out, was called Azure Lotus. Dongpil noted that the young master's wounds needed to be treated first, but the MC clarified that it wasn't his blood. Dongpil wondered aside from a few scratches. He was mostly unharmed and thought that the Azure Lotus was as dangerous as a leopard. Dongpil asked if the young master had truly defeated the creature on his own, to which the MC simply pointed out that there had been no one else present. The young master asked if they had a big pot, to which the servant responded in confirmation. The young master instructed Dongpil to fill it with water and bamboo shoots, then boil it, noting that he would handle dinner that night. He also mentioned he expected an explanation soon, pointing the sharp bamboo piece towards his face, asking how he knew about this creature, and what kind of place was this bamboo grove. The servant then explains that the lonely bamboo grove had existed since before the establishment of the heavenly demon divine cult. It was a naturally demonic forest, filled with spiritual chi energy deeper than any known mountain. However, there was something very special about this forest. The profound spiritual chi did not spread evenly. Instead, it circulated exclusively within the bamboo forest, growing stronger over time. This amplified both the chi of the trees and the vitality of the earth, resulting in exceptionally thick and resilient bamboo. Yet their life cycle was short. The bamboo in this forest grew faster than usual, and some trees exhibited unique properties. These properties could serve as both poison and medicine. The chi was so intense that the bamboo required multiple processing steps before being safely used on the human body. More than half of the demon cult's potions were derived from the bamboo trees of the lone bamboo grove. This did not imply mass production was possible. Most healing-capable trees grew deep in the forest, which posed a different issue: the spirit monsters and creatures that lived there. Dongpil confirmed that this was indeed the concern. Azure Lotus was one of the weakest among them. In fact, some mid-tier ghost creatures in the forest could rival top-level martial masters. Twice a year, the cult entered the forest, along with guards and high-ranking personnel, to collect sacred bamboo. However, the densest and most secluded areas remained perilous even for them. The city's bamboo garden was considered the safest zone. No one expected an Azure Lotus to appear here. Dongpil apologized for failing to protect the Lord, but the master believed the fencing and octagonal barriers built around the garden had already gone above and beyond. The master then instructed Dongpil to prepare a plate of the cooked creature. Surprisingly, the meal turned out well. No one had expected the Azure Lotus to be edible. When the master offered it to Dongpil, he hesitated, believing his stomach too weak for such food. Yet, despite this, he enjoyed it so much that he finished the plate and asked for more. Haji now understood just how dangerous this place was. The third young master had been sent there by Demon Lord Chion Sang. He should learn the demonic arts as soon as possible. The octagonal structures, though irregular in size, were perfectly functional. Dongpil asked if the young master acknowledged the craftsmanship, but the young master dismissed the compliment. When asked if he had studied these structures before, the master admitted he had not, It was something he simply picked up through reading. Dongpil realized that formations are a distinct study from martial arts. It's not something he could understand just by reading. Wondering what kind of person the third young master was, the more he got to know him, the more questions he had. He had read over 10 secret demonic texts in just 3 days. When asked if he had completed them, he said yes, and had even defeated the Azure Lotus despite not having fully recovered his strength. Although his demeanor was carefree and cheerful, when serious, he emanated a force that made him difficult to approach. Even after the chi blockage had stripped away his strength, he hadn't seemed troubled by it. Dongpil realized that surely there must be something he doesn't know. He had chosen to learn the demonic arts, but he thought he should not be rushing since this was his first proper attempt. If he wanted to grow stronger quickly, he couldn't cast aside the dark shadow chi. It was the art closest to him. The dark shadow chi hadn't passed down through even a single generation. It was a martial art he created himself by combining the secret techniques of the 10 great schools when he reigned as the king of assassins. Meanwhile, the true demonic art was the very foundation of all demonic arts. Depending on how he studied it, it could affect the nature, character, and quality of his chi. If he could compensate for the weak foundation of dark shadow chi with the depth of true demonic art, the result could be profound. Just like a drop of ink in a bowl of clean water contaminates the whole, so too could art reshape the essence of one's power. Especially with true demonic art, a precursor to all teachings born from the divine heavenly demon cult. There was nothing more suitable for reviving the latent potential within the untested dark shadow chi. It seemed like fate that he had arrived at the demonic cult with dark shadow chi. Now was the time to begin, to test whether the foundation of demonic arts and the secrets of the 10 great sects could truly merge. Dongpil reflected on how the young master had locked himself away for 12 days now. He had been told not to disturb him. No one knew what he was doing inside. Meanwhile, inside the room, Hajin continued his practice, noting that they often said opposites attract. Perhaps this new martial art, more destructive than dark shadow chi and ultimately more stable than even true demonic art, was born from that principle. Upon completion, the young master felt demonic energy flow through his body for the first time. It was a new combat skill he hadn't previously mastered. Even someone on the street could sense the unfamiliar, powerful demonic energy emanating from him. It could rightly be called the demonic art of dark shadows. Meanwhile, the duo continued to fight against the beasts in the bamboo grove. Dongpil was concerned, noting it was too dangerous to keep going deeper. His legs were already weakened, and he decided it would be wise to return to the bamboo garden for now. Pointing at the beast they had just fought, Hajin commented that from what he had heard, this beast is known as Xing, which lives in herds. Hajin smirked, wondering if 3 isn't too few to be called a herd. When a sound reached their ears, Dongpil realized it was a herd of them. Far too many. The servant signaled for the young master to retreat. Hajin thought Dongpil was correct. He had already exhausted his chi fighting them earlier, and now they had no time to waste. He had to sharpen his new technique and escape. By pushing the limits of his ability, he would only become stronger. With this, the demonic art of dark shadows was fully unleashed. Meanwhile, inside the Demon Lord's palace, the Demon Lord inquired about whether the third young master was now hunting both Azure Lotuses and Xing in the lonely bamboo grove. The commander responded that this was indeed true. The Demon Lord, observing him, found it fascinating. The Demon Lord then commented that studying the Black Dragon art would expose him to terrifying creatures and unbearable screams. Blood Flame was harsh, and Heaven's Grip was too burdensome. Neither suited him. Red Phoenix might be ideal, but if he possessed the Seeing Eye, he wouldn't take it lightly. The Demon Lord believed that the commander had given him 3 secrets of the demonic art texts. The commander agreed, stating that they were Blood Flame, Heaven Seizing, and Red Phoenix. The Demon Lord wondered aloud that in his current state, it would be difficult for him to handle the Red Phoenix, especially since that art could be toxic following a chi blockage. The Demon Lord realized that he had mastered the other demonic art. When asked whether he had taken more texts from the secret library, the commander apologized for accessing it without permission. The Lord reassured him, stating that he had every right to go there. The commander commented that he had not reported it to him. The Demon Lord then questioned whether he regretted giving the third young master access to the secret teachings, and the man firmly said he did not. The Lord then asked if he could take full responsibility. Upon hearing his confirmation, the Demon Lord commented that then he would respect his decision. Meanwhile, the battle against the Xing's continued. Back at the demon lord's side, he poured himself a drink and summoned the first guard. The man responded immediately. The demon lord asked if he understood why a child's battle was more terrifying than an adult's. It was because children didn't know when to stop. That was what made them dangerous. They saw honor as honor, no matter the context. But the moment a child recognized where the line was drawn, emerging from pure ignorance into armed understanding, that was when he truly became a man. Back in the lonely bamboo grove, Ma Dongpil was warned to stay alert. The Xingxings were relentlessly trying to take a dose. The continued use of the dark shadow demonic art was progressing smoothly. At this rate, the young master believed he could soon attempt to reach the heart of the grove. Suddenly, another monster appeared, fast and without warning. Mr. Ma had no time to dodge and was struck hard by its hooves. It wasn't just a horse. This thing was not to be underestimated like the chicken before. Dongpil had been battling these creatures for days and had strengthened his chi considerably, but even he was taken down in a single hit. This monster was far stronger than anything encountered so far, filled with an unthinkable killing intent. Going full speed would be necessary. The young master pushed forward. But then, something unexpected happened. The horse beast attacked RMC. Lying down, he realized that wasn't the horse's maximum speed. Earlier, he had challenged him again, noting he wouldn't be fooled twice. Just then, he noticed something strange as his body refused to move. Looking down, he realized his right arm was broken. Looking around the situation, the third young master thought, if this continued, he wouldn't be able to land a single blow. Just when he thought things were under control, reality struck. He hadn't let his guard down in this dangerous forest. Dongpil made a decision. He would lure the monster away. Shouting to draw its attention, he ran. The third young master warned him he couldn't handle it alone. Still, the monster fell into a trap, a pit lined with sharp bamboo that Dongpil had prepared. For a moment, the monster seemed defeated, but then its eyes opened again. Tenacious and enraged, the creature had only been stunned. Dongpil commented that the monster had dared to harm the third young lord's body. The servant swore it deserved punishment, but that would have to wait. Dongpil ran, noting that saving the young master came first. As he moved to carry him, the master reminded him he had only broken his arm, not his leg. He could still stand. 8 months passed. At the Heavenly Demonic Divine Cult's Elder Court, a man noted that things had been difficult. This is the first head of the Court of Elders, Li Gunsung. Another man came up, Jia Yong's second head of the Court of Leaders, who acknowledged the effort of his senior and suggested resting. But the first head, Li Gunsung, refused the offer. It was said that if the guard changed, the subject might feel unsettled. He intended to go again in an hour. As the two chatted, it was revealed that today, however, a notable guest was expected. The patriarch of the Demon Sword family had decided to visit. No one knew exactly why. Perhaps he intended to discuss something with the cult leader. There was speculation that the patriarch wanted his eldest son to become one of the demon lord's disciples. Though it wasn't confirmed, considering that 2 of the lord's current disciples came from the 7 great families, the possibility seemed real. In matters of loyalty, the Demon Sword family was unmatched. If their son were to be considered, a special approach would be necessary. After all, the family was also known for its strength and capable troops. Jia Yong wondered if the Demon Lord would even accept another disciple, since he already had 7. Gunsung responded that it was all up to the Lord's decision. Jia Yong wondered aloud. Still, it was likely the number would remain the same. The conversation turned to the third young master. Ever since his chi blockage, he had lost his martial prowess. Now, in the bamboo grove, he was farther from victory than ever. The forest was infamously perilous. No one even knew when or if the young master would return. If the demon lord didn't grant permission, he could remain trapped there indefinitely. As Gunsung slammed the cup on the table, he asked the second head, Jia Yang, that he should stop right this instant, indicating danger if someone might hear what he was saying. Gunsung then explains that was why the third head was sent there. Among them all, he was the one most qualified to survive the bamboo grove. The order had come from the master elders themselves, who understood the true worth of the third head. Just then, a knock came at the door. The clerk reported that the third head had arrived. The first head was shocked by the news and demanded that he be let in immediately. As Dongpil entered, an intense wave of bloodlust flooded the room. His killing intent was so powerful that it couldn't be concealed. The third head of Court of Elders, Ma Dongpil, had returned. And now, everyone wondered what had happened in that lonely bamboo grove during the past 8 months. Gusung handed over some herbs, asking if that would be enough. Dongpil confirmed it with gratitude. The first head then inquired about the need for cave pine tea leaves. Dongpil explained that he was simply following the young master's orders. He had been told to bring them. The first head acknowledged Dongpil's hard work. The third head responded that the harder he worked, the more comfortable it would be for the young master. He only needed to stay patient. The elders had wanted to sit down and enjoy drinks with him, but the third head politely asked to be excused. Gusung commented that if he were busy, then it couldn't be helped. Jia Yong also noted that it must be difficult for him, but they were sure he was doing well. He just needed to stay safe. Dongpil bowed in respect and took his leave. The second leader then asked the elder whether he felt the same. No matter how much he thought about it, the bloodlust coming from Dongpil felt abnormal. But the elder believed this merely reflected the extreme environment he had been living in. It was unfortunate, but at least he looked healthy. Dongpil will be fine. If it was the third head they knew, they were confident he'd return even stronger. Meanwhile, at the bamboo grove, Dongpil noted that he felt lighter. He seemed far more composed than he had been 8 months ago. The brutal trials in the bamboo grove had sharpened his skills to an entirely new level. Suddenly, Dongpil stopped noticing that something shifted, realizing it wasn't a shing-shing. The sound was heavy, deliberate like a beast. He sensed that it was coming. The moment he arrived, he would be cut down. Ma Dongpil just then noticed the third young master calling him, wondering what he was doing. The young master asked if he was already back, reminding him that he had told him he could take his time and catch up with his comrades. Dongpil responded that he had assumed he'd remain in the bamboo garden within the city during the servant's absence. Perhaps he had tracked down another Lushu, wondering what if he got hurt during the hunt. The young master claimed boredom and had spotted a horse roaming nearby. After everything that happened in their last battles, the mere sight of horses stirred rage in him. He told Dongpil they would be eating horse meat for dinner and told him that he should clean the pot in preparation. Dongpil then asked the young gentleman to remove the splint from his right arm. It looked fully healed now. Hajin wondered that over the past few months, it had clearly been overused. Life had been good lately. Later that night, while the third young master was training, Dongpil thought who would have imagined that he'd defeat Lushu single-handedly? No one believed he'd survive the chi blockage either. Yet this place was filled with beasts even the strongest masters couldn't conquer. They couldn't stay idle. They had to guard the area. Approaching the young master, Dongpil asked if he was finished. The guards startled him again, leaving the young master wondering what he would say this time. Dongpil commented that he knew that the young master knew his own strength, but had promised not to venture into danger alone. Casually responding, the third young master asked, so what should he do next? Noting that time was running out. Dongpil was confused by his statement, asking what the young master meant. He clarified that the place wasn't dangerous yet, but it would become so. His meaning wasn't entirely clear, leaving Dongpil confused. He then goes on explaining that this place was mysterious, and a high concentration of spiritual chi in the grove didn't just create bamboo or breed monsters. It transformed the human body. Despite all their efforts, such changes weren't normally possible in just 8 months. That's what made it dangerous. Too much power could be as deadly as too little. Animals and bamboo might evolve to suit their environment, but humans couldn't. He asked Dongpil what he thought about his recovery. The broken and dislocated bones should have taken at least 2 months to heal, but they had mended in only 1 week. The wounds from his battle with Lushu had vanished in just 2 hours. Asking Dongpil if he thought all of this was normal. He then explains that when skin breaks, the body heals. But what if that healing process sped up unnaturally? If the body continued repairing even after a wound was gone, it would begin to tear itself apart. This was the true nature of the bamboo grove. To a point, its effects were helpful. But beyond that, the human body couldn't endure it. He asked whether the healing properties of the grove were becoming stronger. More accurately, the spiritual chi itself was intensifying. Within 2 or 3 months, it would reach a level no human could survive. They had to leave before that, unless they wanted to explode and die. Still, Dongpil reminded the Lord that they couldn't return without permission. The demon lord had only ordered them to go to the grove, without specifying how long they should remain. Hajin laughs, noting that if Dongpil thought he suffered through 8 months of isolation here, just because of the demon lord, Dongpil asked him if that wasn't what this was about. The third young master then explained that in any case, the Lord had approved his request. The place was, after all, ideal for fresh air and training. Dongpil asked if that was okay to interrupt things like that. The third master responded that if they had slain just 2 more creatures, they would have reached the grove's heart, an unexplored area where the spiritual bamboo grew. They needed that within the next 3 months. He couldn't rest. He must obtain them. Later that night, the scene shifted to Hong Yamun, the fourth young master of the heavenly demonic divine cult, who was taking a bath. He found himself unable to sleep, preoccupied with the thought that Xiaoyang was still alive. He wondered why the masters had even informed him about this. The fourth young master recalled his meeting with the demon lord, who had explained that unless they reached the peak of demonic arts, they wouldn't last more than 3 more months. That was the danger of the bamboo grove. The fourth young master wondered what the lord was trying to convey with this sudden summoning. The demon lord asked him if he intended to challenge the youngest Hong Yamun, and the young master confirmed that the demon lord understood. Hong Yamun reflected on a celestial demon that existed far above the clouds, beyond human comprehension. That being did not concern itself with whether its disciples were ready to tear each other apart. Perhaps the demon lord wanted to teach them that to inherit his legacy, they must overcome all obstacles. The fourth young master wondered what kind of world the master envisioned. Could anyone else even catch a glimpse of it? If so, the lord believed that the third young master was doing a commendable job. Hong Yamun was shocked by the demon lord's statement, realizing that Xiaoyang had barely survived the chi blockage. Even a medicine hadn't helped him. Now, he had become strong enough to be in the secluded bamboo grove. How was that possible? The master announced that he planned to summon him soon. In reality, Hong Yamun wondered if that meant all the efforts made to remove him had been in vain. With anger boiling over, the fourth young master commented that this time, when Xiaoyang returned, there was no doubt he would turn him into a corpse, and nothing would stop him. Ma Dongpil arrived with the items the third young lord had requested, handing them over. Hajin examined the collection and noted that he managed to get the 5 bags of turbid elimination herbs, and a special request he made for the rare cave pine tea were included. He hadn't realized until arriving here that the scent of this particular tea could repel monsters. Constant encounters with Azure Lotus and Xing Xing had become unpleasant, so avoiding them through the tea seemed wise. There was speculation that a significant amount of these herbs might be growing on the Weeping Mountain in the cult's Yunnan region. As for why he needed herbs to remove turbidity, everything had its purpose. The herbs looked excellent, and Dongpil was commended for his efforts. When asked if he could bring more next time, he hesitated. Supply was uncertain. The demon cult's apothecary planned to research the best ratios for healing infusions this month, and the blur herb was a primary ingredient. It would take at least 2 months to gather more. After hearing Dongpil, Hajin questioned if a supreme healing potion was being crafted from herbs that cleared cloudiness. Dongpil responded in agreement. Hajin recalled drinking such a decoction for 3 months after waking up from chi blockage. The herbs are capable enough of getting rid of any turbidity in the body. Hajin wondered why they fed that to a patient who nearly died from the chi blockage. These herbs were potent, powerful enough to target even demonic energy. While they could be prescribed to the healthy, in the weak, the same effect could be deadly. Any knowledgeable healer would hesitate to recommend such a thing. The conversation turned to acupuncture, specifically the silk cleaning needle, a technique meant to stabilize the body by tightening the muscles. Dongpil remembered using it before missions, warming up with circular arts first. The procedure wasn't too complex and had decent results, but using both the decoction and acupuncture on an exhausted body was reckless. The young master doubted the healer had made that decision alone. At a minimum, a high-ranking official or one of their students must have been involved. As a wave of realization suddenly hit Hajin, and he wondered if it had been a student. It was likely her, a demon practitioner from the Religious Enlightenment Center, a member of the Jiaxa family, and the younger sister of the fourth young master. Hajin realized that the fourth young master had visited immediately after he regained consciousness. Had he truly tried to kill his older brother, even if it was part of their fight for the throne? The scene shifted to the demon lord's palace, where the healer offered some cave pine tea and told the lord to drink it before it gets cold. The discussion shifted to the cult. Shin Hui was asked about the hardest way to gain entrance to the cult's inner sanctum. The healer asked the lord if he was referring to the lonely bamboo grove. The demon lord responded that the lonely bamboo grove was nearly impenetrable. Not even high officials could enter without the master's permission. The issue wasn't infiltration, it was surveillance. The The healer asked, wouldn't the military branch be best suited to plant eyes and ears? He heard that the strategist general was too powerful, his grip so firm that not even the elders interfered. The demon lord disagreed, stating that the military office is an organization that is fairly easy to infiltrate. The general strategist overseeing the military office is considered a genius of this century. If anything, he would turn the tide by identifying which forces have infiltrated the military and distinguishing who is involved in the power struggle. Therefore, he wouldn't stop anyone from trying to infiltrate the military. He further commented that not everyone chooses to do so, as he will ultimately figure out all of your intentions. The healer then asked what would be best. The demon lord responded that the true judges would always be the court of elders, whose sole purpose was to protect the demon lord and the cult. This court was different from all other organizations that would switch sides depending on the authorities involved. Since any attempt to engage with them was equivalent to challenging the demon lord, they were considered untouchable, and everyone ignored them. The demon lord further stated that he had not paid attention to them, and he realized that this was his mistake. The healer still felt uncertain. The demon lord remarked that Xiaoyang was somehow alive, even after being exiled to the bamboo grove over 8 months ago. He speculated that if he had contacted those sent to guard Xiaoyang earlier, he could have surely killed him. The healer panicked, pointing out that even in that case, it would have been impossible since the masters of the demonic elders must be on guard in the lonely bamboo grove. The demon lord pondered how Xiaoyang could have survived in the grove for so long, considering that when he was sent away, his body was ordinary and lacked any martial training. The fourth young lord ordered his healer, Xin Hui, to gather troops and arm them. Neither poison nor the demon-infested forest had killed Xiaoyang. Today was the last day. The healer asked if the lord himself would participate, but he dismissed the idea. This wasn't his battle to fight. Instead, he'd send those already seeking revenge against Xiaoyang, the warriors who had suffered long before the chi blockage. Whether they hunted Xiaoyang with vengeance or something else was irrelevant. He would simply let them be thrown into hell and watch. It was, in his mind, a genius idea. Meanwhile, the young master declared that he would head to the heart of the grove immediately. Dong Pil tried to stop him, urging caution. They didn't know what kinds of creatures lurked there, but the young master said it made no difference. Danger or not, time was running out. The spiritual bamboo was within reach, and returning to the cult empty-handed would invite the wrath of the fourth master. Dong Pil offered to ask the master about the heart's inhabitants and the proper preparations, but Hajin dismissed the idea. It made no difference. If the demon lord had intended to harvest spiritual bamboo, he could have sent any powerful practitioner. But he didn't, because the grove required someone of equal power to the environment. Dong Pil screamed that alone was a reason not to go. Still, the young master was confident and strong, but he wasn't at the level of the elders yet. Realizing that he misspoke, Hajin responded that he wasn't wrong either. Dong Pil apologizes. Hajin then responded, but he had talents that even they lacked: dark shadow arts, the ghost of the dark god, and techniques once used by Chun Hajin, the king of assassins. During the war, Hajin had refined stealth to perfection, but in the past 8 months, he hadn't had cause to use it. The bamboo grove had been a place of training for him, not a battlefield. But now, at the heart, it would become a battlefield. However, having converted the dark shadow chi into demonic energy, Hajin couldn't use the ghost technique. That was why he needed the herbs to purge the opacity, to suppress the demonic aura long enough to use the ghost technique once more. After consuming the decoction, he would have 30 minutes. In that time, he could reach the heart of the grove. He then ordered Dong Pil to stay behind and wait, but Dong Pil refused. If Hajin wanted to go alone, he would have to fight him first. The young master relented slightly. He could accompany him to the grove's heart entrance, but no further. As they advanced through the lonely bamboo grove, and Hajin recognized the spot where he had last hunted a Lushu, he believed this to be the gateway to the heart. Dong Pil then noticed a strong stench in the air, wondering aloud if something was rotting. As he turned to the other side, he called out to the young lord, urging him to take a look at the sight. What they saw was horrifying. Clusters of monster corpses lay collapsed on the ground. Each one had died after vomiting blood, which now pooled around them, clear signs of internal ruptures. Something powerful had passed through here. Chun Hajin was shocked that a few beasts were new to him, which he had never seen. He saw a leopard corpse, but Ma Dong Pil corrected him by informing him that it's a beast called Mengji, and it's at the top of the hierarchy in the solitary bamboo grove. Ma Dongpil explained to him that such a beast never leaves the heart of the solitary bamboo grove until it's necessary, so they both should be cautious about what has happened here. Ma Dongpil was also surprised and told that this was the second highest in power in the solitary bamboo grove. So out of curiosity, Hajin Chion asked him which one of the beasts was at first. So Ma Dongpil pointed his finger towards a corpse nearby and said that it was called the Sundered Serpent. Hajin Chion cleared his thoughts by asking about the snake with two tails, and Ma Dongpil confirmed that it's the top one of the solitary bamboo grove. Hajin saw the snake and asked again if it didn't seem to be that strong or even venomous like the other corpses, but still it is at first, and nonetheless it's dead like the others. As they traveled further ahead, Hajin was a lot concerned that the corpses of the beast had no injury. There was only blood that was vomited, but how could this happen? And who was the one behind it? Ma Dongpil was also confused. Hajin was looking around, and he even saw that the bamboo trees had also died, yet they had no sign of harm, nor had anybody tried to cut them either. It was a scene that somebody had sucked the life force from the beast, as well as the trees, nothing more. Suddenly, a cold breeze came from the heart of the solitary bamboo grove, and Hajin sensed something powerful in there. Dongpil did not understand the way Hajin was reacting towards the cold breeze and wanted him to return, but Hajin called him and suggested that he wait for him and not follow him at any cost, as it would be dangerous for him. But Dongpil told him that he would be going with him and followed him, and in no time, they were in front of something. The scene changed to the palace where Lord Li Chion was resting with his servants, and suddenly a beast came in front of him, and with the aura he held, everyone except Li Chion was unconscious. Li Chion stood up and called the beast Jackal and asked him about his visit to him, as there was no reason for him to visit him. After hearing everything, Lord Li Chion summoned the first guardian. As the guardian arrived, Li Chion asked him about any guardian entering the heart of the solitary bamboo grove, but the guardian replied with a no and explained that if such an important event had occurred, he would have reported it as soon as possible. But Li Chion asked then what was happening, so the guardian told him that the third went along with the third leader. Li Chion asked him if he had heard about the strength of the third lord. So the guardian told him that he is young in age and is one of the strongest of the 10 masters in the Council of Elders. He also said that the third was quite talented and blunt, and so he figured that he would be perfectly suitable for the position. It was only 8 months until he was made the third leader, and so Li Chion thought of him as having some limitations to his growth, even if he is strong. Li Chion asked the guardian what day it is, so the guardian replied that it is 1 day before the full moon. Li Chion was assured that this was the reason Jackal showed himself as a full moon. As the time passed, all the unconscious servants started to wake up and apologize to the Lord. Li Chion, in his mind, was thinking about the third and was thinking of him being greedy enough to have walked into his own death. On the other hand, Hajin Chion, the third lord, was in front of the heart of the solitary bamboo grove, and he was sensing something totally strange. It was a terrifying aura in the wind, and as he walked closer, it got stronger and stronger. After a while, he was at a point where it was getting hard for him to walk even further, and the aura he was sensing was beyond his ability. Suddenly, he realized that he had already sensed such an immense aura before, which was when he met Lord Chion Sang for the first time. He also recalled that at the moment he met Chion Sang, he thought that he would die. Chun Hajin still pushed himself to the heart even more, and in no time, blood started to come out of his mouth. He was using his demonic energy, but was still getting internally injured. He was all focused on the reward he was going to get if he reached there. Suddenly, he realized that now it was the maximum he could have achieved from his ability of demonic energy, and then he pulled out the turbid elimination herb he was keeping in his pocket and thought of surprising his demonic energy and using his stealth technique. He then drank that potion, and suddenly the effect of the turbid elimination herb was spreading all across his body. The effect of demonic energy started to vanish, and he was getting lighter and lighter. And the wind that was pushing him backwards started to flow right through his body. This was the Dark Shadow Art, the Dark God Phantom's ability. Ma Dongpil was also shocked that Hajin had gotten far from him in no time. As Chun Hajin walked into the heart, he suddenly stuck his foot into a rock and fell to the ground. He was surprised that, with his ability, he should not have touched the rock, but as he looked behind it, there was something else. Upon reaching the heart of the solitary bamboo grove, Chun Hajin encountered a little beast and fell to the ground. As he turned around and looked closer, it was a little fox sleeping on the ground. Chun Ha-jin then remembered that Dong Pil told him to be cautious, as the beasts that are near the heart are the most dangerous among others. He then thought that the little fox would be the strongest among all the beasts in the entire solitary bamboo grove. Chun Ha-jin was clearing up his mind from the beauty of the cute little fox, as he wanted to pet him. He told himself not to lower his guard at all. He then decided to move forward, and on his way back, if the fox was still asleep, he would try to pet him, and so Ha-jin left the place. As he finally reached the end, it was smaller than he thought. In no time, he was there and was also disappointed as it didn't take a lot of his time. In front of him were the spiritual bamboos, nothing else, and so those are the ones Ha-jin needed to become stronger. As he went closer to the bamboo and touched them, he sensed a huge amount of spiritual QI from them. As he looked around, he found a bamboo with the most concentrated spiritual QI. He was quite amazed by finding such bamboo. He had his first thought to purify 3 of the bamboo, and after doing so, he was able to become the strongest martial artist in terms of internal energy. But quickly he changed his mind, and he didn't want to be greedy, so he dropped the idea, and as his body was not that strong, he decided to take only one of the bamboos with most of the spiritual QI. He then saw a bamboo shoot on the side, and it was the only one all alone, so he went closer to it. He then touched it and realized that the spiritual QI of the bamboo shoot was pure, and he could take it without even using a purification technique. So, as he was going to take only one, he decided to take the bamboo shoot too. While he made some noise, the fox that was sleeping suddenly woke up. As Ha-jin was able to grab the bamboo shoot from the ground and eat it, for him it was soft and had a good smell, and it was easy for him to swallow it. While he was eating the bamboo shoot, he realized that nothing strange was happening to him, as before the bamboo shoot was filled with spiritual QI, and now that he had eaten it, no QI was flowing through him, and apart from anything else, he was just feeling some warmth on his chest. Then Ha-jin decided to cut the real spiritual bamboo. And as he swung his sword on the bamboo, nothing happened to it, not even a scratch. It was as hard as metal. After trying a few more times, Chun Ha-jin was pissed off, and with his anger, he used his sword ability, which was an ability that revolved around a mind of the person swinging the sword, and the name was Moon Slash. And so, with a single hit, the bamboo was cut into 2 pieces. Ha-jin was relieved from the stress. He even knocked on the hard bamboo and thought of it as a weapon. He also tried to understand the amount of spiritual QI the bamboo contained. For Chun Ha-jin, it was a new thing he had learned from the forest, but then suddenly he rotated his head and saw the little fox sitting beside him, gazing into his eyes. Chun Ha-jin, with a shock, jumped backwards. He questioned the fox how long he had been gazing at him. The fox was all still and came closer to Ha-jin and tried to get onto him. While all scared, Ha-jin wanted to go back. The fox wasn't afraid of him and came closer to him. Ha-jin tried to communicate with the fox, but it didn't reply. He even asked what it was that the fox wanted. Ha-jin was not letting his guard down, but the fox was very adorable, and he wanted to grab it. Ha-jin told himself that whatever happens, the fox is still a beast of the solitary bamboo grove, and then he tried to sense the fox, and it had no bloodlust. As the time passed, Ha-jin was assured the fox was nothing dangerous, so he tried to pet him, and suddenly the fox bit him on his hand. As he screamed, Dong Pil reached towards him. Dong Pil was surprised by looking at the bamboo on the ground, and he sensed the amazing spiritual QI from it. Ha-jin told him that it was difficult for him to cut the bamboo, but he did it. He also said that he used his sword aura to cut the bamboo in one go. Dong Pil was amazed by looking at the cut Ha-jin made by cutting the bamboo. It was way too smooth. He even doubted himself that if he had the best sword, would he be able to cut with this smoothness. Dong Pil then asked Ha-jin about the fox sitting beside him. Ha-jin told him that he had followed him all the way here, and it was sleeping in the middle of the solitary bamboo grove. Ha-jin also showed Dong Pil his hand, as when he tried to pet the fox, he bit him, but he was surprised as on his hand there were no marks. His hands were healed. Dong Pil, without any hesitation, pulled his sword out on the fox for biting his young lord, but Ha-jin told him to relax and put the sword behind, as now it was all easy. Ha-jin told Dong Pil to come towards him and help him carry the bamboo, or else they could just purify on the spot. Ha-jin then used his ability with boundless technique, and in an instant, the impurities around disappeared, and the air was clean. Dong Pil was all surprised by looking at Ha-jin as he was able to do the spiritual QI technique, and to him, he was not looking like he was in his 20s. As Ha-jin sat and sucked all the spiritual QI out of the bamboo. He looked as if he were an experienced pugilist who had lived for many decades. Chun Ha-jin was using his spiritual QI technique to purify the spiritual bamboo, while Dong Pil was looking at him with great honor. After some time, Ha-jin was done with the purification of the bamboo. He told Dong Pil that now the sap inside the spiritual bamboo is the best elixir there is. Ma Dong Pil, with a smiley face, appreciated him for his hard work, but then Ha-jin asked him to drink the elixir first. Dong Pil was confused as to how he could be the one to drink the precious elixir before Ha-jin. But carelessly, Ha-jin asked him again not to be too humble and drink the elixir first. Dong Pil was still not convinced and wanted Ha-jin to drink the elixir, as it was he who did all the work, and it only belonged to him. Ha-jin was annoyed that Dong Pil was not drinking. He also told Dong that he had saved his life countless times, so now, for the reward, he is offering him to drink first. Ha-jin also told him that he should have given Dong Pil all the elixir, but he is giving only half. After listening to Ha-jin, Dong Pil was humbler towards him, but he was wasting time in the talk, and Ha-jin wanted him to drink the elixir at once. Dong Pil then bowed down to him with great honor and promised him that he would protect him in any case. He said that if a greater threat were in front of Ha-jin, he would be there and the threat would have to pass through his dead body. Ha-jin, while making a worried expression, asked him to stop and drink the elixir without wasting any time. But there was no stopping Dong Pil. He even said that after he returned to the Court of Elders, he would still remember him in his heart. And that was enough for Ha-jin's humility. He grabbed the bamboo and forced the elixir into Dong Pil's mouth and asked him to just swallow it. Suddenly, Ha-jin sensed something coming towards him. Dong Pil was still coughing and asked what was happening. Chun Ha-jin replied, how would he know anything? Suddenly, Dong Pil told him that all the beasts of the solitary bamboo grove is crowded around them. Chun Ha-jin, without wasting any more time, started to drink the portion of elixir left for him. And after finishing, he asked Dong Pil about the layout of the place. Dong Pil replied that he knew the place. Ha-jin then told him to scramble. He also saw the little fox sitting there sleeping. He grabbed him and threw it to Dong Pil and asked him to run and don't let the little fox get hurt as he followed him and got into the place. Suddenly, a three-headed beast came in front of Ha-jin. He then challenged the beast and prepared himself to fight with it. But Dong Pil asked to assist him, but Ha-jin was not in the mood. He air punched him and threw him a lot further, so while he fights with the beast, he would not get hurt. Dong Pil was really amazed by the fist aura Ha-jin had. Suddenly, the beast came running from behind to attack Ha-jin, but he was well informed, and with his ability of heaven splitting triple slash, he chopped the beast. While on the outside of the solitary bamboo grove, Lord Li Chion Sang was thinking about the jackal and why he was outside of the solitary bamboo grove, as he is the owner of the spiritual ground. Lord Li Chion Sang then sat on the hut on the edge of the mountain, and by his ability looked into the solitary bamboo grove, and he saw Ha-jin inside. He realized that after he had survived the QI blockage, he had changed and was now a totally different person. The essence he saw in the demonic judgment pavilion was death, while he saw the moves and the battle of Ha-jin inside, as he was slicing every beast that came to attack him. He was quite curious and thought that Ha-jin would have been sent to the underworld. While he finished looking inside, he appreciated himself for calling Ha-jin to the demonic judgment pavilion. While Ha-jin was fighting with all his might, a huge beast came in front of him, which was triple his size. Ha-jin first referred to him as the leader of the solitary bamboo grove, or something on top, and the beast tried to attack him. Ha-jin did everything and avoided the blow. He was furious, and he even cursed the forest for having such a beast in the first place. As Chun Ha-jin fought more with the beast, it got faster and faster. Ha-jin then used his grasshopper ascension, and he took the beast head on, but it was not enough to defeat him. He then realized that if he combined the demonic arts, a simple grasshopper ascension could also become a well-executed attack. But after doing all this, he was not able to damage the beast and was really disappointed. But still, he rashly talked to the beast and taunted him for being weak while he thought he was the strongest one in the solitary bamboo grove. Everywhere Ha-jin looked, it was dust. He called the beast to come out of hiding and attack him. As he didn't have time and had to go back also, the beast then came out charging towards him, even with more speed, and the beast was able to blow Ha-jin backwards. Ha-jin went flying while his sword was separated from him, and a lot of bamboo broke while he bumped into them. All the other beasts then came towards him to attack him and finally finish him. They were all roaring, and Hajin was on the ground in pain. Then suddenly he stood up with a huge amount of aura in his body with red eyes, and cursed the beast and questioned them, calling them oversized cats. Do you want to die? After getting up, he realized their attacks were powerful, and if he took another one, it would be game over for him, but nothing was going to stop him. He then tore the blood part from his clothes and challenged the beast once again, as he had already defeated the other beast, and now only this type of beast was left. He also sensed something strange in the power of his demonic art. It was lower than before. The spiritual chi that he drank from the spiritual bamboo didn't fully turn into the demonic energy for him. The spiritual QI of his was lessening the force of the demonic energy, and thereby weakening his demonic art. But there was no time to waste. The beasts were gathering around him and roaring in full bloodlust. Chun Ha-jin also didn't have turbid elimination herbs left with him, so he was unable to use his stealth art. Suddenly, a beast attacked him from behind and scratched him. There was no turning back for him. The evil beast started to attack him without any reason and had lost their senses at the moment. They just knew to kill Hajin. Again, the beast attacked him from behind, but this time he was cautious and punched him back. But as the number of beasts was a lot, there was no time for him to defeat them one by one. It would take forever for him to do so. Then he decided that it was pointless to fight them individually, and he needed to defeat them all at once and then get out of there. As his demonic art was weakened, and for it to increase, he needed the demonic energy to increase. He did that by himself. The power he was hiding, he took it all out, and he used his ability of explosive mountain blast, and in one punch, it was all over. Dong Pil was already far from the battlefield, but he was worried for his lord, and suddenly a huge wind came blowing from the inside of the solitary bamboo grove. He then calmly put the fox down on the ground. Hajin was on his way back, but as he was tired, he was walking slowly, and his legs were in no shape to run. He was worried about taking a lot of time to get out of the solitary bamboo grove, as other beasts could also attack him, and in the condition he was in, there was no stopping them. He was also getting confused on his way back, as it was taking a lot more time. Suddenly, he grabbed a bamboo to take some rest, and he realized that there was no moisture in the bamboo. And as he looked around, every bamboo was the same without any moisture. He realized that it was the same scenery as the one at the entrance to the depth of the solitary bamboo grove, and there were corpses of beasts nearby, too. He was confused at not seeing any beast corpses, but then another beast attacked him from behind. It was a sundered serpent. The snake beast wrapped both of Hajin's hands with its two tails, and Hajin felt like they were going to break. But as he tried to chop the head of the snake grabbed the sword from his mouth, and in no time, the sword started to rust and broke into two pieces. The sundered serpent was known as the cause of drought, and the bamboos around the place were also dried up because of him. Hajin cursed him for destroying his sword. Chun Hajin, in his mind, appreciated the snake to be stronger than the Mungji he had just defeated before coming here. Hajin then tried everything to shake the snake off his hand, but nothing was happening until a sword came and cut the head of the snake in front of him. It was Dong Pil standing in front of Hajin, grabbing the head of the snake. Dong Pil looked at him and told him that he was glad to see Hajin without any injuries. But in reply, Hajin showed him his injuries and also told him that the sword he used scared him to death. Hajin then got up and asked Dong Pil why he was back when he told him to leave the place. But Ma Dong Pil replied that he came back to make sure that he also leaves the place without any harm. Suddenly, all the beasts that Hajin was fighting in the middle caught up to them and were ready to attack him once again. For Hajin, it was an unbelievable scene as he now didn't have any stamina left to fight them. This time, the beast was a lot more in their numbers. Chun Hajin asked Dong Pil how far the exit was. Dong Pil replied that it was 2 kilometers, and for Hajin, it wasn't easy to shake them up and run for their lives. Hajin then realized that he had to defeat them all here and now without wasting any more time. Ma Dong Pil stood up this time and requested Hajin to leave the place, and he would cover him while he went for a run. But Hajin was not in the mood, and this time he wanted to leave together with him. As Hajin knew, if any of them stayed behind, they would get beaten as the beasts were in large numbers. Then Hajin went for the attacks while he recalled memories of the king of the assassins. Hajin, with all his might, slashed at the beast. As another beast tried to attack him from behind, he was ready and dogged the blow and slashed the other beast too. This time, he was fully pumped and used his explosive mountain blast once again and, in one blow, defeated all the beasts. As he finished, Dong Pil asked him if he was okay. But Hajin replied that now he has no strength to walk and requested that he carry him on his back. But Dong Pil told him, while his legs were shaking, that there were more of the beast looking at them, and they need to run away at any cost if they want to. Chun Hajin and Ma Dong Pil were in the middle of a losing fight. Hajin had used all his powers, but that wasn't enough to defeat the beasts. He was recalling that he had died once. He could not let that happen to him again. He needed to save himself and Dong Pil at any cost. Suddenly, the huge beast, which were looking with blood, lust towards them, started to shake with terror. It was a scene they both had never imagined. As they looked around, the little fox, which they saved, came walking in front of them, and the beast, and then there was a lightning strike. As the lightning struck, every beast ran from them, and Hajin and Dong Pil were unconscious on the ground. As some time passed, and they woke up, first they thought of themselves as dead, but the pain they were having was immense, which meant they were alive. The fox was sitting on Hajin's side and wanted to be petted by him once again, but Hajin cared for the little animal and wanted him to go somewhere else. But he jumped on him and started to be comfortable around Hajin, and so they both went out safely. While in the heavenly divine cult capital, every other demon lord and member were greeting their lord Chion Sang as he sat on his throne. Everyone was gathered there to talk about the Mara festival, which was coming. The Mutum there announced the expenses that were needed for the festival, which were about 57,000 NYNG, which were 12,000 more than the previous year. Lord Chion, after listening to the report, asked that the special strike force be out on duty so the festival would have fewer people. Why was the expense so high? Mutum also showed his responsibility and asked the members to tell about the expenses. So Yansim, one of the heavenly demon divine cult internal enlightenment facility master, stood up and requested to let her explain. She said that for hundreds of years, the 7 families of the demon cult protected the sect, so she believed that we should show them dignity and generosity accordingly. Mutum then replied that history proves the cult's dignity, and it has prevailed until now, and it will prevail for 1,000 years forth. Continuing, if the heads of the families attend the ancestral rite, they will be honored with the 6 heavenly spirit brew, which will be made by the demon lord himself. And finally, he concluded by saying that the cult's dignity and generosity are expressed through the demon lord himself, not the money, and he ordered her to decrease the expenses, therefore. Without further argument, so Yansim agreed and apologized and said that she would submit a new report on the expense as quickly as possible. Lord Chion Sang then appreciated Mutum's argument while he asked him about the first lord situation, since he was still in his training. Mutum replied that he is yet to come out of the 3rd Guardian Demon Hall. Then Lord Chion asked about the 2nd. He was standing in the middle of the hall. Guan Pian, the 2nd lord, then replied to the demon lord. Chion asked him if he was going back to his training, but he told him that martial art was ingrained into his everyday life, so it was meaningless for him to go and train in closed doors. While others there heard him and whispered to each other about him being overconfident in front of the demon lord. While Chion also announced that there was no need for teaching someone who knows where they stand, he told them to do whatever he wanted. Then Chion called for the 4th lord, and he was also standing there. Chion Sang, while he gazed at the 4th, told him that he had changed and asked him if he had been training recently, but also told that he needs to train even further if he wants to be strong. While the 4th replied that he will keep that in mind. Then Chion asked about the 5th. She was also standing there, Ju Seoyun. Lord Chion Sang appreciated her current martial arts and told her that she could even boost it further. He also asked her to go with the Elder Court Master after the meeting and choose one of the 10 great demonic arts. Upon hearing him, she thanked him for his generosity. As the 6th wasn't attending the meeting and was going to join the Mara festival, Lord Li gazed upon the youngest lord, Lord Chai Yeoman, who was scared to talk. Lord Chion told her that the cult is not a place for spoiled children, and told her that if she were stronger, she wouldn't be scared, and asked her to train more. He also asked if she was scared of death, but she replied with a no. Lord Chion then told everyone that he never taught anyone to rest, and if they all wanted to be powerful, they shouldn't limit themselves. As Lord Li finished his teaching for others, he asked about the whereabouts of the 3rd lord and called him late. Lord Chion ordered him to enter the hall. Then the 3rd lord entered the hall full of people while the guard opened the door for him. The other lord was surprised watching him all recovered, but whispered to each other that the 3rd had lost his martial art powers. They were also shocked that the 3rd was already out of the solitary bamboo grove. while Hajin, or you can call him Lord Xiaoyang, greeted the demon lord. The third young lord was standing in front of the demon lord. As he greeted the demon lord gazed upon him, and in his mind, the demon lord sensed dense and luxuriant demonic energy. He also thought about how much he had undergone during the period in the solitary bamboo grove. From the eyes of the demon lord, third was unconsciously boiling over with demonic energy. Lord Li Chion Sang told the third excellent. Everyone in the hall was surprised to hear that. It was the highest praise that the demon lord had given to anyone. Lord Li Chion then asked him how the solitary bamboo grove was, and also asked if it was a good place to get a breath of fresh air. Third replied while he smiled that, surprisingly, it was refreshing. Also, the third said that he experienced an entire life's worth of weird things in there. Then the demon lord stood up and told the third to follow him. It was a sudden surprise for Hajin. He got scared about where he wanted to take me. He even imagined that he would be rude to him while he greeted him, wondering why he was taking him somewhere hellish. Lord Li Chion told the mutum to take care of the rest, and told everyone to leave as the royal meeting was over. While the third started to follow him, he started to think that now he would be sent to some place more terrifying than the solitary bamboo grove. He even thought the demon lord would have heard the shitty talk he did about him in the solitary bamboo grove. As the other royal went out of the hall, they started to talk with each other about the meeting. The elders from the court asked So Yeoman about her work, which has gotten more stressful as she has to make a new report on the expense, but she replied that it wasn't she who would be busier but them. The elders asked her why the general strategist wasn't here in the meeting. Was there a reason? She replied that he was busy and had nothing else. And she also told that he wasn't busy at the Mara festival, but somewhere else. She said that she heard the Northern Orthodox sect have started an interesting business, and the general is busy there. The elders then replied that it would be hard for the general to look into such business. While one of the elders there started to talk about the third young master and about the praise he was given by the demon lord. One of the elders also explained to others that he had heard the third was broken from the QI blockage, but as we looked at him, he didn't look as if that had ever happened. While one of the lords there in his mind cursed himself for not killing the third lord when he had the chance. And now the demon lord himself is pursuing him and has taken him into private to talk about something he doesn't know. While demon lord Li Chion in third went to a private place known as the gazebo, Chun Hajin, in his mind, thought about the place as a cozy garden and thought that the place doesn't fit the vibes of the demonic cult. While Lord Chion asked him to sit with a gaze, Hajin got scared. Hajin was thinking that he had spent 8 months in a solitary bamboo grove, as he was asked, and he didn't need to be scared of the demon lord. He had done whatever he was asked to do. Suddenly, the demon lord poured some alcohol for him and gave him to drink. While Hajin was smiling from inside, getting some alcohol after a long time, Lord Li Chion then spoke and told him that he still has to learn the Black Dragon Mountain moving technique. Hajin was confused. In his mind, he was questioning the demon lord about the technique, but because of the atmosphere in the place, he wasn't able to ask him about the Black Mountain technique. As he was so uncomfortable, he was unable to drink properly. Then the Lord Li Chion asked him that Hajin had mixed something into his true demonic art. Hajin was speechless as Lord Li Chion was able to see through his martial arts. Lord Li Chion then spoke that it seems to be a martial art from the Buddhist sects. Hajin was not even uttering a single word, as the demon lord was able to see that all by just looking at him. In his mind, Hajin thought the demon lord was already powerful enough, but now he was able to see through others too. Hajin then thought that the demon lord would be mad at him for modifying the true demonic art without asking, and now he will be sent to somewhere worse than the solitary bamboo grove. But Lord Li Chion appreciated him for doing such work. Hajin, upon hearing the appreciation, was relieved. Lord Li Chion told him that creating such a martial art technique that is higher in level than the 10 great demonic arts is not easy. Hajin was glad to hear him. He said that to make such a thing, he had to think a lot, and told him that after thinking a lot, he used the Buddhist art. Then Lord Li Chion told him that he had done a great work, but still he didn't look further ahead. He said that the true demonic art may lack power and impact, but as a foundation, it's the best technique of their cult. And if the third had given more thought, he would not need to modify it with any other martial art. The demon lord told him that now he has made a flower bed in a place where a tree should have grown. Chun Hajin, in his mind, was so confused that first he praised him, and now he is saying that he didn't do much work. In the end, the demon lord again praised him as he had achieved good results and asked him to leave. Chun Ha-jin was confused. First, he poured him a drink, then he lectured him, and now he wants him to leave. While Ha-jin left the place of the demon lord, as a reward, he was given the bottle of alcohol they were drinking from. As Ha-jin left for his home, Dong Pil accompanied him. When Ha-jin took the bottle out, he was upset about only getting half of the bottle, but Dong Pil was shocked and told him that it was the 6th heavenly spirit brew, and only the top demon lords and high members have it, and Ha-jin was the one given as a reward, so he should be more respectful. Ha-jin then asked him to, once they have reached home, Dong Pil should join him for the drink, but he refused, as will be done, and his duty will be over. Finally, the third went back to his house, and as he entered, he suddenly took the little fox out of his pocket while he was hiding and told him that now this would be his new home and he would protect him. But as they entered, Ha-jin sensed something different. Ha-jin entered his home holding the fox, but there was an ominous aura in the surroundings. He was worried that something bad wouldn't have happened while he was gone. He could sense that the person who was here had just left recently. As he entered the residence, Manhwa came running and greeted her master. The third was also happy to see her, and while she bowed down to him, he asked her not to do so. She said that he had heard that something bad had happened to him in the solitary bamboo grove. Third was not so happy with himself, as she was waiting for him to return, and he hadn't considered her at all. He then asked about her health, and that she was looking thinner than before. Anwar replied that she was okay, and was also glad to see him healthy. Third looked around the residence. It was cleaned. She told him that she came every second day to clean the place, as she was expecting him to return any day and be comfortable in the house. In his mind, Ha-jin was glad to know that Anhwa was fine and nothing had harmed her at all. She then told her that she had yet to heat up the water for him to take a shower, and until then, he could go and have some food, but he refused as he was in dirt from the solitary bamboo grove and wanted to take the shower first. She then agreed and told him to wait until she prepared the hot water for his shower. As the water was prepared, he went into the bath and all his tension was relieved. Then he thought about the aura he sensed while he entered the residence and reminded himself not to take it easy. He then remembered someone with the same aura. It was the one who was glaring at him at the meeting and was the same person who caused his QI blockage. It was the 4th young master Han Yunglin. Ha-jin cursed him to do all the bad things to him and wanted him dead at all costs. He then decided that first he needs to get an understanding of how the heavenly demon divine cult functions. He had no clue at the moment how things worked and who he needed to trust, except that the leader was the demon lord. And with only such information, he didn't have any control. Chun Ha-jin was all curious, as the demon lord was out of his league, and he needed to find someone else who could help him and be with him when he was in danger. And after he gained some trust, he will bring them to his side and gain enough influence to be able to go in and out of the cult as he wishes. With all this, he wanted to achieve his freedom and leave this place. But still, he was glad that he was a noble demon lord's 3rd disciple. He was glad that no one knew what he was doing, and at least on the outside, he was a high-status person. Ha-jin was quite sure that with his status and power, he would be able to climb the social ladder higher in this life and have some fun. While the 4th was smoking in the window and his servant was standing beside him, stopping him and not to ruin his health, but he didn't want to stop and told that he should not be concerned about his health. He could take care of his health on his own. The servant then asked what he was planning to do with the young 3rd master now that he had returned. While in his mind, the servant thought the 4th master was nothing, as he was doing no work, resting, smoking, and all his work was left aside untouched. He also asked why he returned the ones who lived in the 3rd residence. In reply, 4th said that he wasn't sure how the 3rd young master would react, and he didn't have any plan, so he did that to make no scene. The servant asked wasn't he prepared how would be the reaction, but the 4th said that he was wrong this time. He said that when he met with the 3rd master, he was totally different. The servant was also shocked that the 4th was considering himself mistaken, but also asked how much he had changed. Sat the 4th replied that he was not just changed, he looked like a different person, and when he looked into my eyes, it looked like he knew that I was the one who had made things difficult for him. The 4th told his servant that he now needs to organize everything again. The servant then asked what he should do to the subordinates who were complaining now, as we ordered them to back off. The 4th then told them that they should give them some money, as it is the only thing that can finish their hunger. While in this home of the 3rd young master, Dong Pil entered, and Ha-jin asked him why he was late and asked him to join him for dinner. Anhwa was also sitting with both of them and was quite uncomfortable as she was the servant and was sitting with her master, and the same was with Dong Pil, but Hajin was not as royal as he was in his previous life, which was simple. He told both of them to sit, and they started to have dinner together while they drank the heavenly spirit brew given by the Demon Lord. While they all had a great time together, Dong Pil was quite drunk, and Hajin asked Anhwa to bring him more bottles so they could enjoy more. While Anhwa was gone, Hajin asked Dong Pil if he wanted to meet someone who knows all about the networks and connections within the organization. Ma Dong Pil was told that the people he works with are all great with equipment, but when it comes to networking, they're not good, and he was told that he could talk to General Strategist, as he was the best man for this work, but it would be hard to meet him. While the fourth ordered his servant to set a meeting for him with the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master, Chion Sang. But the servant told him that it would be difficult to meet her while we invite her for dinner, and he suggested that it would not be good to make an enemy on her side. But the fourth said that he had to take some risk now, as the lynx has changed into a viper, and now they have to change the weapon. The next morning, after the return of the third young master, Anhwa was cleaning the floor, and what she saw was her master training outside. She was shocked that last night he was drunk, and now, early morning, he has started his training. Watching his moves and hard training, she was amazed. She knew it wasn't easy for anyone to be a disciple of the Demon Lord, and so her young master had to train daily. Hajin was quite tired while doing his training and was recalling his talk with Dong Pil while they were drinking. Hajin had asked a favor of Dong Pil that he wanted to meet someone from the organization who could be helpful to him. Hajin wanted to expand his network and know everything about the cult and how it works, so he could go in and out whenever he wanted. And to do so, he needed a specific person who had all the information available about others. Dong Pil told him that the general strategist would be an expert in that, as he is the head of the military, the most powerful group in the cult. But he also told Hajin that it would be difficult for anyone other than the Demon Lord to meet him. And these days it was even more difficult as he is busier than ever. Ma Dong Pil, while he was drunk, started to tell about his cult. They were also very good, and bragged about being the one who was protecting the Demon Lord and the cult. Chun Hajin was not falling for him at that moment, but Ma Dong Pil kept on bragging about his cult being the best organization in the Heavenly Demon Divine cult. Hajin asked him if he didn't want help from his cult, and also asked if there was anyone else who was familiar with the details of the interpersonal relationships in the organization. Dong Pil, while all out, told him about Chion Sang, the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master. He told Hajin that the Internal Enlightenment Facility is in charge of the cult's internal finances and has great power. And as they take care of finances, they will probably also have good information on the relationship between people. But he also told him that it won't be easy to get information from them, as it is a crime to leak information. While they both finished their talk, Anhwa offered them more drinks, but they were out of order. After recalling everything from the previous night, Hajin was quite sure that it wouldn't be easy to deal with the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master, Chion Sang. As someone who is the head of the facility that deals with finances, I would be bound to have a lot of authority. So he decides to rashly approach her. But he didn't have much time as the fourth was targeting him with his subordinates within the cult. There was no place for Hajin to be safe, not inside the cult nor outside. So he had to take some measures to keep himself safe. This time, Chun Hajin had decided that he needed people who could back him and be on his side. As from his previous life, he had died because he was all alone without any friends. As his training ended, Dong Pil came in running, and in his hand was a sword for Hajin. He said that the sword was the same length as the one he used before. Hajin thanked him for bringing him such an amazing sword and told him that he was going out to build his new future, and even asked Dong Pil to join him if he was not busy. While in the pavilion, the fourth young master had invited the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master, Chion Sang. He said that he had ordered the most valuable dishes only for her, that he didn't know what she liked the most. But she said that the spring pavilion was under her management, so the food there is the best. As they both started to have dinner together, Chion Sang asked him the reason he had invited her here. Fourth replied by giving no particular reason, as he just wanted to treat her with good food, since she had worked hard for the cult. Chion Sang appreciated him for his kindness, but as the servant left the room, she once again asked him to give the real reason for inviting her. The fourth knew that she was strong and had self-esteem and knew her own value, and he needed to act carefully, as it was not easy scoring a meeting with her. He then told her that he needed her help and wanted her to lend him a hand. Upon hearing him, Chion Sang stood and thanked him for the drinks, and started to move out, but Fourth was not going to give up easily. He asked that the request he made was uncomfortable for her, but she said that's not the problem, but when it comes to a candidate, she doesn't give favors to anyone. She also said that she doesn't know how the other organization works, but she could not endorse such action. Her facility manages the internal affairs of the entire cult, and if it did not keep a neutral stance, the cult would be destabilized. The fourth one explained that he just wanted her to lend a hand and not side with him, but she said that there is no differentiation between those two things, as there was no argument left. So Yansim thanked him once again for the meal and greeted him goodbye. But as she was going to step outside, he told her that he knew that she wanted the green turtle four-leaf clover. He said that it was a really rare herb, and it cannot be found in even Yunnan, where most of the cult herbs come from. But it's an herb that one can hardly find even near the eastern seas, and he can give it to her if she needs it, as he had one, and it was of no need for him. She asked that she didn't want it, but questioned him about how he knew that she was in need of it, but he refused to tell her, as he wanted her to do a favor in return. So Yansim then asked what it was that he wanted. So he told her to pressurize Manhwa, the servant of the third young lord, to tell her about the third young lord's daily routine. She was quite shocked and told that it was difficult, and what if they get caught? Manhwa told everything to the third, but he stated that if something ever happened, he would take care of her personally. In the pavilion, the fourth young master and the facility master were having an argument. Fourth wanted her to do a favor and pressurize Manhwa to give a daily report on the third young third lord, and in return, he would help her and give her an herb that was really rare. So Yansim told him that it wasn't an easy task, as she didn't know what kind of person Manhwa was, and it was difficult for her to make her spy for someone for him. The fourth one was not convinced and gave another option to send another person whom she trusts to spy on the third master. She was speechless while the fourth was convinced that she had the power to do so. He knew that if she decided to do something, nothing could stop her, and he threatened her that he wouldn't ask again. As she stayed silent, the fourth took the silence as consent. As they both were closing the deal, suddenly the guards standing outside started to make noise, and in no time, the doors were opened. It was the third young master. He pushed his way inside and stated to them how much time they were going to take to drink their cups, as he was running out of patience. The fourth and the facility master were shocked seeing him in front of them. The fourth was even angrier on his arrival, but the third was in a hurry and asked So Yansim to join him after the meeting. He, too, said that his wine was cheap, but his cups were clean while he smiled at them. Fourth was cursing him in his mind and wanted to kill him. Hajin told her that he was looking for her everywhere and was wondering where she was, and he finally found he in this scenic place of all time. So Yansim that greeted the third young master, but he asked her not to be formal and to talk casually with him. The fourth scolded the guards outside for letting somebody enter as he was having a special meeting, but then the third master told him to calm down as he was there to meet the facility master only. The fourth, with an angry face, scolded the third and asked him if the facility master was talking to him and if he had disturbed them both. He stated that it was rude to interrupt suddenly when two people are talking, but the third totally ignored him and went near the faculty master and asked her to join him for a second round of drinks. But So Yansim apologized to him and stated that she had accepted the invite of the fourth, so now it will not be possible for her to go with him in the middle of the meeting, but third told her that he was asking her to join after the meeting. So Yansim was thinking that the reason the third wanted to meet her, but then third told her that the reason she is not coming is that she needed the green turtle four-leaf clover. He also stated that a person usually needs such herb in two reasons. One is when it is necessary to rapidly reduce the concentration of yin qi due to excessive depletion of yang qi, or the other is when one is inflicted with 90 meridian failure. He also stated that these both situations could be resolved with the special herb, and there is no way someone like her wouldn't know that. So it must mean that the situation she was in has no other option but to use the special herb. And finally, he said that someone would be afflicted with QI blockage from trying to learn yin cultivation. So Yansim was shocked hearing that he knew that much. The third told her that he doesn't know the state the patient is in, but unless they are on the brink of death, they don't need the green turtle four-leaf clover. It can cause more problems for them. In the end, he told her that she should not bend backwards to try to get the herb. In her mind, she was thinking about his kindness and questioned herself whether the man in front of him was the real third young master she knew. The fourth heard everything and was angry and stopped him, but the third was not giving up, and the third told him that he had heard them from outside, which is why he mentioned everything. The fourth questioned him whether his behavior was befitting the third young lord of the divine cult. But instead of being quiet, he called him the same and asked him if it was okay for someone to try to kill his siblings behind the scenes to obtain sovereignty. The fourth was shocked that he knew everything. Hajin also blamed him for doing harm to the youngest master, as she is only 10 years old. Hajin stated that the health of the seventh young lady was because of him, but he doesn't have any proof right now. The fourth stated that he won't tolerate any more slander against him. Then Hajin asked the facility master that now that he has stated everything, there was no need of her to stay there and deal with the fourth master, and upon hearing him, she asked that was there another way to cure the QI blockage, and Hajin told him that he was also inflicted with QI blockage, but he recovered from it. Someone tried to kill him by changing the medicine. And so they both left the place while the facility master excused himself for not accepting his invite. While Chun Hajin was walking out, he laughed at him and cursed him. The fourth asked Shin Hui, his servant, how long the third had heard them, but he said that he had just come in a hurry and opened the door upon hearing him forth, then decided to take to work in his own hands and kill the third master this time. The third young lord and the facility master then went to a private place, where Hajin started to write the method to cure the patient suffering from chi blockage. He told So Yansim that it will take 3 days to understand and work on the treatment. But once the treatment starts, there won't be any changes in the start, and it would take half a year for the patient to regain movement. After hearing everything, So Yansim asked the third young master what it was that he wanted in return. The third young lord and the facility master were having a meeting to discuss the method to cure a person from chi blockage. The servant of fourth young master Shin Hui went to the residence of the third and kidnapped Manhwa, as she didn't know the person knocking on the door was not her master. Shin Hui asked Manhwa not to be too nervous, and asked her if he had brought her to this place as he needed to ask a small favor. He asked her to raise her head as he wanted to show her something. He showed her a bug called a slow corrosion poison insect, which is a harmful insect that takes a human body as its host. He told her that it starts acting 2 days after entering the human body, and then it will enter the host's internal organs and eat whatever is in its way, causing the host to die in excruciating pain. And if you drink the antidote before the insect can act, there will be no problem. Anhwa was scared and asked why he was doing this to her. So he replied that he wanted her to return every 2 days to report on the third young lord's activities in exchange for the antidote. He also stated that she has to do it without anybody noticing. While Hajin and So Yansim were having a meeting, So Yansim asked Hajin what he wanted in return for giving her such favor and saving her patient. She said that she knows that he wanted something. That's why he came, and because of his knowledge, one of her people will be saved, and to show her gratitude, as long as it was in her power, she would try to help him. Hajin was shocked hearing the word gratitude and started to recall his previous life as the Chun Hajin assassin, and he recalled that he had saved lives in his evil life too, but nothing the same happened to him, as he had assassinated the political enemy of the righteous Heavenly Alliance's master, and his squad member found 2 girls alive who were of the same family. His subordinates went and grabbed the little girl and decided to sell them up for some money. He stopped them, but they didn't listen to him as they wanted some money, and they were not his friend and were jealous of him, and they even told Hajin to stay behind as it was not his area, and while those men were trying to tie the girls up, he killed those men in front of them and saved them. But they never thanked him, as he was the one who killed their family, and they cursed him for killing their family and wanted him to kill them also, as now they had nowhere to live, and also called him the same as the person who was trying to sell them. In his mind, Hajin was disappointed with his life, but now he had a new life and could change everything for himself. Hajin told So Yansim that there was indeed something that he wanted, but he just gave up on it. She was shocked that there was something, and now he is giving it up for free. She asked him once again if he was serious and wanted nothing in return, and asked why he was doing this to her. He said that it was difficult for him to explain, but the person who is experiencing chi blockage must be aware that this is why she was trying to obtain the green turtle 4-leaf clover at any cost. He stated that if it were someone who had harmed him or someone who is a bad person, then he would have asked for favor in return, but if a person is somebody closer to you, then he won't be a bad person at all. So Yansim was confused and asked him to explain to her. He said that if he could save a life without having to pay any price, wouldn't it be cold of him to ask for payment? He then hoped that the patient would recover quickly. But in the mind of So Yansim, it was all blurry, as it wasn't the third young lord she knew who was the world's worst thug. She was experiencing somebody totally new in the body of the third young lord, a soft-hearted person. She asked him if he meant that in earnest, and she didn't understand why he gave her such a favor, even though he hadn't even met the person before. He replied that in this cruel world, people can kill others even if they have not met them. So why does it matter to save someone he has never met? He also stated that drinking with her made him feel better. So Yansim didn't understand what he was trying to say. So he clarified to her that he was glad that now she was not going to meet with the fourth young lord. It was refreshing for him to get one back at someone who was sharpening his blade behind his back. So Yansim was terrified that what was going on in his mind. She recalled that it was given that successor candidates will fight and betray each other, and he is saying it openly without even giving any thought to something else he wanted. As Hajin exposed all kinds of flaws before her, she recalled that before the chi blockage, the third young master was cruel, and he was not satisfied with anything less than first place. What had changed him? She thought that it would be chi blockage or solitary bamboo grove, and because of something, the third young lord is now a stranger to her. Hajin asked her if she wanted to do something, then change the dishes in the restaurant, as she was in charge of the pavilion, and make some light dishes, as someone like him cannot have high spices. Then suddenly out of nowhere, so Yansim asked him what he wanted, which was the information about other young lords and ladies. Hajin was amazed by her thinking and knew she was best suited for the job as the master of the internal enlightenment facility. He replied that he didn't want that. Instead, he wanted to know the information and relation of everyone in the cult. The third young lord and the facility master finished their meeting. So Yansim gave him a bundle of books wrapped, and he thanked her for the information while the facility master thanked him for helping her. As Hajin excused her, he left to accompany Dong Pil, who was waiting for him to get free. As they left, the servant who was accompanying her asked if it would be okay to give such information out, as it would be dangerous for them if the information leaked. But so Yansim told that he shouldn't worry. She got something more valuable than the information she gave to him, and also told that this time she had to take this much risk too. As Hajin and Dong Pil left, Hajin asked him to go for some drinks, but he refused, as Hajin had just finished drinking with the facility master, but he still insisted on him, as he wanted them to have a third round. So Yansim, in her mind, was thinking that she knew all there was to know about the major figures in the cult. But today, after meeting the third young lord, all her confidence was shattered. She was curious to know what the third young lord would do to keep moving forward, and for that information, she asked her servant to give her every news about the third young lord. Later on in the residence, Hajin had piled up all the books received by So Yansim and was worried about when he would be done with them. The books contained every information about the traits of the major figures of the cult and their secrets. Hajin had decided that he would memorize all the information. While he read those books, he thought that even if just half of this information were true, it would be really interesting. He saw the table and charts in which it was stated who was on top and who came later in order, as well as information about every other cult too. So Yansim had also recorded all of the veiled fights over the struggle to expand influence and all of the alliances, betrayals, and drudges. It was also written that the disciples are no exception in this struggle, even though they are said to be independent from the divine cult system of authority. As he read more, he found information about the Berserk Demon Squad leader, and it was of interest to him. While reading, Manhwa came to him and asked him to have his meal as it was time. As he took the first bite of the food, he felt something different, so he asked Manhwa about the taste as it was blander. She said that they had been procuring the ingredients that are milder in taste, as he has requested them to do so recently. Hajin was so glad that the facility master was a person who remembers such trivial matters. While he ate his food, Manhwa went on to feed the little fox, and upon hearing her calling him Mr. Fox, Hajin came to her and asked her to decide a name for him. She then gave her opinion that he has a big tail, so they could call him Big Tail, or he has big ears, so they could call him Big Ear, but Hajin didn't like those names, and instead he decided to use Goldie as a name because it was of golden color. Manhwa at first thought that it was the same type of name she was deciding, but he did the same and used a name for himself. Hajin was quite sure that his name was unique and suggested calling the fox Goldie from now on. While Hajin left the room, he bragged about being a naming genius. As he was finished eating, he told Manhwa that he was leaving and he might not come back tonight, so she should just eat the dinner without him. Dong Pil was in his training and was recalling the moves third master was using, as it was different from martial arts. He recalled Hajin's movement and how he used to quickly change his strategies and was able to think outside the box. As he slashed the boulder in front of him, suddenly the second leader came in and appreciated him for performing so well. Yozong, the second leader, told him that to see him destroying a boulder from quite a distance with only one slash was quite amazing. He also told Dong Pil that he had grown even stronger while he was staying with the third young lord. Dong Pil replied to him that the third taught him a lot of things. Yozong then told him that he forgot to tell him that the third young lord came to see him, but I told him that he was practicing, so he went on. He also told that the third asked him to deliver a message to Dong Pil that he was going to meet with the Berserk Demon Squad. As Dong Pil heard him, he rushed towards the place, as he knew that those weren't the kind of people the third young lord should be meeting. The Berserk Demon Squad is a squad with a name that is indicative of all the insane demons it is made up of. They adopt a fighting style that shows no mercy and no neither compromise nor conversation. It is the most terrible squad of the divine cult, and they never know when to stop, and on top of that, they do not differentiate between friend and foe. All the Berserk Demon Squad were gathered together for a drink, but Hajin was already sitting on the table waiting for them, and nobody else was there to serve the squad members. So in rash, they asked Hajin to serve as they didn't know who he was, but instead of clearing their doubt, he started to taunt them and made them angry. The second in command, Chagwang, was so angry that he went toward him and asked him to serve or else he would kill him. But Hajin ignored him while the leader of the squad stepped in. She was Eui Hungrian. She asked him if he knew who they were, but Hajin replied that he already knew them all and called them all crazy people. She was calm and stated that nobody dares to call them or curse them. If he is doing so, he would be special. Suddenly, a servant came in running and stopped the squad members while the members asked him to give them a reason to stop terrorizing the place. So the servant said that he was the third young lord. Everyone then sat in their places while Hajin and the squad leader sat together for a drink. Eui Hungrian, the leader, was so confused about what he wanted from him, while the others sat and ordered food for themselves while they gazed upon the third young lord and his business with their leader, and they also chit-chatted about the third being suffering from chi blockage. He laughed at his situation for being so weak and still came a bargain with them. The second in command suggested that they should attack him and kill him on the spot, but others did not agree with him, as it was quite wrong and they could be punished, since he is a potential successor. They also thought that he had a weak body and he could not do anything to them. The second leader then told them all that if they beat him up, he won't be able to tell anyone outside that he was humiliated, and even if he told, he won't be able to be in the race of succession, so it would be fun to ruin his reputation. Hajin offered Eui Hungrian a drink. Eui Hungrian asked him if he knew that her squad was going to gather here and have dinner, so she wanted to save time and asked him directly what he was looking for and wanted from them. Hajin was glad to know that she was there to save his time. He requested that she turn herself in to the penal law hall, and this was the only chance he was going to give her. Eui Hungrian was shocked to hear him and denied him. Hajin would tell her that if she turned herself in, it would just count as a minor offense and result in self-reflection or a pay cut, and it wouldn't be a big deal for her, as the penal law hall wouldn't be able to lock her up over such a crime. Eui Hungrian was angry with him and cursed him for coming out of nowhere and asking her to do such a thing, and was doubtful about how much information he knew about her wrong work. She then replied to him that she had no clue what he was saying and told him that she had not committed any crimes, so she should go and surrender. Then Hajin told her that if she hadn't committed any crime, then how could the Berserk Demon Squad spend thousands of Niang on the squad expenses every month? It was really difficult for her to accept that she was wrong, but Hajin was right about her. The information so Yansim gave him also included the budget of every squad that was included. Hajin learned that the main army of the cult was spending a lower budget, but the Berserk Demon Squad was spending a much larger amount, and so he deciphered the corruption going on in the Berserk Demon Squad. Hajin was also sure that there was only one person who was capable of doing so, and it was the fourth young lord. Hajin told her that he assumed that she had somehow received money at a dinner or something, and asked her once again if she would turn herself in, so that he wouldn't make a big deal out of it. But he also asked that she tell him the name of the person who gave her the money. Eui Hungrian then realized that she wasn't the real target from the start. Besides, she was being treated like a chess piece in the power struggle between the young lords, and for her, it was quite infuriating. She told her that she had an idea from where he had gotten such information, but she made it clear to him that he had no proof, and if he wanted to pressure her, he had to get some proof first. Hajin replied to her that a crime without evidence is not a crime, and taunted her that she was making things more complicated than they have to be. But she stood up and told him that it was the third young lord making things complicated, thanked him for the drinks, and left his table. Hajin was not stopping there. He told her that she distributed all the money she got from the fourth young lord to her squad members. And thanks to that, her whole squad expenditure was quite hefty. He threatened her by telling that everyone know that they can't spend like that with just the budget they've been given, and told that won't all of her subordinates were going to be arrested for accepting money from unidentified sources if there was going to be an investigation on their expenditure, and Hajin in the end told her that if that was going to happen, the whole Berserk Demon Squad would be dismantled and reorganized. Then Hungarian replied that he really wanted to see this through in a terrifying tone. Hajin was offended after hearing her tone and asked her to relax. Hajin told her that everything would be fine as long as she turned herself in, and asked her if, in the state of her anger, she would pull out her sword and attack him. While they both started to challenge each other, the second leader of the squad jumped in and went to attack Hajin, but with a single blow, Hajin slashed him against the wall. Then the squad leader was all in rage. She didn't want any violence that day because it had been a long time since her whole squad had gathered around to have a party. She then attacked Hajin head-to-head. Hajin was quite amazed by looking at her speed and strength. They both dodged each other's attacks, but the leader was getting the upper hand. She even told Hajin that he was quite powerful, as he had just recovered from his chi blockage, but Hajin told her that it was a long time ago, and now he is totally changed. As Hajin showed her his true power, she was down on the ground, but she was not going to give up easily. While the fourth young lord already got news of their fight, he was assured that his name was not going to be out, as the Berserk Demon Squad leader won't lose to the third young lord. As the fight escalated quickly, there was no turning back. The third young lord and the leader of the Berserk Demon Squad were fighting each other in the restaurant. The third was amazed by seeing her power and appreciated her for hiring her. Her combat abilities were worth spending money on. But with that, Hajin was confused that she had a character that wouldn't be easily swayed by the money, but still she did. While the leader was also getting pumped up, as she hadn't had such an exhilarating fight for a long time. The other just watched them and passed comments. They were all questioning both for battling each other, but were also worried for their squad leader, as her opponent was the disciple of the Demon Lord and didn't want the squad leader to get into any trouble. The squad leader then announced to the Berserk Demon Squad that because of her personal affair, their dinner party was ruined, so she would take care of everything, even if she gets sent to the penal law hall, and asked them to enjoy the rest of the dinner party, as it is her order. Upon hearing her, everyone in the squad started to cheer her. Hajin was also amazed by the unity they all had together. He called them a heartwarming organization. Then Hajin decided that he was too naive in his thinking and didn't think that someone this talented would have taken shady money from the fourth young lord. He also thought to forget about manipulating her and decided to beat her up just enough so that she would listen to him. Suddenly, Goldie came in front of them during the battle, and Hajin shouted at him to move aside, because the leader was mad that he was getting distracted and started to charge up her powers. 99 plus. She was again charging an energy wave and was going to use palm force on him. She told him that he was going to die, but Hajin was all focused on Goldie and at any cost was going to protect him. He even called her and asked that he needed to move his pet Goldie aside, as he does not get hurt, and then they could continue their fight, but she ignored him and used her attack on him. In no time, Hajin used his second technique, hypervision, and went in front of the beam as he didn't have any time. He stood there protecting Goldie with his own body. The leader was so full of herself that she bragged that she had killed the third with her powers. But Hungarian didn't know what she was getting into. She called her squad and ordered them to continue partying as the threat had gone. Suddenly, the third stood up and cursed her and told her that he won't forgive him at any cost. The leader was positive that he couldn't stand and was just trash-talking and told her men to take him to his residence. All of the squad members started to laugh at him, but then he stood up and crushed a member's face into the ground and pushed the leader into the wall. Hajin dared her to harm Goldie, and now he stated that he would kill her. While Dongpil was near the restaurant, he was able to see the destruction from a far distance. The leader was shocked on seeing him standing, as she had hit him with his most powerful green jade demon art. Dongpil then entered the fight and asked the third to get out of the place as it was dangerous for him to stay, but Hajin told him not to stop him now, as he wasn't going to leave until he had wreaked the leader of the squad. Dongpil asked the Berserk demon leader that she knew who he was, but she was not getting anything and asked him to shut up. Still, Dongpil told her that she was attacking the divine cult's third young lord, but still she asked him to get out and stated that it was not his fight and she didn't care what she is doing. Hajin, in a blink of an eye, charged at her and threw her against the wall. She was all shocked that she couldn't even see his movement. She had 20 years of experience in battle, where she had to fight for her life, but this time she couldn't even react at all. Hajin told her that now it was late for her to get out alive, as she had already laid her hand on Goldie. She then charged another fist, which was also powerful, the Berserk Demon Divine Fist. She told him to stay back, or else he would die, but when she charged at him, he dodged it with zero effort and pushed her into the wall. Still, the leader was full of herself and cursed him and taunted him by calling him a rat. But Hajin was not so happy with her dialogue and crushed her every move and knocked her every time she charged at her. And then finally she accepted that he was strong, and she had never met someone as strong as he was. She then started to recall that she lost just because of a little fox, and, in her mind, she was embarrassed as her squad members were looking at her getting beaten up easily. For her, it was an ending. She recalled that her star was also not good, that she had to lose everything at a very young age, and when she joined the divine cult, she was put into the Berserk squad, and there she trained and fought other strong opponents. When she killed her first victim, the killing spree never stopped. And so, she became the leader of the Berserk Demon Squad, and now she was going to die. She then took her sword out and pointed at Hajin, but he was a great swordsman and accepted her challenge as she once again charged at him. And, as a fellow martial artist who practiced in the art of the sword, Hajin decided to take out his sword too. He challenged her to see how good she was with the sword. She was in anger, shock, and obstinacy. She had lost the sense of acknowledgement. He, in his mind, had already declared her defeated and thought she had lost her mind, but as she charged at him with her sword, he decided to teach her a lesson, as he was the winner. He used his ability of Steel Wall Hand and blocked her sword. There was just a cut on his Steel Wall Hand, which was quite impressive for her to deal with her ability. The third was quite shocked seeing his hand, as he had already used a lot of Dark Shadow Chi in a rush. The Steel Wall Hand is a hand technique in the Chronicles of the Myriad Realms. It was a skill that contradicts the explosive Mountain Blast, which maximizes internal power. It was a deadly technique that turns one's hand into something similar to steel that can destroy everything it touches. Hajin was shocked that she might be more well-versed in the sword than he had expected, as she was able to pierce through the steel wall with her hand and injure his hand. He told her that it was impressive, and this is where the fight ends. He also told her that she had used all the sword aura earlier, and now it was difficult for her to even stand properly. He then gave her a chance and asked her to turn herself in and say that she received money from the fourth young lord, or would she end her life for disrespecting and attempting to murder the third young lord. Still, she was full for half and told him to shut up. Hajin then told her that he was wrong to even give her a chance, as she didn't want orders from someone new, and he had forgotten that she had a lot of ego. While Hajin swung his sword at her head, he stopped on the edge of her neck. He asked her why she wasn't trying to save herself, as all the time she was acting like a mad dog, but now she was looking like a gentle sheep. She replied that she couldn't do anything and had accepted her death and wanted him to kill her on the spot. She told her that she knew that one day this would happen to her, as she had also killed a lot of people after she defeated them, and now it was her turn, as she had been defeated. It was her time to die now. She said that she didn't live a good enough life to have any regrets or anything like that now that she was going to die. She had accepted her faith and was ready to die. The third young lord then punched her face and forgave her for disrespecting him and doing other crimes, as he had punched her as a punishment. She told the third lord that he should get any idea that he was going to be his obedient dog just because he spared his life. He said that he wasn't looking for that favor, as he had already crushed the bait on the hook himself and told her to think that now the bait was gone, so the fish would not even want to bite the hook anymore. In his mind, his plans went in vain, as he was going to use her to pressurize the fourth lord, but he instead ended up having a fight to the death. As he left the place, he gave the money to the owner, who was unconscious on seeing the destruction in his restaurant, and assured him that the money would be enough to fix everything, and even scolded the Berserk Demon Squad not to take his money too. The other squad members came to their leader and asked her if she was okay, but instead, she asked them to continue with their party, and she would also join them. While in the residence of the fourth young lord, he was preparing a plan to kill the third young lord. As well as he was also concerned about his involvement with the Berserk Demon Squad, he quickly realized that it would be so Yansim, as she had all the information about finance, and she would have sided with Hajin. He was quite angry with her, as she rejected him and didn't side with him. But he was assured that the third would die soon, as he had prepared his incense infused with concentrated deadly poison, which he was already using on the seventh young lady, and in her room, everywhere there was incense, and because of that, she was already too weak to even eat her own food. The fourth had already threatened Manhwa and gave her some of the incense to lighten up in the room of the third, and was sure that soon he would die of the pain. The next day, while Chun Ha-jin was feeding Goldie, Dong Pil came in running and asked him to join him at the penal law hall, as the Berserk Demon Squad leader confessed that she tried to murder the third young lord, and now she will be killed. Chun Ha-jin was mad and went to see her once. He asked her if he had already forgiven her, so why did she confess? She should have asked her to kill her instead yesterday, but she was all egoistic and told him that if he wanted, he could just kill her now. He even asked her if she was mad and hid her head somewhere, and asked what the reason was for her to do all this. But she refused to tell him anything. The third then asked her if it was because of the fourth, as he would have been forcing her to confess, but she told him nothing. Suddenly, Hajin got a thought of the reason she was doing all this. He called the guards who were outside and ordered them to release her, as he had already taught her a lesson, and with some argument, the guard agreed to release her. The third young lord then asked her to join him for a drink later on when she had some time, and then they would talk. After returning from the penal law hall, Dong Pil and Hajin sat together and chatted about the Berserk squad leader. Ma Dong Pil was curious why the Berserk demon squad leader did such a thing. Chun Hajin explained to him that it was because she wanted to live. He told Dong Pil that he had found out that she had accepted money from the fourth young lord. Dong Pil was confused. For one reason, she confessed. Chun Hajin cleared him and told him that she could not admit that she took the money from fourth, as she had promised him, and she also couldn't let her squad members get involved. And if they considered her personality, she would probably kill herself rather than have her subordinates also receive punishment. Dong Pil told that after the fight he left, and she had other option too. She could have stayed quiet, but Chun Hajin replied that too many had witnessed the fight for the option, and there was also a lot of destruction in that restaurant. So somebody had to take responsibility and go to penal law hall, or else things would have gotten worse. Hajin also stated that, besides everything, there was another threat that Yui Hungrian had to worry about, the fourth young Lord Hong Yunglin, as she had fought with the third young master, and if there was no news about the incident, the fourth would have thought that she had sided with the third. Hajin concluded that it was the best option for her to do and confess to the penal law hall, as this was the only way the fourth young lord wouldn't have any suspicion, and the other witnesses would think the incident was being taken care of, as she took all the blame. Her subordinates are safe too. Dong Pil asked Hajin if all the charges were showing disrespect towards and attempting to murder him, the third young lord, and if he said a few words, she would have been dead. So why did she risk it all? She never knew what the third would do. But Hajin told him that it was all a gamble, and in the end, she got what she wanted, as she had already decided to die. There was no stopping her at all. She knew what she was doing and getting into, but in the end, she protected his subordinates. She is eccentric, but she is someone who takes very good care of her subordinates. Dong Pil was amazed by her theory and sense, and all that he had thought about the squad leader. He felt that he was talking to someone older than him who had a lot of experience, despite the fact that the third was younger than him. Suddenly, the door banged, and Hajin invited the Berserk demon leader inside. She asked for the drinks. He told her they would have them, and even brought food with them, as Hajin told her to bring some. While they all sat beside the table, the third young lord and Dong Pil were both shocked by the food she had brought, and she said that she had done the cooking on her own, as she was good at cooking. The third young lord then asked Dong Pil to drink, but he refused and stood on side as a guard for him if the Berserk demon leader attacked him, but she told that can he stop him. So Hajin replied that in the state he could easily defeat her, and as she didn't have any rest after getting free, she would be out of power. Hajin asked that he didn't think she would join him easily, and also stated that it would not be easy for her if the fourth knew she had visited the third young lord's house. But instead of being scared, she told him that she could take care of it on her own and told him to stay alert, as he is the one in danger. She told him that the fourth young lord was proficient in using dirty tricks. And from what she knew, there are more people who are secretly under his control, and those people can do anything for the sake of money. While in the residence of the fourth young lord, the servant of the fourth asked him if he wanted him to contact the true demon squad leader to take care of the problem. But he refused, as he stated that the Berserk demon squad leader was unable to defeat the third young lord, so the true demon squad leader would be the same, and it would be a bad idea to call for him. The fourth then asked what was happening with the poison incense, but the servant replied that Manhwa had not reported them in 2 days. The fourth, upon hearing him, appreciated the third for having a loyal maid like her. The fourth then stated that now he would give him a different gift and hoped he would love that. He assured that as the third was going around and acting all high and mighty, he probably hadn't been locking into his own house, and now he would feel helpless. While the third and the Berserk leader chatted about the number of people who were under the fourth, they were after the third young lord's life. The third lord asked her why she was telling him everything, as she was also among them. She replied that it was his payment to him for saving her life. As Hajin went to training, he asked her to stay and watch him train if she wanted, and she agreed. As he trained, she asked Ma Dongpil why he asked me to watch him train. So Dongpil replied that once he told him that there's no world more dangerous than the Murim. So it's a world where one can only survive by staying alert, and he'd rather show both his strengths and weaknesses. She was all confused and looked at him as he trained. As he was finished, they both came to him and asked to drink more, but he said they should have hangover soup, as Manhwa makes the best soups. However, when he called her, she didn't reply, so they thought that she would be tired and had gone to sleep. Hajin told them both to leave, as now there was no one bringing them drinks, but they both insisted on him. And when he went into the room to check for the drinks, he saw Manhwa all in pain on the ground. She told the third lord that she was asked to poison him, but she refused, and now the insect in her body is killing her. So he grabbed her and ran out to save her life. Night settled over the city. Word spread that preparations for the Mara festival were complete, and even if last-minute changes came up, they could be handled easily. Chion Sang lifted his hand, commending his subordinate for a job well done, then offered him a drink. The man bowed respectfully, saying it was an honor. With a single raised finger, Chion Sang made the saucer rise into the air. The cup floated straight into the guard captain's hands, as his leader remarked that it was a fine vintage of Finio. As the man lifted the drink to his lips, Chion Sang casually asked about Hajin. Still seated across from him, Mudam replied that since the incident with the frenzied demon squad commander, no news had reached him. But Chion Sang wasn't asking about his whereabouts. He wanted to know what had changed in him. The guard captain lowered his head and admitted there was nothing of note about the third son for now. Chion Sang squinted, saucer in hand, recalling that the jackal had chosen that very person. Leaning back on his throne, he wondered if it was tied to destiny. In his mind, an image appeared, a beast with massive fangs, known as the jackal. Then another vision followed, a creature unlike any other born of the bamboo grove's creator, one that endlessly cycled between life and death. He saw it shed its adult form, returning as a cub. Another scene flashed before him. This same beast standing over heaps of corpses, devouring the life force around it. That memory reminded him why the jackal was reviled as one of the world's most cursed beings. Wherever it appeared, war soon followed. Once more the beast surfaced in his mind, the most feared calamity of all, its eyes glowing fiercely, staring into the distance. At that moment, the jackal's gaze shifted. It watched as Hajin tended to a girl. Hajin, touching her hand, detected poisonous energy coursing through her veins, likely from a venomous insect. Fortunately, her organs weren't damaged badly enough to be fatal. Still, she coughed blood, and he realized grimly that with no combat training, a servant so young could never withstand that poisonous energy for long. Haji knew he had to remove the insect from her body, but before that, he would use the purification of the limitless technique to boost her natural healing. Closing his eyes, he saw flashes of the girl's final days, how she had been tormented in silence. He recalled how such venomous insects could twist the mind. Blood spilled from her lips as he wrestled with the thought. Who could be so cruel to target a simple servant? Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. A spray of blood filled the air. Hajin caught her just as the insect forced its way out. One glance told him everything. It was a slow corrosion parasite, not meant merely to kill, but to enslave and control, feeding like a blood parasite. His frown deepened. Whoever planted it wasn't trying to harm her alone. They were trying to use her against him. And he knew only one person vile enough to strike from the shadows that way. On the table nearby rested a box of incense. At that moment, a voice called out the name of the fourth young master. Dongpil turned to Hungrian, confused. Did she mean the maid, Manhwa, was raised as a spy planted by the fourth young master? Picking up the incense, she shook her head. She had seen the same incense before. The question arose, why would the fourth young master resort to such measures? There's only one reason. Succession. If all the heirs fall one by one, the last standing naturally becomes the next demon lord. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit chamber, a figure stood with his back turned. He summoned his assistant. The old man approached, listening carefully as his master asked if the servant worried about Hajin's reaction. The assistant confirmed it was so. Without turning, Yuamun gave his reply. There's no need to worry. I always prepare for the worst. Shinhui lowered his head respectfully. The old man admitted he didn't know what worst case his master had in mind, but if it ever came, it would fall on him to handle it. Smiling faintly, he told him to stop wasting his nerves. Every possible move Hajin could make had already been anticipated. Turning toward his assistant, he added, "It's only a matter of time before he acts." The old man nodded, reporting that men had already been stationed around Hajin's residence. Suddenly, a brilliant flash lit up the houses around them. Both turned in shock. Smoke poured from the gate. On the broken road, a figure emerged. Fighters dropped to the ground, shouting that the gate had been destroyed. Hajin stood tall, his voice ringing out as he called for Yuemun to face him. As the fourth young master approached, he remarked coldly that such an entrance was unbearably rude. A lord of divine blood should carry himself with respect and dignity. But Hajin only asked again, voice sharp. With a mocking smile, Yuemun pointed his finger at him. "What brings you here with such a ridiculous expression?" Hajin's fist blazed red. Yuemun's eyes widened just before the strike smashed into his face. "Respect," Hajin roared. Blood dripping from his mouth, Yuemun staggered back, then burst out laughing. Stones around him trembled and rose as he spoke. He had heard rumors. The intruder had supposedly changed after waking from his chi block. But no, he said mockingly, he was still the same reckless brawler who dove into fights without thought. Grinding his teeth, Hajin snapped, "Enough. I'll tear apart the filthy hands that carried out your schemes." Grinning, Yuemun shouted back, "You started this fight. Don't expect respect just because you're older. 8 months ago, you were nothing but a corpse. Now you stand here brimming with power. I'll see for myself where that strength came from." Behind him, a massive purple serpent coiled into existence, the demonic art of his clan. Hajin's eyes widened. He knew this technique well. Yuemun lunged forward, his movements impossibly quick. Hajin recalled its advantage, blinding speed and agility. But its weakness lay in its lack of raw strength. Snarling, Yuemun pressed the attack. Hajin blocked a kick, noting the man's flawless footwork. Again, Yuemun launched himself forward, forcing his opponent back. Watching him, Hajin realized this mastery of movement was the very reason he had been chosen as Chion Sang's disciple. But even so, he knew this man was no true match for him. Drawing power into his hand, Hajin prepared to strike, even as Yuemun shouted that he recognized the technique. Yuemun shifted into a strange, almost unorthodox footwear pattern. But Hajin seized his hand mid-strike, realizing his opponent's movements had grown predictable. Suddenly, pain shot through him. His eyes widened. Iman had driven his nails directly into his body. Hajin leapt back, wounded. Yuemun's voice cut through the air. "This is the end." Hajin instantly understood. The poison was laced beneath his nails. Yuemun lunged again, his clawed hand striking. Hajin was sent flying back. Raising his arm, the fourth young lord declared coldly, "I've injected venom straight into your body. Burn it away with demonic art, and you'll only sear your own organs. The pain will be so unbearable you'll beg for death. But that's your only option. Otherwise, you'll become a hollow shell again, living like the dead, just as before." Hajin lay half-buried under a heap of shattered debris. His enemy stared wide-eyed, baffled by his stillness. Then, tearing through the rubble, Hajin's voice thundered, "Did you really think poison like that would be enough to defeat me?" Yuemun's jaw dropped. Impossible. Hajin had neutralized the venom of the serpent of the king of Snake's demonic art. Hajin's thoughts burned with defiance. In his past life, he had carried out missions with broken limbs and gaping wounds. Such a trivial dose of poison was nothing to endure. Suddenly, one of Yuemun's own men coughed blood, staggering. His eyes went wide with terror. The aura flooding from Hajin wasn't ordinary demonic energy. It carried the same suffocating dread one would feel standing before the 9 great elders. Hajin charged forward, his power surging. Yuemun's heart sank. His foe had already ascended to the highest stage of the demon path. Before the clash could land, a blade swept between them. A scream rang out. The black armor guards of the Hall of Justice collapsed. The assistant exhaled in shock, while Yuemun himself froze, his eyes wide with fear. Hajin kept his gaze locked on him. Then, a man in armor stepped forth. "I am the commander of the 7th Squad," he announced. "You must come with us to the Hall of Justice." Facing Hajin, he added grimly, "I've received a message. You are required to accompany us." Hajin, taken aback, struggled to understand. How had they arrived so quickly? It was as if someone had anticipated this exact moment. Behind him, the assistant stood silently, watching. The guard announced that Yuemun, too, would have to follow them. At that moment, Shin Hui's eyes widened. Hajin's gaze fixed on him. This was the man who had prepared in advance, knowing the fourth young master's position would crumble. From his robe, Shin Hui pulled something out, asking the guard for a moment. Hajin seized him by the face. In his other hand, he revealed a writhing beetle. His voice cut sharp. This is the same parasite you fed to my maid. Since you wanted it back so badly, allow me to return it. Hajin's eyes gleamed as he added, don't worry about swallowing it. It will crawl deeper on its own. Yuamun shouted desperately for the third master to stop. Panicked, Shin Hui cried out for his master's help. But Hajin only sneered. The fourth young master you serve knows poisons well. He'll surely have an antidote for you. In a few days, you'll recover and plot another filthy trick. That's why. He pressed the insect toward the man's mouth, then paused. This time I won't waste effort. In one swift motion, he shoved the beetle into Shin Hui's ear. Blood sprayed out as the old man's body crumpled lifelessly to the floor. Yuamun stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to process what had just happened. Dusting off his hands, Hajin turned to the guards. I'm finished here. Shall we go to the Hall of Justice now? The knights already commanded the place. With a dry smile, Hajin requested, if you're going to bind me, avoid the ropes. My skin's a bit sensitive. Moments later, the Grand Hall of Justice of the Heavenly Demon Cult came into view. Lanterns burned dimly within its towering walls. A voice directed him. Young master, follow this way. He walked down the corridor, frowning. Something felt off. This wasn't the path to the prison cells. The interrogation was already over, so why lead him here? A sharp pain gnawed at his side. He realized the poison he had been suppressing with demonic energy was spreading again. He remembered the moment his opponent's nails pierced him, the venom hidden within them. Combined with the incense earlier, it was no ordinary toxin. The incense had to be hallucinogenic. Yuamun must have trained by fighting visions conjured under its influence, sharpening his martial arts against phantoms. Hajin narrowed one eye deep in thought. He had heard rumors of bizarre methods within demonic arts, but this approach was stranger than most. Understanding it fully would take time. At last, the guard stopped before a door and gestured. Enter. This is where you are to wait. The guard stepped aside, saying the gentleman may now enter. Hajin's eyes narrowed as he sensed two presences beyond the door. One was certainly Yumun, but the second, its aura was strangely blurred, difficult to grasp. He pushed the doors open, determined to see their faces and identify the source of that energy. An old man stood with his back to him. Without turning, he asked, so, Hajin has arrived? Yuamun frowned, casting a wary glance at Hajin. Hajin spoke. Are you the master of the Hall of Justice? The old man turned, answering with calm affirmation, introducing himself as Gogu. At first glance, he appeared utterly ordinary, too ordinary. And yet, that was the deception. His presence drew no attention at all, as though it had been deliberately hidden. Hajin's eyes widened slightly. This is no ordinary man. Gogu gestured. You've come a long way. Sit. But Hajin shook his head. I cannot sit. Not until I understand why both of you are here. Gogu raised an eyebrow. And what reason do you think that is? I don't know, Hajin replied evenly. But I have no intention of conversing with someone concealing his true self. The elder touched his face, speaking lightly. This mask is what all the blackguards wear. Hajin's gaze sharpened. No, the mask you wear is different. What I see now is your real face, yet over it lies a mask hundreds of times thicker than theirs. Yuamun looked from one to the other, confused. He couldn't follow what they were talking about. Gogu let out a quiet chuckle. Remarkable observation. In that moment, his features began to distort. His face twisted, bones shifting unnaturally. Yuamun's eyes went wide in horror. What is happening to your face? With his hands calmly behind his back, Gogu spoke. You are the third person ever to notice my transformation. Hajin frowned deeply. He now understood. It was the mystical art of bone compression. And before him, revealed at last, stood the true master of the Hall of Justice. Looking directly at him, Gogu remarked, 8 months in the bamboo grove. I've been curious how you survived. It seems your unparalleled intuition played a great part. But Hajin dismissed it coldly. That's nonsense. Turning his gaze aside, he braced for what came next. Hajin urged the master to stop circling around and speak directly. Yuamun glanced at him, baffled at how Hajin had managed to see the true face of the Hall of Justice's leader. Standing before them, Gogu finally spoke. I brought you both here because of your conflict. Hajin raised a cup to his lips. The interrogation is finished. Everything has already been handled. Gogu nodded. Yes. Then he looked between them. What I ask is simple. Promise me there will be no more conflicts between you. Yuamun sneered, pointing a finger at the master. No one wants conflict. But even if we did, you're not the one to tell me what I can or cannot do. I am Chion Sang's disciple. I answer only to him. Gogu closed his eyes briefly, then nodded. You're right. I have no authority to command you. Yuamun frowned. Then why say this at all? The elder's voice grew firm. Because you have no right to enslave others. And yet, you've been trying to control the combat squad's commander with coin. Yuamun's teeth clenched. What are you talking about? He snapped, fist tightening. Gogu's calm gazed in waver. There's no use denying it. The evidence is more than enough. You, better than anyone, should know this world moves on shallow things like wealth, status, and connections. Yuamun trembled, his voice low. Are you threatening me? Gogu leaned forward. I am. His tone sharpened. Understand this. The Hall of Justice safeguards the laws of the cult, alongside the Court of Guardians. But our natures differ. The Court of Guardians seeks mediation and understanding, which forces them into indifference. We, on the other hand, protect the cult by any means necessary. We deliver punishment as we deem fit, and in certain cases, we pass judgment directly. He paused, then added, Of course, this does not mean I have the right to impose anything upon you. But as one who has defended this cult with my own hands, I do have the right to offer you both experience you lack. Gogu's gaze shifted toward Hajin. Tell me, third young master, what do you think? Hajin, chewing calmly, asked him to repeat the question. Gogu's expression tightened. Still chewing, Hajin answered casually, It wouldn't be hard for me to stop creating conflicts. The elder's voice grew sharper. This is no joke. He took a slow drink, eyes never leaving Hajin. Hajin spoke plainly. No one wants to make enemies with the Hall of Justice. I have no interest in needless fights. Better to live in peace. He lifted the bottle, taking a sip. This is excellent. What's it called? Gogu replied. I brewed it myself. Hajin gave a small smile. Have you considered selling it? If you wish, Gogu said, I can send a few bottles directly to your residence. In that case, Hajin answered, I'll find a proper way to repay you. Across the table, Yuamun bit his lip, seething as he listened to their casual conversation. Gogu finally turned to him. And you? What do you think of this matter? Yuamun's chair scraped violently as he shot to his feet, teeth grinding. Standing near the table, he snapped. No one will forget this humiliation. Hajin, glancing toward the doors, called out calmly. Close them on your way out. Gogu rose as well. That is all I had to say. Do you have any questions, third young master? Hajin shook his head with a smile. No questions. Thank you for the drink. Though there's one thing I'd like to ask. Standing, he looked at Gogu. Your bone compression technique is flawless. But why use it to meet us? You don't strike me as the type to test people or to mock them. Gogu closed his eyes in silence. As he turned to leave, Hajin added, You don't have to answer if you'd rather not. Gogu watched him walk away, his expression unreadable. Inwardly, he admitted it had been a long time since he'd encountered someone so difficult to read. His gaze fixed ahead, thoughts circling. That scent, it feels familiar. Outside, the knight stood ready. The driver announced that the master's carriage was prepared. Gogu waved him off. I'll go alone. I need time to think. Meanwhile, in the forest, Yuamun stormed through the trees. His mind raced. How could a mere master of the Hall of Justice dare threaten a young lord of the divine cult? Did he really think this would be forgotten? No. Hajin would soon receive a gift in return. Scowling, Yuamun clenched his fists. This time, he would make certain nothing interfered. But then a voice called out. Everyone can see it, that bloodlust in your eyes. You look ready to kill. Yuamun froze, turning. There, sitting casually on the roots of a tree, was Hajin, holding up a bottle. Brother, he called, come drink with me. The Hall of Justice can be irritating, Hajin admitted, lifting the bottle. But I'll give them this. They know how to make good liquor. Yuamun studied him closely, suspicious. He's really planning to do something here, in the Hall's own territory? Hajin bowed his head slightly. Relax. It's just a drink, to close out the interrogation. He sat down on the ground, bottle in hand. Yuamun hesitated, then lowered himself as well. But the sound of his brother's voice stirred old anger within him. He remembered that night, the meeting with the master of inner enlightenment, the moment his plans had fallen apart because of him. And now, Here he was again. He forced himself to calm down. After all, Hajin was still one of his victims. Taking the bottle, Yuamun asked, "So, what do you want to talk about?" Hajin handed him another bottle, replying, "Nothing complicated. Truth is, we've never really had a proper talk." Yuamun scoffed. "We talked plenty when we were children." Hajin met his eyes. "But it feels like ever since we grew up, we stopped." His voice sharpened. "Are you really going to keep acting like this? Are you just set on making my life harder?" Hajin closed his eyes briefly. "Do you actually want to know why? Isn't it obvious?" He opened them again, voice firm. "All 7 of us became disciples of Chion Sang. That means we're not just siblings anymore. We're enemies." The moment that happened, the battle began. His brow furrowed. "So why are you even asking?" Hajin sat across from him, gaze steady. "I know we'll have to fight, but does it really have to end in killing?" Yuamun's voice was sharp. "You stopped me just to ask that." Hajin shook his head. "No, I just wanted to hear what you thought." Yuamun frowned, then gave a bitter laugh. "Look at the royal families of these lands. The ones who don't become king live out pathetic, miserable lives. Isn't it better to die than be crushed like that?" He raised the bottle and drank deep. "We're no different. To escape that fate, I'll kill, even if it's my own brothers and sisters. Only then can I become the ruler." Hajin's eyes narrowed. "So tell me, are you killing because you desire power, or because you're afraid of being killed?" The bottle slammed against the ground, shards scattering. Yuamun's voice was cold. "I've long since lost." Yuamun's voice dripped with disdain. "I've lost my appetite for this. If you call me here just to ask such questions, I'm leaving." Hajin took another swig from the bottle. "I meant every word I told the master of the Hall of Justice. I don't want a life filled only with battles and chaos. Tell me, brother, what will you do now? Will you really try to get rid of me again?" Yuamun's mouth twisted into a shout. "And what if I say yes?" Hajin's eyes narrowed. "Then I'll leave it a chance. But remember, not everything will go the way you want." The air shimmered as faint pink motes rose around them. With his back turned, Yuamun's voice came low and sharp. "No use lying. The truth is yes." The bottle in his grip shattered. His teeth ground together as he hissed, "Someday, I'll kill you." But then his eyes widened. A blinding red flash exploded across the forest. He leapt back, shouting, "What are you doing?" Hajin stepped forward, hand raised. "You said you'd kill me. I can't just let you walk away. If that's the path you've chosen, then I'll kill you here and now." Back at the Hall of Justice, Gogu stood by the window, watching the sky. Both young masters had already left. He frowned, certain the 4th would never heed his words. The cult will not fall over the childish struggles of these 2, he thought. Yet Hajin lingered in his mind. His actions remained unpredictable. A knock rattled the door. "Commander, the 3rd Squad, urgent news." The guard burst in, breathless. The 3rd and 4th young masters, they're fighting again. Gogu's mouth fell open. Meanwhile, in the forest, Hajin faced his brother. "Since you struck first, I'll let you take the next move. Come." Yuamun's nails extended, his voice sharp with rage. "How dare you say that? Are you mocking me?" Hajin frowned. "Your martial art requires time to prepare. That's why you can't counter so quickly." Yuamun's fury boiled over. "You're begging for death." His tongue flicked as he sneered. Such a reckless mistake. He sprang upward, soaring into the air. "I'll kill you," he roared. Their fists drew closer, only a hair apart. And then, another brilliant flash engulfed the forest. Hajin raised his hand, voice calm. "You're far too arrogant. How do you plan to kill me with such a technique?" Yuamun's strike slowed, his arms and legs heavy. Hajin frowned. As expected of Chongn's disciple, he's stronger than the frenzied Demon Squad's commander. He could probably take Hungry Yang down within 10 blows. But pain flared at his side. The poison still lingered, holding him back. "As long as it remains, I can't finish this fight." Grinding his teeth, Yuamun shouted, voice dripping venom. Hajin only smirked. That tone, hardly respectful. Yuamun lunged forward, screaming, "You don't deserve respect. I'll wipe that smug calm off your face." Hajin parried smoothly. Too slow. Another attack came, but Hajin dodged easily. At that speed, how do you expect to accomplish anything? Snarling, Yuamun spun, foot lashing out. "It ends here, die." His kick stopped inches from his brother's face. But suddenly, Hajin was gone. Balanced on one leg, Yuamun whipped his head around. "Where?" From further away, Hajin's voice rang out. "I'm over here. Watch carefully. I'll only show you this once. Open your eyes." Then, in an instant, he dashed 3 times, so fast the movements blurred. This is how legs are meant to move. His fist slammed into Yuemun's chest. Do you understand now? The fourth young master was hurled backward, crashing through the air. His arms flailed, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Not a single movement, visible. Hajin lowered his gaze. That's enough. The balance between the 9 heavenly steps divine compression, the heavenly ascension technique, and the dark shadow demonic art. It works well. Until now, I hadn't tested it in real combat. Yuemun staggered up, face twisted. You dare use me to test your martial arts? Suddenly, black lightning crackled from his body. The earth around him shattered and sank. But Hajin leapt high, calling down, pointless. That won't work on me. Haven't you seen it? Haven't you realized how my legs move? Yuemun's lips curled into a grin. You haven't changed at all. You still look down on me. His laughter grew bitter, always looking down on everyone. But you've never once lifted your eyes to look up. Hajin's gaze dropped, his voice steady. Yuemun looked up, raising his hands as he shouted that he had been caught. The strike before him was none other than the most powerful form of the snake shadow's poisonous palm. Dropping his hands again, he questioned aloud whether his blunt leg technique could possibly evade such an overwhelming attack. The purple beam slammed into him directly. Standing at the center of the blast, his brother declared that the venom from the palm had already seeped into Yuemun's earlier wounds. This time, survival was impossible. Raising his hand high, he shouted that he had poured every drop of deadly poison into that one technique. Shrouded in a thick, purple mist, Yuemun shut his eyes. He quickly realized the poison was creeping through both his skin and his injuries. Holding his breath made no difference. No one could have imagined that his brother possessed such a terrifying skill. Without hesitation, Yuemun resolved to break free at once. Gripping the hilt of his katana, he pushed forward and slipped out of the toxic haze. Rising to his feet, he looked around in confusion. The enemy had vanished. Then a weak voice reached his ears. A maid crawled toward him, gasping that her body was burning, pleading for his help. Rushed to lift her, shouting that she should be resting. Her injuries were still too severe for her to move at all. But suddenly, her eyes glowed with a strange pink light. She lunged at him without warning. Yuemun leapt back, yelling in shock, asking if she had turned into manhwa. Her laughter echoed unnaturally. Her hand twisted into something grotesque, her face shifting as well. Staring in disbelief, Yuemun cried out, demanding to know how the demon queen had appeared here. Sojio stepped forward, sneering that since no longer had arms or legs, the only thing left to take was his head. Yuemun's eyes widened. He looked down at his hands, gone. His legs, gone. None of it made sense. The fourth brother stood before him, mocking that he was far too pitiful, urging him to witness firsthand the torment of being trapped in the illusions of the snake shadow's poisonous palm. Sticking out his tongue, he added that it was a shame only he could watch Yuemun suffer, then spat that arrogance had led Yuemun to this miserable end. Poised with sharpened nails, he declared he would kill him here and now. If he didn't finish it, Yuemun might return later as a threat, and he couldn't allow that. With a savage cry, he lunged to strike. But just as his attack closed in, Yuemun's hand shot out, seizing him by the neck. The young man stood silently, his head lowered. Stunned, the opponent demanded to know. How had he been broken free from the illusion? He had fallen completely into the illusion. But then, the young man spoke. When he saw the enemy's twisted face, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Opening his mouth, he asked if this was the hidden technique his brother had been saving all along, one just as sinister and vile as its master. With a sudden strike, Hajin drove his fist forward, demanding if his brother truly believed such a pathetic trick could grant him strength. The blow sent the fourth brother flying backward. Standing within the poisonous haze, Hajin declared that he had already purged the venom from his body. It was only possible thanks to the poison his opponent had forced into him earlier. He explained that back when he was an assassin, he had trained his body to resist countless toxins. That very training had allowed him to escape the illusion of the snake shadow's palm, and all of it had been to one day rid himself of the parasite that cursed his blood. Struggling to rise from the ground, the brother shouted in disbelief. He demanded to know what nonsense this was. After all, only an elder could resist the palm's venom, and even then, it would take far longer. The young man stepped closer, calmly remarking that yes, it had taken him longer than expected. But still, there was no point in dwelling on it. The truth was his brother had indeed caused far more trouble than anticipated. Opening his mouth again, Hajin declared that now it was his turn to reveal true demonic art. His enemy froze, stunned by the words. Red lightning crackled around the young man's body as he spoke of the revelation of the dark shadow demonic art. He surged forward, his voice booming as he called out the first form of the ninefold stable blade of death, 6 continuous hellish winds. The sheer force of energy made the opponent's footing slip. Mouth agape, he stared, unable to comprehend what was happening. To his eyes, Hajin hadn't even raised his blade. He still stood in place. But when the fourth raised his hand in desperation, he realized too late. His body was being ripped apart from within. Clenching his teeth, Yuamun realized in horror that Hajin was shredding the Snake King's demonic core barrier like it was nothing more than paper. Hajin had not moved, yet his power was undeniable. In a last desperate move, the brother charged, aiming to behead him and flee. But the young man's eyes opened wide, and he coldly declared that his brother's end had come. With blinding speed, he passed through him, unleashing the triple strike of splitting the sky. The blade halted just before the enemy's face. Hajin asked if his brother had any final words. Then, without waiting, he answered himself. Of course he had none. Opening his mouth, Hajin spoke the last sentence his brother would ever hear. This is what death truly means. Lives vanished like smoke curling from the end of a cigarette, fading without meaning. Looking down, the enemy could hardly believe that death had already reached him. Hajin tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade and whispered his final farewell to his brother. But just as he was about to strike, something shot toward him, accompanied by a loud cry. Strange rays wrapped around his sword, pulling against him. Hajin froze, unable to make sense of the formless energy. A man's voice rang out, declaring that they had all promised not to cause such conflicts again. Using his ability, he shouted for Hajin to release the sword immediately. The leader of the Hall of Justice stood before them, his hand extended, channeling the ability. Hajin quickly realized what it was: Void Grab, a skill that allowed control over objects without touching them. Only someone with profound mastery of martial arts could wield such a technique. Hajin frowned, his voice cutting coldly through the air. He spat that he couldn't tolerate the bitter taste of mercy. Why should he show kindness to someone who had tried to kill him? To him, the master of the Hall of Justice was nothing short of revolting. Bracing his stance, the leader answered firmly. This was still his territory, and no matter their titles as young masters, he would never permit them to fight here. But Hajin refused to yield. With an edge in his voice, he said the Hall of Justice had no right to demand their submission. Did they truly expect everyone to cower before their name? With a single slash, he cut through the chains binding his sword. Sparks erupted as he shouted that he had no intention of holding back any longer. Gogu's eyes narrowed in shock. His opponent had severed his internal energy chains in one stroke. He demanded to know if Hajin was declaring open hostility toward the Hall of Justice. Did he truly think he could bear such a responsibility? Hajin's eyes widened for a moment, then narrowed with deadly resolve. His answer was simple. The man should worry about himself instead. With explosive speed, Hajin rushed forward. The leader barely managed to dodge, stunned by his opponent's swiftness. Locking eyes with him, Gogu thought grimly. The depth of this boy's demonic energy was extraordinary, nearing the highest level. Yet his techniques were raw, unrefined. Suddenly, the young man kicked off the ground, blade flashing. Another fierce strike followed. The leader slid backward, realizing with a jolt that Hajin's movements were nearly equal to his own. Then, Hajin lifted his sword high, invoking the second form of the ninefold steady blade of doom. Lightning erupted violently from the blade as he unleashed the limit of the infinite path. The leader blocked desperately, disbelief spreading across his face. Was this truly a sword technique? He raised his hands to shield himself, unable to comprehend the merciless energy pouring from the blade. Gritting his teeth, Gogu felt it, the unbearable heat. His body trembled as another devastating explosion tore through the area, light searing the battlefield. When the dust settled, a vast crater yawned before his feet. Standing at its edge, Gogu knew the truth. If his reaction had been a heartbeat slower, he would already be dead. If his reaction had faltered for even a moment, he would have been burned alive. Worse still, he realized how much internal energy he had already consumed. If his opponent unleashed an even stronger demonic art now, he wouldn't survive it. Through the fading smoke, he searched for the next strike, but none came. Behind him, the young hero had already turned his blade on his true target, his brother. Goi's eyes widened as he realized too late that the leader had never been the intended prey. Yuamun lifted his head, bracing himself for impact. In the next instant, steel pierced his body. A scream tore from his throat as blood spilled from his mouth. Hajin stood over him with a hard gaze. Coldly, he declared that he had decided his brother should lose everything he possessed. Yuamun's eyes stretched wide in disbelief. Hajin's voice cut sharper than the sword itself. It would be chi block for chi block, despair for despair. Pulling the blade free, blood splattered the ground. Closing his eyes briefly, Hajin envisioned the flow of his brother's body, then explained he had destroyed the poison core hidden above the energy core. That was why Yuamun's muscles had withered, turning fragile and weak. The fallen brother's eyes flickered half shut. The young man went on. This was the price of relying on mystic arts to maintain strength instead of training the body. His illusions had raised his fighting power, but they had also shackled him with fatal limits. Sliding the blade back into its sheath, Hajin said calmly that death would not come immediately. Instead, Yuamun would spend his remaining years as nothing more than a broken shadow of himself, hovering over his brother's body. He added that even if recovery were possible, it would mean starting martial arts from the very beginning. Still, he said, he would send medicine and acupuncture needles. Suddenly, a group of warriors appeared, rushing to the scene and asking the chief if he was unharmed. The young man raised his hands in surrender, telling them they could arrest him now. A shimmering cage of the Hall of Justice closed around him. Seated inside, he looked up and asked if the chief had anything to say. Then, with a dry tone, he added a request that the restraints be removed first as they were cutting into his wrists. Besides, he wasn't planning on escaping. Go-Gu frowned, replying that he was now in prison. That meant he held the status of a criminal. Temporary, perhaps, but still, such requests could not be granted. Watching him closely, Go-Gu muttered that Hajin's words were not lies. After an attack like that, hardship would surely follow. But the young man simply shook his head, calling the leader far too narrow-minded. Lowering his eyes to his own hands, the young man explained calmly that whether the leader stood here as master of the criminal law hall or as a private individual, it was clear he had no desire for conflict within the cult. That was why he had stepped in as mediator. The leader gave a firm nod in response. Looking down, Hajin remarked that there would be no more conflict. The man raised his brows in surprise, but Hajin continued. Conflict requires more than one side. Yuamun was already incapacitated, so the leader's proposal no longer held any weight. With a sudden motion, the chains on his wrists snapped apart. He added that, in the end, the situation had unfolded exactly as he had wanted. Lifting the chain from his neck, he asked why Go-Gu had said matters were more complicated than they seemed. The leader's eyes widened. This was forbidden sea iron. How had he broken through it so effortlessly? Hajin rose to his feet, stating bluntly that if he hadn't respected the man, he would have left long before the cuffs had even touched his skin. The only reason he stayed was out of patience, mindful of his title as Hajin. Go-Gu's jaw slackened. He asked what the prisoner intended to do if he refused to release him now. The young man's gaze was steady. He said he had never thought the leader enjoyed wasting time on meaningless hypotheticals. He asked instead, could he leave? As he passed by, the leader muttered that he would keep watch over him. Hajin closed his eyes and replied that he had no issue with that, so long as the man did not get in his way. He had no intention of feuding with the criminal law hall. Watching him go, the leader admitted inwardly that Hajin's confidence was unnerving. He was not yet named successor, only one of many candidates. Yet he carried himself with absolute certainty. From behind, Go-Gu heard Hajin pose a quiet question. Remaining in the cell, the leader thought grimly. This man was both complex and dangerous. He recalled the devastating strike earlier. The martial arts of this third young lord were even darker, sharper, and more merciless than those of the demon cult itself. But what unsettled him most was the style of the sword. It was unmistakably orthodox. How could someone like him have learned such techniques? The suspicion grew heavy in his mind. The scene shifted. From within another building came the shouts of Hajin demanding more food. Several empty plates littered the table. He slurped at a bowl of noodles, remarking that it had been far too long since he'd eaten properly. Watching him devour his meal, the assistant urged him to slow down. No one was going to steal his food. She asked if the criminal justice hall had fed him at all. Between mouthfuls, the young man explained that they had served nothing but stale rice and wild. The young man said the criminal justice hall had served nothing but stale rice and wild vegetables. Food he couldn't even bring himself to eat. Dongpil looked at him and asked if it was finally over. Hajin gave a firm nod. But the fighter pressed further. Would there be retaliation from the fourth young lord, or from the higher officials? Setting the bottle down on the table, Hajin explained that Yuemun was crippled now, unable to move. Lowering his gaze, he added that the higher-ups had always turned away when it came to battles between the candidates. It was unlikely anyone would intervene. Rising from his chair, Hajin declared that everything was indeed over. Turning to his companions, he told them that since matters had settled, they should return to their own organizations. Looking at Dongpil, he reminded him that he was not just a member of the Guardian Court, but its third leader. It was time for him to resume his responsibilities. Pointing to the girl, he noted that she too needed to return to her duties as a squad leader. She shot back immediately that she was already doing exactly that, and he didn't need to tell her. The young man looked at them both and said plainly they only needed to keep doing what they had been doing before. With that, he turned and left, saying his farewells. As she picked up the plate, the girl muttered that Hajin was heartless. Did he really have to leave so indifferently? She glanced at her ally, asking if he was upset. He denied it instantly. But when she pressed about his expression, he closed his eyes and admitted that it simply looked that way. Staring after Hajin, Dongpil said quietly that it was likely he was saying goodbye to them for the last time. The heavy gate creaked open. The maid turned when she heard Hajin's voice call out. Tears welled in her eyes as she smiled at him. He told her softly that he had finally returned. Overcome with emotion, the girl dropped to her knees, thanking him for saving her. The young man crouched down, asking if she was sure it was safe for her to move already. Looking at her closely, he said he was glad to see she was doing well. Through her tears, Manhwa told him she was simply grateful that her master had returned alive. Leaning closer, he answered that he was just as glad. The scene shifted again. A rare plant came into view as someone asked how the fourth was faring. Mudam bowed his head, reporting grimly that the man's energy core had been destroyed. Poison was consuming his body, and Yuemun was surviving only through sheer physical endurance. But even with luck, he could not escape his fate. Chung Sinin spoke next. When asked about the likelihood of recovery, the assistant lowered his gaze. The doctors of the Blood Spirit Pavilion had reached their conclusion. There was none. Even if the poison and internal damage could somehow be healed, the destruction of the energy core was too severe. The fourth would never return to his former strength. Chion Sang stepped forward, dismissing the assistant. Raising his hand toward the plant, he reflected bitterly. He had counted on Hajin to kill the fourth outright. Why'd he spare him? Why leave him to live in such a broken state? Could it be that the third intended for his brother to endure this suffering instead? Chion Sang frowned deeply. In just a few days, the third had created more chaos than anyone thought possible. He had met personally with the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center, fought the commander of the Berserker Demon Squad, and even provoked a battle inside the Criminal Justice Hall. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chion Sang admitted to himself that what mattered most was the outcome. Amid all the turmoil, Hajin had achieved every single one of his goals. Watching this unfold, Chion Sang found it fascinating. One side in the struggle for succession had already collapsed before his eyes. His thoughts drifted back to Yuemun's childhood. The son of a patriarch from one of the great families, blessed with talent equal to any gifted child. Back then, his intelligence seemed promising, and his bright personality felt genuine. But somewhere along the way, cleverness had turned to deceit, and that cheerful mask had become nothing more than a facade. Now, in the present, Yuemun had become cunning, venomous, like a viper, true to the bloodline he carried. Yet, Chion Sang mused, personality mattered little. What counted most was talent, and Yuemun had failed to nurture his. A bird fluttered from the branches above. Chion Sang's thoughts sharpened. For all his effort, Yuemun had done only the bare minimum. Strong for his age, yes, but nothing more. And that had sealed his defeat. The third young lord, however, was different. Once, he too resembled the fourth. But after awakening from the chi block, he began striving for more, pushing beyond his limits instead of settling for less. Holding a cluster of berries in his hand, Chion Sang stood in the middle of the field. He knew that small difference, striving forward versus standing still, was what had ultimately decided the outcome of their duel. Night began to fall. The scene shifted to Hajin's courtyard. Suddenly, a shout rang out, the assistant's voice, announcing that guest had arrived. Smiling, a girl remarked how long it had been and asked how the third young lord was doing. Hajin's eyes widened. He asked what brought the... Hajin was startled to see the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center, but quickly understood. There was nothing left unresolved between them. Looking directly at him, Yonizum said she had come with a request. If he had time, she wanted him to visit her residence. Opening his mouth, the young man asked what she meant by that. Her eyes stayed fixed on him as she explained. It was about the martial arts method he had taught her. Though it had only been a short while, the difference was already clear. It was a mystical technique unlike any other. Sitting across from her, Hajin asked again about this difference. He reminded her that for most people, mastering it would be far from easy. Then he added that she, at least, was exceptionally talented. The woman nodded in agreement. She told him plainly, she had already chosen this child as her successor. The young man raised a brow, asking if it was wise to reveal such a thing to him. Yonizum handed him a glass and replied that it wasn't something she should share with anyone. But with him it didn't matter. He nodded lightly, asking if perhaps she trusted him too much. Lowering her head, she explained that she did not trust people. She trusted situations, and in both the past and the present, she could not see a future where the two of them would become enemies. Hajin looked at her, slightly taken aback by the weight of her words. Placing his hand on the table, he asked why she needed him to come personally if her successor's recovery was already progressing. The master's tone shifted. Her request was tied directly to the child. Though she made the final decisions within the Inner Enlightenment Center, it was Gangwei who commanded and executed them. In practice, her own hands and feet were bound. The young man listened as she admitted that if this situation continued for more than a month, the cult itself would suffer heavy losses. He studied her carefully. The master of Inner Enlightenment, known for her pride, her iron will, and her unmatched knowledge of how the cult functioned, was lowering herself to seek his help. That alone revealed how desperate the situation truly was. And he knew, watching her eyes, that she would go to any lengths to secure his support. Refusing her outright was impossible. Crossing his arms, he thought to himself that she was not someone easy to deal with. From her gaze alone, he understood she would never accept no for an answer. Pouring himself a cup of alcohol, the young man spoke at last. Better they come to an agreement, he said, than for him to lend aid one-sidedly and leave her feeling indebted. She met his words with a faint nod, replying that she would be deeply grateful. But Hajin shook his head. Gratitude was unnecessary. After all, he intended to gain something in return. She leaned forward and asked him directly, what was it that he wanted? Resting his hand against his chin, Hajin admitted he could think of nothing in particular. What he sought was neither money nor fame. What he longed for was freedom, and that was something no one could grant him. Then, suddenly his eyes widened. The thought struck him, if he could not be given freedom, then perhaps he could simply leave. Glancing at the delicacies spread across the table, he shifted the conversation. He asked if the Inner Enlightenment Center managed the cult's livelihoods. Yonizum confirmed it did. He pressed further. Did all the goods distributed within the cult come from outside? Again, the answer was yes. Then these goods, he asked, are they only delivered here? Is there nowhere else to buy them? Yonizum explained that for essential supplies, they went outside the cult roughly once every 2 weeks. At that moment, Hajin seized her hand, his eyes shining. With his voice raised, he proclaimed that her successor's recovery was the most important matter, and that he would personally ensure the child made a full recovery within those 2 weeks. Behind his confident smile, he realized it. His chance had finally come. An opportunity to escape the demonic cult itself. Elsewhere, Dongpil sat cross-legged on a stone, meditating, his body slick with sweat. The words of his young master echoed in his mind, that he should return to his own organization. Standing nearby, Hajin, his hands clasped behind his back, reminded him plainly he was the third leader. It was time for him to fulfill that role. Dongpil opened his eyes, admitting to himself that Hajin had been right. He had lingered by his side for too long. At that moment, a voice called from the house. Someone was asking for him. Inside, First Leader Goon Sung sat at the table, informing his subordinate that his duties had changed. Handing over a sealed document, he explained that every 3 months, the Inner Enlightenment Center dispatched members of the cult to deliver crucial goods. And this month was that month. Scanning the document, Dongpil realized he was assigned to accompany them on this run, a duty tied to the approaching Mara festival. Goonsung explained further. It was unlikely that danger would arise, but under current circumstances, the goods could not be sent unguarded. The first leader gave his final instruction. The mission would begin in 2 weeks. All necessary details were recorded on the paper, which was to be destroyed after reading. Dongpil bowed deeply, promising that he would carry out the task without fail. The scene shifted. A house shimmered beneath the bright sun. Standing before a frail girl, Hajin asked softly if this was her. With folded hands, Shim nodded, explaining that the girl's name was Juhua. The woman added that though Juhua oversaw part of the Inner Enlightenment Center, she also bore the duties of. The master of the Inner Enlightenment Center lowered her head and admitted the truth. Ever since Juhua had fallen into this state, the entire center had nearly ground to a halt. That alone showed how much responsibility the girl had carried, and how well she had borne it. Hajin looked down at the patient, thinking to himself that she was the same age as him, yet already led such a vast organization. And not only that, she had even managed to partially decipher the infinity technique. Taking Jua's hand, Hajin decided to examine her condition for himself. A faint red aura began to spread across his body. The lady's eyes widened in shock. This was demonic energy, but impossibly pure and controlled in such small, precise amounts. How could this be? Her gaze darted between her ward and the red aura surrounding Hajin. She couldn't comprehend how it was possible. Closing his eyes, Hajin understood easily. The girl's limitless technique bore enough resemblance to his own mastery that he could connect the two. It was only a matter of expelling the toxic energy. Soon after, blood trickled from Jua's nose. Hajin smiled. This was the poison leaving her body. 10 days passed. Just before the 2-week deadline, Jua finally opened her eyes. Lying in her bed, she gazed up and saw Hajin's face. She was awake, completely conscious. From another room, voices carried. Hajin sat smiling when Shim confronted him directly. She asked if he was seriously requesting passage to the delivery department without Chion Sang noticing. Looking at her calmly, Hajin reminded her that it wasn't a favor, it was a deal. Breaking into a sweat, the woman asked why he wouldn't just let this proposal drop. But Hajin only smiled wider, saying the ship had already sailed. Clenching her fists, In-shin voiced her frustration, declaring the situation absurd. Hajin almost laughed at how fiercely she resisted. Closing his eyes, he explained patiently. This was why he had worked so hard to treat her successor. Her mouth fell open in disbelief before she shouted that she would never agree. Leaning against the table, the woman demanded if he truly intended to deceive the leader of the sect. Hajin shook his head. Such an act might deceive others, but never the leader himself. Breaking into a nervous sweat, she tried to mask her unease, asking what exactly he meant. Hajin's eyes sharpened. He explained that Chion Sang did not concern himself with disciples at all. He reigned above them, but he did not rule them. That was what it meant to be a god. The woman's lips parted. She warned him that if anyone discovered a successor candidate had infiltrated the shipping department, suspicion would immediately fall upon the Inner Enlightenment Center. But Hajin only smiled. She had the authority to silence such rumors. The lady raised her hand to her mouth, unable to deny it, as she admitted. The woman finally admitted that yes, she did indeed have such power. The young man grinned, slamming his hand on the table in triumph. But before he could speak further, she shouted for him to wait until she was finished. Looking away, she explained coldly that if his plan went wrong, other cult organizations would inevitably interfere with the candidates. That would throw the entire divine cult into chaos. Her words hung heavy, but Hajin's reply was sharper still. Wide-eyed, she listened as he reminded her what she owed. He had brought someone dear to her back from the brink of death. Folding his arms, Hajin made it clear. He had no interest in weighing the value of a human life, nor in guilt. But she herself had insisted it be a deal, and a deal had to be honored. Lowering her head, Andam admitted she had no choice. With the life of her cherished ward at stake, she was bound to her promise. Beaming, Hajin praised her decision, calling it the wise one. Closing her eyes, the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center conceded she would need time to devise a method. She added that Juhua, her ward, had already demanded to lead a squad the very moment she awoke from her coma. Raising her head in frustration, she complained that the girl was still far too weak to take on such responsibility. Hajin lifted a finger with confidence. He had a plan. The sun dipped low, casting its golden rays across a quiet house. Inside, Juhua turned her head as a voice asked permission to enter. The door slid open, and Hajin stepped inside. To his surprise, the girl was already moving. She had only just woken, yet she carried herself with remarkable strength. She looked at him and asked plainly who he was. He smiled faintly and answered that he was just a doctor. But she shook her head. That was not her question. She was asking about his identity. Closing his eyes, Hajin replied that he was the one who had helped her break free from her chi block. Recognition flickered across her face. Juhua realized then he was also the man who had given her the martial arts technique. Bowing deeply, she thanked him for everything he had done. But Hajin only asked in return, why did she trust him so easily when she knew nothing about who he truly was? Juhua raised her chin and explained firmly. Suspicious people could never simply walk into the inner enlightenment center. That alone told her what she needed to know. Hajin studied her closely. Quick to assess, sharp in judgment, this girl was no ordinary ward. Turning to his companion, he stated that with a bit of energy restored and half a day of training, Juhua would be fit to set out. Just then, Yonizm entered the room. Hajin greeted her calmly, noting that Juhua's condition was far better than expected. With him by her side, nothing would happen to her. But Yonizm's brow furrowed deeply. She snapped that her ward had only just woken from bed rest. Juhua, however, stood firm. With determination in her voice, she declared that commanding the delivery department was her duty, and so he would rather die than live as someone useless. Watching the wheels of the cart roll forward, the young man finally felt relieved. They were leaving at last. Almost a year had passed since he woke up inside the body of the heavenly demon divine, cult's third young master. But only now, after 10 long years, could he finally breathe the outside air again. As the group advanced, he hoped this journey might lead to freedom. Crossing his arms, he reminded himself of their destination, Jiangshi. In his mind, Hajin pictured a map of the region. He recalled 2 secret shelters for assassins hidden within Jiangshi. One was tucked inside a ravine, far from Guangdong province. With his current strength, if he pushed himself without rest, he could reach it in 3 days. His thoughts were broken when someone apologized beside him. Juhua lowered her head, admitting she hadn't known he was Hajin. He brushed it off with a smile, telling her it didn't bother him. Grateful, she thanked him for allowing her to be here. She confessed that without his help, she would never have escaped the blockage restraining her. He replied simply, it wasn't really him who saved her, but the master of the center. Suddenly, he raised his palm, sensing a familiar energy. From the road, a loud voice rang out. It was Yun, announcing himself as deputy commander of the delivery squad. Another man stepped forward, clenching his fists. I am Dongpil, he introduced, explaining that he would be joining their escort. Hajin's heart sank. Dongpil, he hadn't expected him to be the one. Dongpil quickly barked orders, directing guards to cover the front and back of the column. Hajin grit his teeth. Why assign such seasoned fighters to a simple escort? Still, he turned back to Juhua, asking how she felt. She explained she had trained for 2 hours that morning. Taking her hand, he suggested they run through the movements again, but reminded her that sleep was the best medicine. From nearby, Dongpil caught the sound of a voice. He turned sharply, realizing it was Hajin calling him to the carriage. His fist tightened. Young master, are you part of this delivery team? He asked. Hajin leaned forward, telling him not to speak aloud. Instead, to use the distant whisper technique. Hajin asked why the delivery team even needed an escort. The third leader, sweating under the question, admitted that the atmosphere leading up to the Mara festival felt unusual. That was why the squad had been ordered to join them. Glancing toward the carriage, he added that this mission should be treated as a secret one. Hajin quickly made it clear. No one was to know he was inside that carriage. Yet his disappointment showed. Having someone so close from the sect traveling alongside him only made his hopes of escape feel even smaller. Deeper in the forest, voices broke the silence. Someone complained loudly about being sent on such a meaningless task with a bunch of misfits. One of the assistants immediately cautioned him, reminding the captain that their opponents were a formidable group. But the warning only angered Manhwa, who barked back at Hajin for daring to lecture him. With a sneer, he ordered him to fetch a drink instead. The captain Jianghua, watching it all, stayed confident. To him, the Iron Blood Fortress remained unmatched. Snatching the cult's delivery team would be effortless. But even he frowned when glancing at their so-called allies, the palace of the southern wild beasts. monsters who called themselves human. When he saw the wolf-like face of one of them, he muttered that working with such creatures was beneath him. Still, he told his assistant to watch carefully. At least they'd see how beasts devoured their prey. Leaning forward on one knee, the man grinned. It had been more than 50 years since anyone had crossed paths with the demon cult. Maybe this mission would bring some entertainment after all. Meanwhile, the treetops swayed gently as Juhua stirred awake. Someone asked if she had slept well. Turning her head, she saw Hajin. He warned her to be careful. If she strained her back again, he'd have to answer to his master. Juhua was stunned. She had slept for half a day without realizing. But Hajin corrected her. She had actually been asleep for a day and a half. That was good. Her body had been drained after the chi blockage was released. The healer explained further. No matter how much she had prepared her body for absorbing and circulating chi, she was still human. Until she reached the highest stage, rest would always be necessary. Hajin nodded in agreement, telling her that after this recovery, she should be fine. He tossed her a small bundle. Inside were rice balls and dried beef. Handing it over, he advised her not to eat too much at once. Holding the food close, Juhua softly thanked him for saving her. When Juhua thanked him again for the food, Hajin replied calmly. It was because of her that he was here at all. Then, peeking under the seat, he called out softly. A small creature appeared, making Juhua scream in shock. Resting his hand on the seat, Hajin invited Goldie to join them for the meal. Eyes wide, Juhua asked if the animal was a fox. Hajin nodded, explaining that he had met it by chance. She broke into a sweat, startled that a fox could be tamed as a pet. From the carriage came his voice again, saying he wanted some fresh air. Narrowing his gaze, Hajin asked if Dongpil had summoned him. The third leader quickly bowed, apologizing for dragging Hajin into the forest. Hajin adjusted his hat, telling him there was no need for such formality. The warrior stepped forward and asked if Hajin had faced any trouble inside the carriage. Hajin ignored the question and demanded to know the real reason they were on this mission. Slowly, the assistant slipped a hand inside his robe and pulled out a folded paper. This, he said, is why I was assigned here. Hajin's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Elsewhere, inside a quiet room, two men conversed about the state of the world. The elder traced his fingers over a set of fine fabrics, remarking that such cloth was never meant to be worn casually. Lifting a cup of tea, he asked his guest about life in Jiangxi. The heavy-set man admitted that the land was good, but times could be difficult. As they sat at the table, the man mentioned the upcoming demon cult festival. The elder corrected him. It wasn't just a festival, but the Mara festival, the most important event for every cult member. Setting down his cup, Illinois added that rumors were spreading about cult members collecting valuables from all around. A voice from outside called that it was time for the elder to leave. With hands clasped behind his back, the old man promised to speak well of his comrade. The fat man bowed deeply, thanking him. But he also warned. Everyone knew the elder's cultivation had reached the enchantment realm. If he wasn't careful, he could attract unwanted attention from the cult. The elder, Ilryong, smiled faintly. Though old, he claimed he still had enough vigor to face even Chion Sang if needed. Hajin gritted his teeth as realization struck. The elder was deeply involved. Then, as he stood still, another voice reached him. The elder fixed his eyes forward and asked, Tell me, what was it like to be the Alliance leader's hunting dog in your time? Someone remarked that at his age, he was doing the wrong kind of work. The warrior replied that his efforts were nothing compared to what Iran had endured to rise as leader of the Alliance. The old man countered, saying Hajin had grown careless. His reputation as the best assassin and martial artist was proof. For an assassin, fame was a weakness. Hajin frowned, realizing the leader resented that some nameless killer was praised more than the first elder himself. Iran looked ahead, hearing the challenge. If he truly wanted the title of the strongest, he should take it. As the man turned to leave, the elder gave one last piece of advice. Be on guard. In the next instant, the Alliance leader lunged. The old man's eyes turned white. In Hajin's vision of his past life, his right leg was severed by Ilryong in those final moments. Clutching the piece of paper tightly, Hajin's body trembled. His sworn enemy was here. Peeking from beneath his hat, he tried to hide his unrest. Dongpil noticed. Young master, are you all right? He asked. Yui stepped closer, offering a drink to celebrate his arrival. Then, moving ahead, she questioned the servants why she hadn't sensed Hajin's presence earlier. One girl clutched a broom, insisting he wasn't there. The guard corrected her, She was asking about Hajin's location, not Hajin. Nervous, the servant admitted that Hajin had gone out to train. Eui bared her teeth in surprise. Training? Even with his strength, he still pushed himself further. Her eyes fell to his waist. No sword. It struck her as odd that he would train without it. Through the bushes, the carriage came into view. Hajin closed his eyes, trying to steady himself. He clenched his fist. His only goal was escape. To succeed, he had to reach every safe house he had hidden throughout the Central Plains. Looking down, he swore he would not abandon that dream. His teeth grit. Beyond escape, he wanted to kill the elder. Beside him, Juwa stroked Goldie gently. "Are you all right?" she asked. But the fox suddenly leapt from her arms, landing squarely on Hajin's face. Startled, he grabbed the pet, unable to tell what had set it off. Not far from the carts, Yin remarked that there wasn't much left worth recovering. Dongpil replied that this only meant what they carried was extremely valuable. The third leader cut in firmly. No one should let their guard down until the mission was complete. Turning his head, one of the guards noted that the patrol group was late. Dongpil explained that the rough terrain had slowed them down. Just then, a patrolman came running toward camp, shouting. The patrolman burst into camp, shouting for the captain. Yin clenched his fists, demanding to know what had happened and why only half the team had returned. The fighter explained that a battle had broken out at the transfer point. Dongpil immediately raised his hand. "Then we strike back," he barked. From inside the carriage, someone listened carefully as the patrolman added. Among the attackers was a martial artist of frightening skill. Hajin bared his teeth. "Where is their master?" he demanded. Soon after, a ruined village came into view. Crates lay scattered among the wreckage, filled with resources. Staring at them, Hajin asked if everything had been stolen. Kimwa stroked his chin. "They were rare medicines," he said, though why anyone would buy them in such large amounts was a mystery. Still, with his hands folded behind his back, he dismissed it. It wasn't his concern. An assistant bowed, reporting that none of the enemy had survived. Only 3 of their own men had taken minor injuries. The commander roared in anger, saying that the enemy's strength alone was enough to wound their fighters. The group leader narrowed his eyes. "How many did you let escape?" The reply came quickly. "Only 4 or 5. Qianhua turned sharply, ordering his men to start unloading the supplies. Beneath the rubble, they found a battered enemy fighter still alive. The captain studied him. To have survived even a single blow from his palm proved the man was no weakling. The wounded fighter glared upward and swore the demon god would never forgive them. The captain sneered, calling such worshippers insane. Raising his boot, he pressed it against the man's throat. "If you love your god so much, why don't you join him now?" The man choked under his weight. The captain leaned closer. "Since you lack the courage, I'll help you. Pray your god exists." With his hands behind his back, he called out that the so-called demon god would do nothing, that his follower had died for nothing. Standing before the ruins, he mocked aloud, daring the deity to appear. "If you truly exist, then show yourself." Yul Liang quietly approached. "Captain." Qianhua turned, eyes sharp. "What is it?" The warrior lowered his gaze. "Food, sir. I need to feed my children." The captain's face hardened. "Are you giving me orders now?" The man shook his head. "No, just a request." A disciple of the Beast Palace stepped forward, frowning. "You promised the squad food," he reminded. The captain snapped, shouting at him to be grateful for what they'd already eaten. The savage blinked, taken aback. He had only asked because they truly needed more. His voice dropped as he accused the captain of breaking his word. The captain's face darkened, but he turned away, striding off without another word. The captain coldly suggested that his subordinate feed on the demon cultists instead. Grinding his teeth, Qianhua thought to himself that once this mission was over, he'd bury every fool here along with them. Yul Liang remained silent, staring ahead, while the man at his side rested a hand on one of the wolves. Dongpil broke into a sweat. This is terrible," he muttered. Amid the ruins, the Elder Council's leader studied the wreckage. He reasoned that the attackers had destroyed the houses to erase all traces. But Juwa disagreed. It was done too hastily. If their goal was to truly cover their tracks, they could have done it far better. She looked ahead, analyzing aloud. Either this was a trap, or the attackers had hidden somewhere they couldn't be found. Turning to a subordinate, she asked if a message had been sent to the nearest branch. He confirmed it had, but with the distance, it would take 3 days for the message to arrive. With one hand on her hip, Juwa ordered the assistant to handle the corpses. Privately, She decided there was no time to wait for the commander's orders. It would be wiser to resolve the matter first, then report afterward. Dongpil, concerned, suggested she rest. She had only recently recovered from a chi blockage. But Juhua shook her head. The healer had restored most of her martial strength, so she didn't need to be treated like an invalid. Dongpil lowered his gaze. He realized she could be trusted. If she were the kind who sought glory above all else, she would never have chosen to act this way. Looking at her, he thought silently. When she spoke of the healer, she meant Hajin. Dongpil wiped sweat from his brow when he heard his master's voice call him. Ahead stood a house near the green hills. The assistant's eyes caught the sword resting there. It was the very blade the boss had asked for. Hajin gripped its hilt and declared that the enemy's trail stretched 20 kilometers northeast. Looking away, he explained that the guardianship's first duty was still to deliver the goods safely to the cult. Only after that could they uncover the true enemy. For now, their movement needed to remain quiet. Dongpil asked nervously, "Young master, what about me? What will happen to me?" Hajin didn't turn back. "We'd better hurry," he said firmly. The young man called after him, but Hajin had already leapt forward, his thoughts racing. Something about this was wrong. The first elder of the Heavenly Alliance was here. Why? He needed answers. From his robe, a jackal peeked out. Nearby, wolves tore into flesh, gnawing greedily at the corpses. Watching them, Kimwa shook his head. They were far too ravenous. Raising a vessel to his mouth, he muttered that he couldn't wait for another human to appear. Stepping onto the ground, the man asked if the captain had been waiting for him. The leader of the group turned his head, while the wolves fixed their eyes on the newcomer. With a faint smile, Illinois greeted his old acquaintance. Arms folded, Kimwa asked why the elder had taken so long. The old man replied calmly. He had business to attend to. His gaze shifted to the wolves. He realized at once who they were, the infamous beasts. The captain confirmed it. Looking at the pack's leader, Kinwa scoffed, saying he always thought they were nothing but filthy creatures. The elder frowned and asked the wolf leader's name. Yul Liang introduced himself. With his hands clasped behind his back, Iron remarked that the martial arts of the Beast Palace were far less strange than those of the Central Plains. Then, with conviction, he added, even the greatest martial artists of the Central Plains would be unable to withstand 10 of Yul Liang's strikes. The captain narrowed his eyes. Why speak so kindly of this savage? The elder chuckled, brushing it off as small talk. Orin, watching Yul Liang surrounded by wolves, explained that each of the 4 palaces housed martial artists of extraordinary skill. It was crucial, he said, to learn who might be an ally and who might be an enemy. Kenos closed his eyes. If allies, we fight together. If not, we kill them. The elder shook his head slightly, advising him to temper his character if he ever wished to climb higher than where he stood now. From the forest came whispers that the captain intended to live life as he pleased and die on his own terms. The elder turned back, asking if the promised goods were ready. With a hint of disdain, the man pulled something from his robe, muttering about having to work with an animal just to obtain it. Il accepted the small pouch, thanking him. Inside was a strange orb. His eyes narrowed. He recognized it as the Jade of Calamity. Hands on his hips, Kenwa demanded to know what it was. The elder slipped the stone into his pocket and told him simply to think of it as something necessary. The captain's brows furrowed. The old man was as sly as ever. Folding his arms across his chest, the group leader invited his guest to join him for a drink. Elon smiled faintly, saying he would enjoy chatting like old times, but he was too busy. Placing a hand on the elder's shoulder, Kenwa extended an invitation to join the Steel Blood Fortress. The old man stared at him in silence. Looking away, Elon was taken aback that the man had even asked. Slowly removing his hand, the captain pressed further. What's wrong with recruiting talent into my fortress? The captain argued. Ilryong turned slightly, listening as the man urged him to seriously consider the offer. The old man stood motionless, then looked back. How does someone of your rank dare to speak to me like this? The captain closed his eyes. Why humiliate me like that? In the next instant, his face twisted in agony. The elder's hand had pierced straight through his body. Ilryong recalled the words spoken earlier, that allies could be killed if they weren't true allies. He stared ahead. Perhaps you should have learned who your friends and enemies were first. The captain's men shouted his name, but his body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Ilryong glanced around, surprised at how many henchmen remained. His eyes shifted to Yulian. Are the wolves ready for another meal? Sweat ran down the soldiers' faces. The savage grinned. A second helping? I wouldn't mind. Elsewhere, in a village, another group prepared. A man with hands on his hips ordered everyone to unpack and get ready. Someone approached him from behind, asking when the first elder would arrive. The chief explained the elder had traveled far, likely returning in half a day. When pressed about his destination, a red-haired man scoffed, suggesting he'd gone out to collect bribes again. The chief's eyes narrowed, and he snapped at him to shut his mouth. With a firm hand on the man's shoulder, he warned them all, if the alliance asked, they would say the elder had gone to honor his mother. Stretching his arms, the chief reminded them that everything depended on the first elder. If something happened to him, they would all be dragged into it. He warned them to be careful. No information about the elder could be allowed to leak. Just then, the red-haired man pointed forward. What's that? A strong wind surged from the forest, carrying an oppressive aura. The men frowned, confused. They hadn't noticed it before. Suddenly, Hajin shot forward, trees shattering in his wake. His face twisted in a grimace as his hand gripped his sword tightly. From above, Hajin leapt down, blade flashing. His aura exploded outward with a deafening burst. He landed and seized one of the men by the throat. Where is the elder? Hajin demanded. Terrified, the man stammered that the elder had gone to his mother's grave. Hajin's eyes narrowed. He roared, don't spout lies. If that were true, then. Hajin snarled, threatening to kill the man if he didn't tell the truth. Hajin released him, though his mind was already racing. It was suspicious enough that the first elder had left without his escorts. Tightening his grip on the sword, Hajin thought darkly. Since he was already here, he might as well kill the elder. Before leaving this place, he would do it. At worst, he would at least take his leg. A sharp pang shot through him as he recalled his past life. Just thinking about the elder made his right leg throb, the very leg that had once been cut off. He leapt from the cliff, aura flaring. I'll kill the first elder, he shouted. Below, the battlefield was littered with corpses. Wolves prowled among the dead. A man muttered with grim satisfaction that it was good they had come to an agreement. Another remarked that anyone would side with those who treated them better. On the cliff stood Ilryong and Yuliang. Yuliang observed that the medicine they had delivered seemed to be working. The palace master would soon recover. Yuliang's eyes narrowed as he asked what exactly Ilryong had received from the palace master. The old man answered flatly, it was the Jade of Calamity. Yuliang pressed further. And you intend to use it on the leader of the righteous Heavenly Alliance? Ilryong silenced him with a finger to his lips. Quiet. Together, they looked down at the battlefield. The elder commented that these wolves had a frightening appetite, and they were more than capable of bringing down skilled swordsmen. He admitted he had seen strange and unfamiliar occult research before, but this was beyond anything he had known. Yuliang spoke up. This isn't occult research. It's the Great Beast King's technique. It teaches beasts to grasp internal perception of power, the same way humans do. Ilryong's brow furrowed. So they can understand even your orders? Yuliang nodded. Raising 2 fingers, he explained that the wolves and the Blood Wolf squad were bound through their souls and upper energy cores. With such a bond, even the most detailed commands were understood. Ilryong exhaled slowly, both unsettled and intrigued. He had once doubted the idea of working alongside beasts. But now, seeing their coordination, he was astonished. His thoughts darkened. If he could make use of these wolves, he might even claim the position of leader of the righteous Heavenly Alliance for himself. Below, one of the wolves raised its head and began to howl. Irian placed his. With his hands behind his back, Ilryong asked what was happening. Yuliang explained that the leader of the Blood Wolf squad had caught the scent of demon cultists. The elder frowned. How many? Yuliang shook his head. I don't know the exact number, but it's close to 100. Ilryong's eyes narrowed. Have the wolves tasted their blood yet? The wolves lifted their heads and howled in unison. Yuliang smirked and said they had ambushed the cultists nearby. We missed a few dishes, he added, but it was still a fine meal. Ilryong studied him carefully. Inwardly, he noted that with the Mara festival approaching, the cultists were bound to be on the move. From a cliff, the elder asked how their strength compared to the Blood Wolf squad. Yuliang admitted there were many among them who were powerful. Ilryong stroked his beard thoughtfully. Show me how strong your blood wolves truly are. We won't interfere. Take your time if needed. Yuliang lowered his head. His aura flared, and he promised. It will be finished before sunset. Meanwhile, Dongpil and his group were moving quickly when he suddenly froze. His eyes widened, and he ordered everyone to halt. The entire squad stopped. "This isn't demonic energy," he muttered, "but it's violent, too violent." From behind, Juhua said the presence ahead felt barely human, and the scent of blood was overwhelming. Dongpil clenched his teeth. That means many are already dead. He turned his gaze upward and froze. On the cliff stood Yozong, surrounded by wolves. Dongpil's mouth fell open. "Who are you? Were you the ones who attacked the delivery squad earlier?" Yang's face darkened, and he gave the order. "Wolves, tear them apart." The beast charged forward in a frenzy, teeth bared. Dongpil drew his sword, shouting for the warriors to scatter. Jua's hands flared with magic as she warned everyone to stay sharp. The wolves slammed into them like a storm, ripping through the fighters mercilessly. Dongpil watched from the side, his face twisted with displeasure. But there was no time to hesitate. He lunged into battle, cleaving into one of the wolves. His eyes widened. What kind of monsters are these? The beasts were enormous, larger than cows. He turned again, stunned as his blade left only shallow marks. Their hide is like steel. A wounded wolf snarled at him. Dongpil muttered through gritted teeth. He had enough strength to cleave boulders with his internal energy, yet against these beasts, his strikes barely scratched them. Even infusing his blade with chi was useless. The wolves were too fast to keep up with. He steadied himself, raising his weapon into a stance. Charging head-on wouldn't work. A wolf's glowing red eyes locked onto him. It bared its fangs and lunged. Dongpil's eyes went wide in shock when the order came to retreat. Juhua quickly unleashed her magic on one of the charging wolves. The beast roared, jaws gaping wide, but froze solid, unable to move. She turned sharply to the delivery team, ordering them to stay inside and not interfere. The Guardian Court would handle this. She then exchanged a look with the council leader. Both understood. At this rate, they'd all be wiped out. Retreat was the only option. But the wolves didn't stop. They tore through the ranks, their bloody onslaught continuing. Juhua frowned as she fought. Dongpil roared an order, commanding the third squad of the Guardian Court to form a rotating formation. The warriors immediately shifted, lining up side by side and moving at high speed. With his sword in hand, Dongpil stood at the center, focusing on their strategy. If they kept spinning endlessly, they could disorient the wolves. Two rotating circles of vines formed, spinning in opposite directions, shielding the weaker delivery members behind them. From the cliff, Ilryong observed. Interesting. Even without much real combat experience, the council leader has created a defensive formation, and he's using its structure offensively. On the battlefield, Dongpil's sword flashed, severing a wolf's head. Juhua fought fiercely as well, though Ilryong muttered whether the Blood Wolf squad would really be troubled by this. Liang smirked. "It's fine. Wolves like ours can shatter an amateur formation like that with ease." More wolves advanced, fangs glistening. "They don't understand yet," Liang continued, "how terrifying a true Blood Wolf squad really is." Ilryong's eyes narrowed. "Let's see how long they can last." Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, a squirrel foraged for food, only to be hurled back by a violent gust as something streaked past at terrifying speed. Hajin was racing forward, fury burning in his chest, desperate to confront the elder. Back at the formation, Dongpil's blade cut down wolves left and right. Juhua cast spell after spell, but her shock grew. The wolves began anticipating her moves, dodging her strikes as though they could predict her. "Danger!" Dongpil shouted, rushing toward her. He bellowed the name of one of his techniques and swung, his sword cutting down several wolves in one breath. "Dongpil!" Juhua cried, her voice sharp. "Stay closer to the formation," he barked, chest heaving. She glanced at him. His sword radiated such immense aura it startled her. But she frowned. His face was pale. He was exhausted. Dongpil collapsed to one knee, gripping his blade. His thoughts darkened. So much internal energy just to hold this line. The man opened his eyes, sensing the violent surge of demonic energy. His breath grew heavy, and he realized his warriors were beginning to falter. Simply holding the line would lead them nowhere. Dongpil suddenly roared out, commanding everyone to scatter and escape. The warriors obeyed at once, breaking formation and retreating in unison. The third leader shouted over the chaos, urging them to run faster, straight back to their branch. Watching from above, Ilryong frowned. "How dull," he muttered. He glanced toward Yul Liang and asked what he intended to do next. After all, they were performing better than expected, and the wolves had taken heavy losses. On the battlefield, a warrior slammed his weapon against a wolf skull. Irian spoke up, reminding everyone that, wounded or not, these enemies were still part of the demon cult. The old man gave him a stern look, warning that letting any cult member escape would only bring disaster later. Meanwhile, Dong Pil continued cutting down wolves, while Yulin's body began to radiate an ominous aura. Ilriang smirked and wondered aloud if Yen would unleash the might of the southern wild beast palace. At that moment, Yul Liang leapt into the fray. Dong Pil turned to face him, instantly realizing this was no wolf. What he sensed was an overwhelming hunger for blood. Before he could react, Yul Liang rammed into him headfirst. Juhua, witnessing this, screamed. She raised her hand and cast her magic, determined to stop him. If Yul Liang was truly a martial artist, she couldn't let him rampage freely. Ice sealed his hand in place, only for him to break it effortlessly, mocking her as he declared such techniques mere child's play. Juhua gasped, stunned that her martial art was shattered so easily. Yul Liang appeared in an instant, striking her in the stomach and saying it was time for her to taste pain. From the sidelines, Erlin shook his head, commenting that she was no match for him and noting how the demon cult seemed to be crumbling. Yul Liang grabbed the girl by her hair, sneering that she had barely twisted her body in time to avoid a fatal blow. The warrior stared in shock as he tightened his grip and issued a Chilriang warning. No one should dare to think of fleeing, or their leader would be devoured before their eyes. Raising his fist, he ordered the Blood Wolf squad to halt. The wolves froze instantly. With a sharp gaze, Yul Liang counted aloud. More than 10 of his wolves had already been slain by these so-called insects. Turning to the demon cult members, he admitted they had fought well and taken down many of his beasts. Juhua winced in pain, while Yul Liang coldly remarked that raising more wolves would be no issue for him. But he wasn't the kind-hearted type to let them off so easily. Yul Liang scoffed, brushing off the thought of how long it had taken to raise his wolves. One warrior, burning with fury, gripped her sword and shouted at him to release their leader. Yul Liang simply lifted a finger and mocked her. A dog dares to bark? Before coldly ordering her death. Dong Pil shouted for her to move, but it was too late. A wolf lunged, tearing her head clean off. Yul Liang smiled at the sound, savoring it. Holding the captive girl by her hair, he forced her to watch as her comrade was devoured alive. Before he could continue, the third leader struck with his sword. Yul Liang dodged smoothly, surprised at the force behind the attack. Extending his hand, he reached for the man, wondering how he still had such strength left. Through clenched teeth, Dong Pil declared this would be his final strike. In an instant, Yul Liang slammed him into the ground, remarking that his determination was impressive but meaningless. Blood covered Dong Pil's body as he lay battered, his thoughts drifting. Yul Yang's sheer destructive power could crush even first-class martial artists through raw physical strength alone. At this rate, they would all die here unless they escaped. Yul Liang then dragged the third leader across the ground and hurled him off a cliff. Juhua and the others stood frozen in shock as Dong Pil fell unconscious. Planting his foot on the fallen leader's head, Yul Liang commanded his wolves to feast. "Run!" Juhua screamed desperately, urging her comrades to flee and warn the sect. But Yul Liang raised his hand with a cruel grin. "Food is everywhere. Let the wolves eat as much as they desire." The wolves bared their fangs, ready to tear flesh, while more beasts appeared along the cliffs, summoned to surround their prey. The warriors circled protectively around their wounded leader, trapped in a sea of blood wolves. Yul Liang taunted them, describing how their bodies would be shredded and how they would suffer deaths beyond imagination. From the cliff above, Ilriang observed with amusement. "What a fascinating sight," he mused. The beasts of the demon cult bowing to true beasts. Hands folded behind his back, he spoke calmly of the world of illusions. But illusions or not, one truth remained unchanged. Only the strong survive. He continued, "Humans are no different from beasts. Whether through claws or cunning, we kill and are killed to reach the summit. Isn't that why we exist, to fight our way to the top?" As the wolves surged forward, Dong Pil stirred weakly. Forcing himself up, he called out his opponent's name. Yul Liang glanced back at Dong Pil, advising him not to waste what little strength he had left. "You'll die just like the rest," he said coldly. Dong Pil narrowed his eyes, his thoughts drifting to Hajin. Staring across the battlefield, he desperately searched for a way to protect his comrades and fulfill his duty in this hellscape. Meanwhile, Juwa glanced around anxiously, mind racing for an escape. Before she could act, a wolf charged at her from behind, jaws wide open. Her heart sank. She was too slow. But before its fangs could reach her, the wolf's head was severed in an instant. A sword spun through the air, gleaming as it descended. From the cliff above, Hajin leapt down, catching his blade midair before landing squarely on the battlefield. Juwa froze in shock, Irian's eyes widening as well. Dongpil, battered and helpless on the ground, could only watch. Hajin swung his sword in a sweeping arc, cutting down wolves in rapid succession. "Tisish, there's way too many of these beasts," he shouted, his voice echoing as an explosion erupted, visible even from a distance. He leapt into a cluster of wolves, daring them with a grin. "Good, come at me all at once." With a single horizontal slash, he tore through them. Yul Yang's face twisted with rage as he demanded to know who this man was. Landing firmly on the ground, Hajin's body radiated a crimson aura. His voice cut through the chaos. "I only came here to kill one man, yet all I see is a mountain of trash in my way." Juwa knelt by Dongpil, whispering to Hajin, while Yul Yang's eyes widened in fear. Hajin continued, muttering that he didn't have time to waste on this nonsense. Hajin glared at him and declared that he would be the one to kill him. Hajin turned his head slowly, and his gaze locked onto an elder. Ilryong also looked down at the scene, tension in the air thickening. A terrifying aura burst from Hajin. Grinning wickedly, he growled, "Wait right there, old man. I'll carve you into sashimi soon enough." The scene then shifted. Inside a grand palace, Yozong raised a mug, speaking casually. Of Yenizum's countless virtues, one stands out, her honesty. Yenizum across from him frowned, reminding him that she had told him the same thing before. She added that, suddenly changing the subject like that was a way to catch someone off guard. Yozong lowered his gaze to his teacup, remarking that her response was unexpected. The chief strategist of the heavenly demon divine cult smiled faintly, steering the conversation. "Actually, I was talking about Hajin." Yenizum brow furrowed, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Was he spying on her? Yozong leaned back, folding his hands with ease. "As you know, being the chief strategist is a lonely role. Naturally, I've been keeping a close eye." Yozong spoke lightly of how he had been keeping track of recent events, calling it amusing. With a half-laugh, he even shed a tear, saying that without such vigilance, he wouldn't have lasted this long. They sat opposite each other, and Yozong went on, recalling how she had once been branded a cold-blooded dictator, even a cult butcher. Yet recently, her actions hadn't lived up to that reputation. The chief strategist smiled knowingly. It's no sin to speak ill of someone, even Chion Sang, as long as he isn't around to hear it. At that moment, Yozong suddenly raised his hand and loudly demanded a lighter workload and a higher salary. Yenizum narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself that if things ever went wrong, he would surely try to manipulate her. In her mind, she replayed his image. The man who seemed impulsive on the surface, but in truth was the most dangerous, meticulous figure in the divine cult. Yozong calmly lifted his cup and asked if the Inner Enlightenment Center was secretly breaking its neutrality to support the third young lord. Yenizum frowned, firmly repeating that the center had no intention of interfering in the succession struggle. Yozong tilted his head, his gaze sharp. "Is that your personal stance?" A bead of sweat slid down her cheek. Was he deliberately pressing her, testing to see if she would slip? Yozong folded his arms, his tone softening. He told her he would never interfere with her decisions, because he understood how deeply she cared for the cult, and because of that, he trusted her. Yenizum closed her eyes and quietly thanked him. But her gratitude was short-lived. Her eyes flew open in shock when Yozong leaned forward and added that he still wondered, why would someone so devoted to the cult send the third young lord beyond its walls without telling him? He extended his hand, assuring her not to mistake his words for sarcasm or threat. "I won't have you dragged to the criminal justice hall. I know you must have your reasons." Yenizum met his gaze and asked directly, "Why are you so interested in the third young lord?" Yozong's lips curled into a smile. Nothing but harmless curiosity. But in his mind, the image of Hajin surfaced. He noted how every member of the divine cult had begun to focus their attention on the third young lord. Yenizum, too, pictured him, recalling how he had grown rapidly in strength and influence ever since casting aside his Glock. Sweat formed on her cheek as she admitted silently that she, too, was drawn to him. She stretched out her hand and confessed that she couldn't put into words what he truly was. If you wish to know, you must meet him yourself. Yozong's smile widened. All the more intriguing. I've never heard you speak of anyone this way before. Yenizum lifted her cup of tea, her voice calm yet firm. I know that. She told him that he could meet Hajin whenever he wished. The chief strategist removed his glasses, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Good. I truly want to meet him. Every time boredom weighs on me, something interesting stirs. Turning the glasses in his hand, he mused aloud. When he returns, perhaps I'll share tea with him. Until then, I'll handle everything that must be done before Hajin comes back. The scene shifted. The battlefield lay littered with the corpses of blood wolves. Juwa clutched her side, barely able to stand, while the warriors around her had nearly exhausted all their strength. From above, Ilriang observed closely, wondering whether this youth was truly part of the demon cult. Below, Hajin stood alone against the wolves, his aura raging, every ounce of his killing intent aimed directly at the elder. Across from him, Yuliang demanded, How dare you slaughter a squad of blood wolves before me? Hajin, unfazed, asked if Yuliang was their leader. His eyes narrowed as he continued, questioning why such a man would take orders from that old elder. With a cold grin, he added, Not that it matters. There's no reason to waste words with a dead man. Yul Liang's expression hardened as a dangerous aura flared around him. One of the wolves suddenly lunged at Hajin's back, jaws snapping. Yul Liang extended his hand and declared that he didn't care where the stranger came from. If he belonged to the demon cult, he would be killed all the same. Just then, something stirred beneath Hajin's kimono. A small creature leapt out, Goldies. Landing on the ground, its presence shifted the entire battlefield. Yul Liang clenched his fist, ordering the wolves to attack. The beast behind Hajin charged at him. But in that instant, the young man realized Yul Liang was controlling the wolves through a shared energy core. Goldie's eyes widened, and then his aura exploded. Baring his teeth, he unleashed a force so intense the blood wolf froze in terror. The warriors dropped to their knees, covering their ears. Even Yul Liang grimaced, clutching his head as he wondered what this terrifying power was. A blinding light erupted from behind the rocks. In the next breath, the blood wolf collapsed in defeat. Goldies padded forward calmly, stretching out his paw as though cursing the fallen beast. He hopped onto its head and sat there proudly. Yul Yang's gaze fixed on him, disbelief etched across his face. What kind of creature is that? To him, it was no ordinary animal. It was something beyond, another being wearing the skin of a beast. Crows dropped lifelessly from the sky as Goldies remained perched atop his defeated prey. Yul Yang's voice carried across the battlefield, grim. This might be a divine creature, or a demonic one, a being tied to countless myths and legends. Yul Liang trembled. His body shook as he realized that this beast's presence eclipsed even the king of tigers. Next to it, the proud ruler of the southern wild beast palace seemed pitiful. The very fact that such a creature existed left him stunned. And then, Hajin slowly turned around. Hajin smiled faintly. So, Goldies, turns out you're not just an ordinary fox. Hajin tightened his grip on his sword as Yul Liang glared, baffled. That howl should have shattered the will of every living being that heard it. Yet this youth stood untouched. Who are you? Yul Liang demanded, fists clenched, his eyes fixed on Hajin and the strange creature by his side. Why walk with such a monster? Hajin met his glare, voice cold. There's no point explaining anything to a dead man. A blue aura erupted around Yul Liang. He roared furiously, promising to tear Hajin's mouth apart, then charged in. Hajin's eyes widened as he too launched forward, his red aura surging violently. Their fists collided, red against blue, and the air itself seemed to tremble. Yul Liang gasped. His bones splintered, his muscles twisting painfully as his arm buckled under the sheer force. His face contorted in disbelief. His fist was losing. A deafening explosion shook the battlefield. Yul Liang stumbled back, staring in horror at his mangled hand. The bones of his left arm were completely shattered. Even with all his aura, all his power, Hajin's strength dwarfed his own. This wasn't technique, nor refined energy. This was raw, overwhelming dominance. Hajin dashed suddenly to the side, vanishing from his sight. Panic flickered in Yul Yang's eyes. Where? But before he could react, a brutal strike slammed into his stomach. The impact launched him back, smashing him into solid rock. Ow! How can I lose to a mere cult member? He thought desperately, blood spilling from his lips. Hajin frowned, recalling aloud the southern palace of wild beasts, one of the greatest powers of the outer wall, rivaling even the great sects of the central plain. Yul Yang's eyes widened in shock. But Hajin continued coldly, raising his blade. That has nothing to do with me, which means I can kill you. In one motion, his sword cleaved through Yul Liang's neck, and even sliced through the pillar behind him. High above, Ilryong's eyes flew wide, stunned at the sight. The heir of the southern wild beast palace, slain by a youth from the demon cult? Hajin turned away without pause. He began climbing upward, his mind set. Ilryong, you've been waiting for this moment for far too long. Hajin bared his teeth, rage blazing in his thoughts. That elder will die. He leapt high above, descending toward the elder, even though he could have simply passed him by. Ilryong raised his head, sword in hand. Hajin's mind churned, flashes of his past life cutting through his focus. He could live anew, start fresh, yet the pain in his leg throbbed as though refusing to let him forget. He screamed, the memory burning. That leg, the very one you cut from me that day. And with that cry, Hajin struck out. Hajin roared, demanding that Ilryong return his leg. The elder froze, stunned, while Hajin's fury only burned hotter. Ilryong frowned, baffled at where such a demon had come from. The ground split open with a massive crack from the last strike, shaking the battlefield. Hajin landed lightly behind him. Turning slowly, the elder declared that the beasts had been the ones to attack his people, and this fight had nothing to do with him. Hajin stood with his back to him, answering coldly. Hajin already dealt with those wolves. This fight is meaningless now. Besides, even if great triads clash, it still falls into political territory. There's no need to fight to the death when we could simply stop here. He motioned toward his blade. Put your sword away. Hajin only smiled. People, they never change. Cracks spiderweb beneath his feet as he pressed forward. Tell me, old man, why are you afraid to fight? Has it been that long? Ilryong's brows knitted together. He was certain they had never met before. Do we know each other? Hajin's red aura swelled, his eyes glowing like blood. His voice cut like steel. Know each other? We were more than acquaintances. Then, in a blink, he vanished. Ilryong's eyes widened. Was that movement technique? But then he shook his head. No, the dispersal speed was too fast for that. He instantly blocked an attack descending from above. Their blades clashed, sparks erupting. Ilryong grinned. You're powerful indeed. Hajin struck again and again, his voice seething with rage. If you died in a single blow, I'd be disappointed. The old man scowled. So, the demon cult has birthed another abomination. You may be stronger than I expected, but I won't lose to a child. He raised his sword and unleashed a flurry of techniques. Hajin slashed back, his blade deflecting the magic, but each strike forced him back step by step. Hajin gritted his teeth, realizing the truth. My body's aerodynamics are weaker. These attacks will damage me internally if I don't counter properly. The elder steadied his sword, preparing a hidden move. Hajin's eyes narrowed. He recognized it immediately. White funeral swordsmanship. Though beautiful like a dance, the elder's white sword scattered countless projectiles toward him. Hajin lowered into a stance, preparing his counter. His voice was steady, ninefold elastic blade of calamity. Form 3. The elder's blades glistened, ice encasing their edges. But a lotus-shaped aura bloomed around Hajin, his sword sweeping with immense force, repelling every last blade. At that moment, frost spread at the elder's feet. His head dipped, and recognition flickered in his eyes. The elder's eyes widened. That technique, he had seen it before. His thoughts raced in the dark. Could it be? The most dreaded secret weapon of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. The blade technique that slaughtered countless masters under the command of the great powers. Frost spread across the rocks as dawn began to break over the battlefield. From above, Ilryong narrowed his gaze. The truth struck him. This was none other than the blade of Hajin King, Hajin. Gripping his sword tightly, the elder demanded, Who are you? He tore open his torso, his aura flaring. How dare you wield the technique of that worthless cur, Hajin? Hajin frowned. So, you finally remember? Meanwhile, away from the clash, the warriors busied themselves loading supplies. Juhua turned as Dongpil called her over. He pressed an orange life-sustaining pill into her hand, urging her to take it. She hesitated, pointing out that he too was badly injured. "I can get more once we return," he replied firmly. "For now, I'll keep watch. Circulate your chi and recover." She nodded softly, thanking him. Dong Pil clenched his fist in frustration, his thoughts heavy. The worst thing is that I couldn't protect anyone when it mattered most. The third leader looked back, reflecting. Once again, he owed everything to Hajin. That gaze, he had never seen such fury in him before. Dong Pil raised his eyes toward the rocky cliffs. Dong Pil lowered his head in silence. Just then, Goldie's barked suddenly, startling them. Golden scowled. "What's wrong with you now?" But the fox bolted, sprinting away into the distance. High above, Ilryong frowned darkly. "Impossible. I killed Hajin myself. I cut off his legs, made him die more cruelly than anyone else." His gaze shifted, narrowing on Hajin's legs. Yet, could Hajin have raised a successor in secret? And stranger still, this boy carried the blood of a demon. The elder's aura surged violently. His voice thundered. "Who are you?" Hajin met his glare, his words cutting like steel. "Since you're so curious, why not let my sword give you the answer?" The old man roared and swung his blade. Instantly, countless swords appeared in the air, all aimed at Hajin. The elder's blades shot toward Hajin, but Hajin stood unflinching. Ilryong gripped his white, craned sword tightly and charged forward, convinced that this body, his body, could never lose to a half-demon. Steel clashed, the sky filled with blades, all cutting toward Hajin. Hajin bared his teeth, his voice sharp as he roared. "Do you really think white funeral swordsmanship will work on me?" His aura flared violently. "If I'm to tear this trash apart, then it's time to summon true demonic energy." A torrent of dark energy burst from him, engulfing the battlefield in a suffocating aura. The elder's eyes widened in shock. Hajin's blade came down, releasing a beam of destructive force that tore across the ground. The elder slid backward, stunned. Hajin's enlightenment, it had already surpassed his own, but he refused to yield. With a furious cry, he lunged. "You're nothing but an insect from the demon cult." Then suddenly, Ilryong's breath caught in his throat. His eyes went wide. It felt as if he were drowning in a river. His limbs grew heavy, each breath a struggle. His senses were clear, yet his body lagged behind, trapped in an agonizing slow-motion world. And there, standing above the still waters, was Hajin, his blade extended calmly. Hajin's expression was clear, devoid of any bloodlust. Then another surge erupted from him. Ilryong's heart sank. "Impossible. This is just his energy is so vast, it's warping my perception, slowing the very world itself." The explosion followed, violent and unrelenting. The old man staggered back, his chest tightening with disbelief. Snarling, he shouted, "I am the first elder of the righteous heavenly alliance." Hajin swung his massive blade through the air, his voice dismissive. "I don't care." The clash shook the ground. The elder blocked desperately, but cracks split the earth beneath him, and fractures spread across his own sword. He leapt back, realizing that Hajin's enormous blade was wrapped in monstrous, demonic energy, carrying a weight that could split mountains. He studied him in horror, barely over 20, and yet superhuman. The elder's brows furrowed. How? How could he wield such power? Hajin smirked. "I brought this massive sword for one reason. When we were at the same level, I knew your white funeral swordsmanship was especially weak against heavy blades." His voice darkened, cruel. "If I surpass you in enlightenment, then you're nothing." And then his body began to flicker, dispersing into countless shadows. Ilryong braced himself, his stance firm. But when the strike came, it wasn't from the front. A single lock of his hair fell to the ground. Hajin stood behind him, back turned. Hajin's voice was steady, edged with mockery. "You traded the battlefield for politics, neglected your blade for far too long. And now," Hajin's voice cut through the silence, "you've grown rusty. A year ago, you relied on the inevitable net formation, an ambush, not a true battle." He turned, his blade gleaming. "Tell me, with talent like yours, could you really push aside Chion Sangs of Sion and claim the seat of leader of the righteous heavenly alliance?" The old man's eyes widened in horror. His voice trembled. Are you Hajin?" Hajin smirked. "You've been looking for the wrong man from the start." In a flash, his sword carved downward, severing the elder's leg. A thunderous explosion shook the cliffside. The old man's scream echoed as his body was hurled back, crashing violently to the ground. The severed leg landed nearby. Hajin stood firm, sword in hand. From above, Ilryong watched, stunned. Misjudged, completely misjudged. Since joining the righteous Heavenly Alliance, no one has ever injured me so gravely. The elder dropped to his knees, pain tearing through him. I never should have fought this boy. If I want to live, I must escape. But as he looked up, his eyes narrowed. Hajin's condition had changed. His cheeks puffed as he stifled a cough, streams of blood flowing from his nose and dripping onto the ground. Not enough demonic energy, he realized. The vision of the highest gate of heaven and earth I forcibly closed. It's trying to collapse. Hajin pressed his bloodied hand to his face, his thoughts racing. If I keep moving like this, what little demonic energy I have left will turn upstream, blocking my chi. I need a way to replenish it. Hajin's black brows furrowed. His grip tightened on his blade. If that's the case, I'll have to use the primordial energy. The elder's eyes narrowed. Hajin's skin had gone pale, his breathing ragged. His internal energy was nearly depleted. A faint red glow still clung to him, but it flickered. Ilryong steadied himself, rising to his feet. He only managed to corner me because of those strange techniques. But if his internal energy is failing, then victory is mine. My cultivation is above his. The wind rustled his long beard as he snarled. It's impossible. A mere child from the demon cult cannot surpass me. I'll finish this with one strike. With a roar, the elder charged. Your days are over. But Hajin's eyes blazed crimson. His voice rang with cold finality. No, you'll die here. A brilliant streak of energy burst forth from him, tearing across the battlefield. Ilryong's mouth fell open in shock as blood sprayed from his lips. The wound burned fresh, and Hajin snapped, shouting that this was exactly why the villain should have never crossed him. His sword dripped with red, and in that moment, he realized he no longer cared for the things he once longed for in his past life. The enemy lay sprawled on the ground, and a dark urge surged within him. He wanted nothing more than to cut the man down again and again. His teeth clenched tight, sweat streamed down his face, and the storm inside him refused to calm. From the distance, Dongpil's voice rang out, desperately calling his name. Hajin's body suddenly gave out. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. The third council leader rushed toward him with the jackal close behind. A crimson building came into view. Voices echoed, reports of tragedy. Only 5 victims had survived inside the Enlightenment Center, while 22 from the Guardian Court's third squad had lost their lives. Juhua lowered her head, apologizing to the center master for her lack of caution. Yenizum stared at her in disbelief, telling her there was no need to apologize. Blame belonged to their attackers. With a steady hand on Ja's shoulder, Yenizum assured her that she had accomplished her mission. Punishment was not needed. What she needed was comfort. Turning away, Yenizum offered food to her comrades. The center master slipped her hands into her sleeves, silently reflecting. In just 10 days, Hajin had restored more than half of his martial arts and faced every monster alone. Her brows furrowed. Hajin was terrifying indeed, and yet she knew she would have to meet him again soon. In front of the building, warriors gathered. The third leader stood before his comrade, who admitted he felt unworthy. Dongpil warrior clenched his fists, vowing to personally visit the families of his fallen squad. Gunsung rose from his seat, holding out his written report for the Guardian Courtmaster. He told the third leader not to burden himself with guilt, as he would take responsibility for the mission's outcome. Dongpil shut his eyes when the first leader spoke. Their duty, he reminded them, was to protect their loved ones. But even so, as the squad's leader, responsibility still fell on Dongpil Man. With hands clasped behind his back, the first leader declared he would administer punishment himself. Until it was complete, the third leader would be stripped of his duties within the Guardian Court. Dongpil closed his eyes once more and accepted without protest. Gunsung looked to him and finalized the order. Dongpil warrior was suspended indefinitely and would not return as third executive until the directive had been fully carried out. Sweat rolled down Dongpil's skin as the weight of it all sank in. The punishment was harsh, but Dongpil knew he couldn't complain. Expulsion wouldn't have surprised him either. Still, his eyes widened when Gunsung suddenly announced that instead of further discipline, Dongpil warrior would now serve as Hajin's personal guard. Just like that, his punishment was declared complete. The first executive smiled faintly, wishing that his comrade would gain wisdom from Hajin before one day returning to his original post. A long white staircase stretched toward the building. At its base, the beast pressed its paws into the soft ground. Hajin's eyes snapped open. He thought he was dreaming. He remembered being carried to a carriage, his thoughts swirling in confusion. The awkwardness weighed on him, but suddenly he shoved the jackal aside, shouting that he didn't want to hide in shelters, collect scraps of information, and then flee. Stepping out of the building, his mind returned to a single name, Il-ryong. From the moment he heard it, his world had been drenched in blood. He recalled his battle with the old man, realizing he hadn't even known how deep his own resentment ran. Images filled his mind, himself leaping through the air, striking at the enemy. But as he stood there, he frowned, questioning whether what he truly sought was freedom. A voice called out, snapping him from his thoughts. Dongpil bowed respectfully, saying he had just arrived. Hajin's eyes widened before he invited him to share a meal. Stroking the jackal at his side, Riang Seo listened as Dongpil suddenly dropped to his knees. With a loud voice, he swore loyalty, dedicating his life to protecting Hajin as his personal guard. Hajin's mouth fell open in disbelief. Dongpil Man vowed he would defend him with his very life. But instead of relief, horror flashed in Hajin's eyes. Was the third leader planning to live here now? Above them, the sky was clear and blue, yet Hajin felt his dream of escaping slipping further and further away. Inside, plates of food were set on the table. Anhwa sat at the round table, while Dongpil ate heartily, showering her cooking with praise. With a cheerful smile, he gave her a thumbs up. Hajin frowned silently, thinking of how close he had come to death. His fight with Iran had been far too dangerous. He remembered coughing up blood, the overwhelming power of the second level, the gate of heaven and earth of demonic vision. That very gate had detonated with demonic energy, endlessly forcing the essence of darkness into his body. The toll it left behind was severe. Lowering his gaze, he decided he needed a replacement technique until his dark shadow demonic art reached completion. Ideally, something versatile enough to counter different martial arts. Dongpil furrowed his black brows when Hajin suddenly asked about the blade he had brought him. The answer came swiftly. There were notes on the paper, and Dongpil explained he had retrieved it from the Demon King's weapon storehouse. Hajin's mind wandered, imagining the storehouse accessible to ordinary cult members and the countless weapons hidden within its depths. Hajin pictured the Demon King's weapon storehouse. Ordinary cult members usually purchased their blades from the standard armory, but this place was different. It held the sect's most treasured swords, reserved for captains of combat squads and those of even higher rank. His mind then shifted to an even grander sight, the Heavenly Demon's weapons storehouse. A towering structure, it was the finest armory of the entire sect, its access so restricted that only Chion Sang and the designated successor could step inside. As they sat around the table, Hajin asked whether permission from the sect leader was required to enter that storehouse, and if so, how he might obtain it. Seated across from him, Dongpil Man explained that every disciple of Chion Sang was granted a single chance to enter. Cold sweat traced down Hajin's face. If that were true, then if the body's original owner had already used that chance, he would never be able to go again. Folding his arms, he considered the possibility that his body's former self had already walked those halls. Just then, a voice called out to him. Turning, Hajin saw Yui holding a bag of food, offering them a drink. She stepped outside, explaining that she had delayed her work to come. Hajin closed his eyes, telling her to return later. He had somewhere to be. But when she asked where, Dongpil stepped in, raising a hand to block her path. Before they could continue, another voice drifted from the half-closed doors. Someone mentioned the weapon storage. A man emerged, saying they could instead visit the Heavenly Demon's weapon storehouse. With a faint smile, he remarked that it had been 7 years. His companion narrowed his eyes and corrected him. It had actually been 8. Yozong walked forward calmly, saying he wouldn't be staying long. Entering the courtyard, he asked if they were truly heading to the weapon storage. Then, smiling, he suggested they enjoy a cup of tea together first. Hajin's eyes widened in disbelief. He admitted he had no idea who this man was, but warned that he had come to the wrong place. And besides, this area was easy to get lost in. Hajin turned when Dongpil called out, announcing that the man was none other than the chief strategist. Hajin's eyes widened in shock. Yozong smiled faintly, saying he was actually offended that Hajin had failed to recognize him. In that instant, Hajin realized the truth. This man was second in command of the divine cult. Hands folded behind his back, Yozong asked why they were going to the Demon King's weapons storehouse instead of the heavenly demons. Hajin met his gaze and replied that was precisely why he sought out the Demon King's armory. But the chief strategist countered, pointing out that the sword in Hajin's hand. Yozong remarked that the sword Hajin had obtained last time no longer seemed to suit him. With a wide grin, he added that he had heard Hajin was known for using a rather unusual sword technique. Was he planning on changing his main weapon? Hajin frowned, wondering why Yozong had suddenly taken such an interest in him. Then Yozong's lips curved into a faint smile. Adjusting his glasses, he asked if they wanted his help in gaining access to the Heavenly Demon's weapons storehouse. Hajin's brows rose in surprise, and even Eui and Dongpil were caught off guard. Stepping forward, Hajin faced the chief strategist directly. Was that truly possible? And if it was, then surely Yozong expected something in return. Yozong's gaze sharpened. Life was all about exchanges, he said, and he suspected Hajin already knew that truth well. Hajin lowered his head, asking what price he intended to demand. With a light smile, Yozong answered. All he wanted was to spend the day in conversation with him. Approaching closer, he clarified, just to talk, to share a drink tonight. Nothing more. Hajin bit his lip, certain Yozong had an ulterior motive. The sunlight fell across the temple's rooftop as Hajin excused himself, telling Yozong to wait while he changed. Moments later, dressed in new clothes, he ordered Dongpil to seek out the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center. If she had met with the chief strategist during his absence, he wanted to know exactly what they had discussed, especially if her words had involved him. Hajin lowered his head, reflecting on how Yozong stood apart from everyone else within the divine cult. His words sounded careless on the surface, yet each one carried weight. Frowning, Hajin recalled Yozong's peculiar phrases, while Hajin remembered that Yozong had appeared almost immediately after he had regained consciousness upon returning to the cult. Leaving the room, Hajin saw Eui and Yozong together. Yozong lowered his gaze, eyeing the food in Euy's hands. Watching him, Hajin silently admitted that he wanted nothing more than to avoid this man. Then Yozong stretched out his arms in a dramatic whine, startling Eui. Hajin, meanwhile, continued to think. The reason his instincts urged him to avoid Yozong was simple. The moment he saw that man's face, something inside told him to stay away. Yozong immediately turned his attention back to him. Was he ready? Yozong smiled, declaring it was time to leave. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, as Yozong began sharing a story. On his first vacation, he had gone out to enjoy the beauty of nature. Yet instead, he had been robbed by bandits. Yozong raised his head and laughed, but Hajin could tell. His words hovered somewhere between truth and lies. Hajin studied him carefully, realizing just how skilled he was at concealing his true self. As they walked, Hajin commented that Yozong was brave. But Hajin shook his head. Hajin was the only one here who truly showed courage. With a faint smile, Yozong revealed that his leave of absence had been officially granted. Hajin's eyes narrowed. Unlike him, who had merely snuck out, Yozong had done things properly. Suspicion struck, he knew about it. Lowering his head, Hajin asked him not to report this to Chion Sang. Yozong, however, was surprised at how quickly he admitted it. Hajin then closed his eyes, demanding to know the real reason the chief strategist had sought him out. Yozong only smiled. Perhaps it was nothing more than curiosity, he said. He simply couldn't resist it. Hajin instinctively stepped back. Yozong turned away, remarking that the heavenly demon's weapon storage was still a long way ahead. But Hajin countered that he had no choice but to stop here. Hajin spoke next. It seemed Yozong had indeed set out on this journey alone. He hadn't sensed the presence of any escorts. In that moment, Hajin drew his sword, pressing it to Yozong's neck. They stood on the bridge, the air thick with tension. Frowning, Hajin demanded to know, was Yozong prepared to have his head severed right here? Yozong met his eyes calmly, admitting he had not expected such a turn of events. Hajin's gaze hardened. Predictability, he said, was never interesting. Still locked on the bridge, Yozong asked why Hajin was doing this. Hajin turned the question back. Why was Yozong here at all? He kept his hand steady, saying that he didn't know Yozong's true purpose. But one thing was certain. Yozong wasn't here out of curiosity or kindness. Lowering his head, Yozong replied. Perhaps Hajin himself didn't fully understand what was happening. But the unease he felt had pushed him to act, to draw his blade. Hajin's frown deepened. This wasn't just a threat. He was ready to kill. Yozong stayed calm, asking if he was truly prepared to slay the divine cult's chief strategist. Even as the third young lord, the consequences would be inescapable. Elsewhere, Goldie was quietly washing his face. On the bridge, Yozong tried to reason with him. Put the sword away, he urged. Otherwise it would be seen as betrayal. In the end, it didn't matter when death came. Whether now, later, or by old age, everyone's fate was the same. The chief strategist frowned, his expression finally tightening. Yozong warned that he would count to 3. But even as he spoke, he felt it. Hajin's resolve. Yozong realized he could truly die here. Hajin's eyes bore into him as he asked one final time, why had Yozong come to him? If the answer was curiosity, he would cut him down without hesitation. A thin drop of blood slid from Yozong's neck, staining Hajin's sword. At that moment, Yozong asked how Hajin had figured out. Goldie stood silently between them, watching. Hajin repeated his warning. This was Yozong's last chance to give a truth. Hajin's brows furrowed. His intuition told him something was wrong. He spoke firmly. He had a sixth sense, and he already knew the world did not run by logic alone. Yozong's mouth fell open, caught off guard. Hajin pressed on. When logic clashed with emotion, he followed his emotions. At least then, he would have no regrets. Yozong's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected to hear such words here. Memories pulled him back. He stood once in a candlelit room, arguing that he wasn't good enough to be the chief strategist. Chion Sang, the great ninth heavenly demon, stood with his back turned, dismissing reasons as unimportant. Yozong insisted otherwise. But Chion Sang turned, telling him it was his sixth sense. Yozong froze in surprise. Chion Sang continued. The world was not built on logic alone, yet men like Yozong often forgot that. Logic gave answers to the present, but intuition revealed the future. True wisdom lay there. Yozong could only stare in awe. This lesson struck him deeper than anything the Imperial Prince had ever said. Unlike the prince, who only gave orders, Chion Sang had given him insight. For the first time, Yozong had bowed, something he hadn't even done before royalty. Back on the bridge, Hajin frowned at Yozong, listening as he explained. When answers were out of reach, it was best to ask another. They might know. Hajin narrowed his eyes and asked what he meant. Yozong clarified with a sly smile. He simply wanted to see how Hajin would react if put in an impossible position. For example, he said, imagine letting Hajin enter the weapon storage, only to later reveal he had no authority to send anyone there. Hajin loosened his grip on his sword, replying coldly. If that were to happen, not even Chion Sang-s. Hajin warned that if such a deception ever happened, even Chion Sang-s disciples would not escape punishment. Entering a forbidden place was no small crime. His gaze shifted to a water lily drifting on the surface of the pond, their shadows mirrored in the water below. He glanced back at Yozong and called him a very angry man. Yozong scratched his temple lightly and admitted he often heard that. Some even called him a madman. Hajin slid his sword back into its sheath and suggested they part ways. But Yozong ignored the dismissal, speaking again about the weapons storage and having tea together. Hajin turned his back sharply. He wasn't about to share a drink with someone who would happily send him to prison out of sheer curiosity. Besides, he had no need for the heavenly demon's weapons storage. Still, as his eyes drifted to the horizon, he wondered if there was something deeper he should be worried about. His thoughts shattered when Yozong suddenly revealed he knew everything. That Hajin had sent an escort to the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center, warning her not to reveal anything about him. Hajin froze. If the chief strategist knew this, then he was far more dangerous than an annoyance. Lowering his head, Yozong confessed bitterly that the master no longer trusted him. That loss, he admitted, stung deeply, because she had been the only relationship he truly valued in the divine cult. Now, he had no other friends here. The sun slipped behind the jagged rocks, painting the sky in shadow. At last, Hajin relented, agreeing to drink with Yozong. But first, they would visit the weapons warehouse. What followed left Yozong stunned. His mouth fell open as Hajin emerged from the warehouse, carrying not one, but many swords. Yozong stretched out a hesitant hand, asking if Hajin hadn't planned to take just one. But Hajin's answer was cold and precise. The condition had been that he could enter once, not that he was limited to a single weapon. A bead of sweat traced down Yozong's cheek. He had been outmaneuvered. Looking at him calmly, Yozong recalled the words of the inner enlightenment master. It was as though an old martial artist who had endured countless battles now inhabited this young body. Hajin smiled faintly, asking if Yozong was coming. Yozong's expression softened into a quiet smile. Hajin wasn't someone who would ever betray the divine cult. Perhaps that was why even Chion Sang left him alone. And yet, Yozong couldn't know for certain what kind of changes this youth would bring. Tomorrow, he reminded himself, he would have to face Chion Sang. A day passed. In the courtyard, Hajin stood with his new sword. Turning, he saw the third leader approaching. Dongpil stepped closer, immediately noticing the weapon in his hand. Dongpil frowned as he realized Hajin had taken far more than just a pair of blades. His eyes landed on one in particular, the Seven Knights blade. Officially named the Dark Demon's Blazing Night Blade, it looked plain at first glance, but carried a subtle, unsettling bloodlust. Once, it had been the favored weapon of the seventh heavenly demon. He also noticed a pair of twin blades among the collection. Their uniqueness stood out immediately. These were not demonic weapons. Even martial artists of the Orthodox faction coveted them. Lowering his head, Hajin said he liked these blades, but if they weren't suitable for combat, he wouldn't keep them. Dongpil frowned, realizing Hajin valued practicality over history or prestige. Then Hajin lifted a massive sword, asking if Dongpil recognized it. He admitted he had never seen it before. Hajin asked if the third leader wanted to try holding it. As soon as Dongpil gripped the weapon, shock struck him. The blade weighed 30 to 40 kilograms. Hajin recalled how it had been leaning against the wall, and though it wasn't fit for prolonged battles, something about it drew him in. Unlike the other polished weapons on the shelves, this one sat neglected in the corner, nameless. Still, he decided to call it the Dragon Scale Blade, inspired by its hilt. Hajin's eyes widened slightly. This one wasn't bad. But Dongpil could only think that Hajin had a terrible sense for names. Hajin stood with the sword in his hands, and Dongpil remembered the day in the secluded bamboo grove, how effortlessly Hajin had wielded every weapon he touched. Without warning, Hajin tossed the heavy blade back at him. Dongpil caught it midair as Hajin pointed at him, saying he could keep this sword. He trusted his judgment, though he couldn't guarantee Dongpil would like it. Hajin smiled, adding that this blade suited Dongpil's heavy, grounded style of martial arts. That was why he chose it for him. Drawing the weapon, Dongpil was stunned. The steel gleamed, reflecting his face back at him, and in that moment he realized what he was holding. It was one of the 5 great demonic swords of the divine cult, and one of the 10 great demonic swords of the Jianu. A radiant aura flared around it. Dongpil whispered its name, the Sword of the Silent King, also called the Sword of Silence. Its true power would remain hidden until it recognized a worthy master. But once it did, the strength it unleashed would be overwhelming. Dongpil frowned, staring at the aura that coiled around the blade. Then, without hesitation, he slid it back into its sheath. Dongpil thought about the sword in his hands. It had been chosen for him personally by Hajin, taken straight from the heavenly demon's weapons storage. His gratitude was immeasurable, yet he knew showing too much would only weaken Hajin's favor. Hajin frowned, noticing the strange look on the third leader's face. Suddenly, Dongpil struck his fist into his palm, his voice booming as he swore he would become the finest warrior of the demonic cult. Hajin only smiled faintly in silence. From beyond the wall, the cries of a messenger rang out, bringing urgent news from the palace of the demon god. Dongpil turned quickly, while Hajin's eyes widened in shock. Closing them, he thought grimly that this was a terrible omen. The scene shifted to a forested clearing. Li Chion sat across from Hajin, pouring him a drink. As he raised the cup, Hajin silently hoped Chion Sang wouldn't bring up his secret escape. Placing his hand on the table, Li Chion remarked that he had noticed how hard Hajin had been training. The sudden question that followed, however, made Hajin choke on his drink, spitting it out in shock. The topic was the cult's 4th young master. Hajin could only stare, stunned, admitting aloud that it had truly happened. The heavenly demon recalled the image of Yomin and his technique. He explained that the 4th master's demonic art was a revised form of the Jaka family's martial arts. Sitting calmly at the table, Li Chion continued. Yomin had been stubborn but skilled. At his age, few dared attempt creating a new martial art. Though it began poorly, over 3 years it had taken shape, growing into a formidable style. Hajin listened silently, unable to grasp what message Chion Sang was trying to deliver. Chion Sang then closed his eyes. Iman's art, he said, remained incomplete. Though he had talent, he wasted it on schemes instead of cultivation. Raising his cup, the heavenly demon added coldly, "Those who fail to recognize their own talent are ignorant, and ignorance is something he despised." Hajin remained silent, watching as Chion Sang voiced his disapproval. The fourth master had wasted the life he'd been given. Chion Sang remembered the day Hajin struck Yeoman down. How unexpected it had been. With eyes shut, he admitted he had long known of Iman's ambitions, but the man was never destined to take the heavenly demon's throne. Turning his back to Hajin, Chion Sang spoke again. He had never imagined Yeoman would fall from the race for succession so soon. The heavenly demon admitted he admired those who defied his expectations. Turning back, he said that Hajin had done just that, and more. Chion Sang Ji's voice lowered as he added that this was why he admired and respected him. Hajin's eyes widened in disbelief. The greatest demon in the world respected him. Leaves rustled as the wind swept through. Water lilies drifted silently across the pond. Hajin stared at Chion Sang's back, thinking to himself that admiration and respect were never easy to earn. For someone like Chion Sang Ji to declare such words, it made pride swell within him. He bit his lower lip. Memories clawed their way back. The cage, being raised as the Heavenly Alliance's secret weapon, living as nothing more than the Alliance leader's loyal dog. After everything he had endured, he could hardly call his life miserable, yet the horrors still burned inside him. And now, Chion Sang of the Divine Cult acknowledged him. He remembered the slop he once ate, the hatred he felt for himself when recognition brought even a flicker of joy. He remembered the lives he had taken and wondered, when would he ever break free? If pride alone could stop him in his tracks, then what future awaited him? Then a smile formed. Recognition from someone on the heavenly demon's level was an honor any martial artist would be proud of. Perhaps he didn't need to be so harsh on himself for feeling this way. Chion Sang Ji stood with his back turned as Hajin lifted his cup. Emotions, he thought, were nothing to fear. They were natural. Even the feelings he despised were still part of who he was. Chion Sang turned again, saying Hajin had once more acted against his expectations. Startled, Hajin listened as he continued. He disliked being flustered, but he immediately accepted it as part of himself. That constant growth, that constant change, this, according to the heavenly demon, was what made him magnificent. Lowering his gaze, Hajin whispered inwardly that the words made him smile. Then he spoke aloud. He had never expected Chion Sang to say that. Hajin smiled faintly. Unique, that was what he was. The wind swept across the open field. Chion Sang then revealed that the chief strategist had come to him the night before, reporting that Hajin had entered the heavenly demon's weapon storage. Standing on the grass, Chion Sang added that Hajin likely hadn't even tested the swords he had chosen yet. A dark aura seeped from his hand, heavy and suffocating. His voice sharpened. He would be disappointed if Hajin chose relics without ensuring they truly suited him. Suddenly, several swords materialized in the air. The swords dropped from the air, landing right at Hajin's feet. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. Chion Sang's void capture was at its peak. With nothing but sheer will, he had moved the weapons all the way from the entrance. Chion Sang lifted his head and declared that this was a reward for him. Chion Sang, however, frowned and told Hajin to pick whichever sword he wanted. Still stunned, Hajin stared at him. That gaze from the heavenly demon, it wasn't just commanding, it carried a strange sense of offering as well. Chion Sang's expression was sharp, yet behind it, there was a glimmer of expectation. He reached out his hand and promised that one day he would teach him. The wind rustled the leaves against Hajin's face, and in that instant, his awareness turned into clarity. He finally understood Chion Sang's intent, and his fighting instinct flared. Hajin gripped his sword tightly. He knew the moment Chion Sang finished speaking, this would be his only chance. Without hesitation, he struck. A crimson aura swallowed the area, followed by a violent explosion. Lowering his stance, head bent forward, Hajin wondered, did I succeed? But there he stood, Chion Sang, untouched. Shot cut through him. His attack had left deep marks across the ground, flawless in execution. Chion Sang hadn't blocked. He hadn't dodged, yet he was completely unharmed. Extending his palm, the Overlord spoke, praising the attack as impressive. The mist around him dispersed as he reminded Hajin of his earlier words. He had said he would teach him something, not that he wanted to be attacked. Chion Sang-ji's eyes narrowed. He had noticed it. The exact moment Hajin struck was when he was most exposed. He wondered, was this insight something Hajin was born with, or was it merely intuition? Hajin stood tense, his grip firm. Chion Sang-ji dismissed the thought in his mind. Intuition was worthless. This was something deeper. Behind him, the ground bore scars of the strike. The instinct to kill. The instinct to die like a beast. Chion Sang's lips curved, opening slightly, as though a smile formed. With hands folded behind his back, he spoke again. He had a question. Turning to Hajin, he said, after such a finishing blow, he had sensed that Hajin was preparing for a follow-up strike. But he stopped midway. Why? A bead of sweat slid down Hajin's cheek. Did he notice even that? He thought. Looking up, he answered inwardly. There was no particular reason. He simply had to stop. Chion Sang frowned. No, he thought. It wasn't without reason. He stopped because he knew. If he had rushed forward, my barrier would have destroyed him. Hajin struggled to his feet as Chion Sang warned him to prepare for the next round. Calmly, Chion Sang stood his ground, saying there was still more he needed to teach. Lowering one hand, Chion Sang ordered him to attack again, but this time with true killing intent. Hajin frowned. I can do that too, he thought, ready to unleash the gates of hell from the dark shadow demon art. His body suddenly lifted off the ground. The 9 heavens contraction divine steps propelled him forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Chion Sang and swung his sword with all his strength. Dust and fog burst out across the field, yet Chion Sang remained unmoved. Hajin pressed on, charging relentlessly, slashing again and again in rapid succession. The scene shifted inside the palace. Yui rushed in, looking everywhere for Hajin. She ran straight to the maid, demanding to know where Seer or Ian was. The maid answered that he was currently inside the demon god's palace. Yui crossed her arms, scoffing in disbelief. How is he busier than me when he doesn't even have a job? The maid shut her eyes and snapped back, shouting that Yui was being disrespectful toward Hajin. Yui lowered her brows, glaring sharply. And you're not afraid to say that to me? She stepped closer, face to face with the maid, fuming that she couldn't even strike her because she was too small. She had to hold herself back. Dongpil arrived, trying to defuse the situation. He explained that no one knew when Hajin would return. If Yui was only here to drink, she should go back. Before he could finish, Yui screamed. Her eyes locked on the third leader holding a sword. She demanded to know where he had gotten it. Don explained it was a gift from Hajin himself. Yui pointed a finger at him, stunned. Hajin gave you that treasure? And only you. Dongpil's silent frown only fueled her anger further. The maid hurriedly urged Yui to leave, while Dao silently thought that Hajin needed to come back quickly, because he had no way of handling this woman. Back at the battlefield, Chion Sang's black hair whipped in the wind as he stood composed, gazing into the distance. His voice rang out, commanding Hajin to rise. On the ground, Hajin pressed one hand against the earth, struggling to lift himself. Staring up at the sky, he admitted to himself that he could hardly move. It was even difficult to breathe. His sword lay beside him. He thought back, realizing even the inevitable network formation of the righteous Heavenly Alliance wasn't as overwhelming as this. The wind carried leaves into the air as he reflected bitterly. He was still only half as strong as he had been in his past life. Yet every time, he gave everything he had, and still, Chion Sang remained completely unshaken. But even so, he began to rise once more determined. Fighting someone as powerful as Chion Sang was a lesson in itself. Hajin looked up and admitted that Chion Sang had always been a source of worry. But this time, he had finally done something good. With his back turned, Chion Sang replied that this was enough for now and told Hajin to return to the pavilion. The sunlight fell across the pavilion's roof. Sitting there, Hajin muttered that this half a day felt like half a year. Chion Sang set his brush down on the table and asked if Hajin had learned anything. Then, without hesitation, he handed him a black envelope. Hajin's eyes widened. Inside were the missing parts of his martial arts. Holding the scroll in disbelief, Hajin listened as Chion Sang explained that his demonic art was still far from matching the 10 great demonic arts. Since it was a recent creation, it held many flaws. Pouring himself a drink, Chion Sang said this scroll would help correct them. Hajin stared at it, stunned. In only half a day, Chion Sang had identified the weaknesses in the dark shadow demonic art and even laid out the corrections it needed. Something like this he had never received before. The heavenly demon raised his cup, drinking casually, while Hajin could only think. He never knew this man had such a side to him. He tightened his fists, wondering if this was the true lesson he had been meant to learn. Then, bowing his head, he thanked Chion Sang. Chion Sang closed his eyes, rejecting the gratitude. To him, it was nothing more than the obvious reward a teacher should give a student who had managed to surprise him. Hajin's mouth fell open in admiration. Could the great ninth heavenly demon really say such words? Quickly, he shut his mouth, eyes burning with determination. Lowering his head once more, he promised that he would not disappoint him. The heavenly demon responded calmly. He would look forward to it. Dark clouds rolled across the sky. Heavenly Day lifted his gaze, muttering that this was interesting. Crossing the bridge, he reflected that finding interest in someone was proof that they were still within his grasp. He remembered the strikes aimed at him. It had been so long since anyone dared to point a blade his way. There was even a cut across his robes, faint but real. Within that strike, he had felt traces of the supreme blade, a sign that Hajin had indeed grown. The water lilies trembled as the river began to swell. Chion Sang recalled the legend of a mythical fox said to bring war upon nations. He closed his eyes, thinking that if the legend were true, the one who brought war must also dance with death. And no one understood death better than him. Rain began to fall, dripping onto his face, sliding down to the golden dragon embroidered on his robes. Chion Sang slowly raised his. Chion Sang raised his head, wondering if the time had already come. The scene shifted to the military department of the heavenly demon cult. Mirim faced the chief strategist, asking him what the third young lord was truly like. Yozong, seated at the table, replied that he didn't quite understand the intent behind the question. But Mudum pressed him again. He wanted to know what kind of person the third young lord was. Yozong clasped his hands together. He disliked repeating what others had already said, yet the only answer he could give was the same one spoken by the master of inner enlightenment. Taking a sip, Yozong explained that it was nearly impossible to fully understand someone after just a single meeting. Mudum frowned, agreeing, and clarified that this was why he was asking the man with the keenest insight into the cult. Yozong raised his hands happily, amused that the first guardian himself had praised him so openly. On the table sat a tea set between them. Mudum continued. 2 days ago, the third young lord had been summoned directly by Chion Sang to the demon god's palace. Yozong's eyes widened in shock. This revelation was beyond expectation. While pouring tea, Yozong admitted that the rumors were true. The heavenly demon had even opened the weapon vault for the third young lord. Mudum's expression grew stern. He declared that he could not sit idly by while the internal balance of the cult was shaken. But even so, he did not believe they should openly take sides. Yozong smiled faintly. So you're here to reprimand me, aren't you? The first guardian shook his head. He said he lacked the authority, experience, and wisdom to reprimand the chief strategist. He was here simply as the head of the guardian court, voicing his concerns about the man who stood at the very center of the cult's political storm. Yozong narrowed his eyes. He understood now. Earlier, when Mudum had asked about the third young lord, what he truly wanted to know was whether Hajin was worth opening the heavenly demon weapon vault for. The first guardian narrowed his own eyes and confirmed it. Yozong lifted his cup and drank slowly. Then he said there was no need to open the vault at all. Mudum's jaw dropped. Yozong explained calmly. Someone who had already surpassed others had no need for a divine weapon. Inside that small room, the conversation grew heavier. Yozong continued, saying he could not yet define exactly what kind of person the third young lord was. But from their brief encounter, he had understood him, at least a little. As he poured more tea, Yozong reflected aloud. His role was to observe, to measure the differences between the cult's members, all for one purpose, to help Chion Sang form a precise judgment. And so, everything the first guardian's fears, it turned out, were unfounded. He could finally rest easy. Mudum glanced at the buildings of the military department and realized he had misjudged the chief strategist all this time. As he turned away, he thought to himself, this man's eccentricity wasn't the whole picture. His loyalty to the cult was genuine. Yozong noted that he had just discussed the cult's future with the first guardian, a man he had only spoken to a handful of times. Smiling faintly, he admitted to himself that life within the divine cult had grown far more interesting lately. The scene shifted to the palace. Dongpil staggered back, fighting desperately. Hajin raised his sword and told him flatly. The third council leader was suppressing his killing intent too much. Dongpil gasped for air, struggling to steady himself, while Hajin continued. He explained that Dongpil's nature as a guardian likely pushed him toward protecting him. Lowering his sword, he added that in a positive light, that could be called responsibility, but in truth, it was also inflexibility, holding him back from reaching his full potential. Closing his eyes, Hajin admitted that Dongpil was strong, but still not strong enough to protect him. He did not want Dongpil to die before him, because it was his role to protect him, not the other way around. The third council leader lowered his head, questioning whether he truly had been holding back. Hajin sheathed his sword, ending it there. It's time to eat, he said. Dongpil, still catching his breath, thanked him for his effort. But Hajin's focus shifted suddenly. His gaze snapped toward the gates. He could feel it. A powerful energy lingered just beyond. An interesting guest had arrived. Tea was poured. At the table sat Go, master of the criminal law hall. Hajin scratched his ear casually and asked what brought him here. As far as he remembered, they weren't close enough for casual visits. They sat across from each other. Go leaned forward, stating plainly that the Mara festival was approaching. Pressing a hand against the table, he added that he knew Hajin preferred directness, so he would skip the empty chatter. Hajin's eyes narrowed when Go suddenly asked for his help. His expression darkened. Why should he lend aid to someone who openly disliked him? Go pulled his hand back and answered firmly. His beliefs hadn't changed. He still saw Hajin as dangerous. But with a common enemy, he believed their goals could align. Then his tone sharpened. The other successor candidates, they were Hajin's enemies as well. At the Mara festival, Go intended to arrest and imprison one of the disciples. Hajin's eyes widened in surprise. Another disciple? The Mara festival, an ancient ritual honoring the sole god of the divine heavenly demon cult, the ruler of the sixth heaven. The desire realm, Mara. In the past, human sacrifices have been offered to this being. It was during those times that the divine heavenly demon cult first gained its notorious reputation as a demon cult. But the Mara festival of today was different. Despite their scriptures and doctrines, the cult was now deeply involved in worldly affairs. What remained of the festival was nothing more than an ancient rite, not unlike the Murim festival held in the city. Hajin rubbed his chin in thought. Hajin fixed his gaze on Go and asked what the connection was between this request for help and the Mara festival. Go's expression hardened. He explained that during this year's festival, they would imprison one of the heirs in the criminal court. Of course, the 6 would be left alone unless one of them committed an unforgivable crime. Hajin's jaw dropped. Were there heirs beyond the remaining 6? Go placed his hand firmly on the table and clarified. To be precise, there was another, a candidate nominated as successor, who would appear at the Mara festival. Hajin frowned deeply. The eldest son of the Demon Sword family. The Demon Sword family, rulers among the 7 families of the demon cult, renowned as the greatest sword wielders of them all. Hajin could hardly believe it. The eldest son of the Demon Sword family as a successor candidate? His lips parted as he asked why they wanted him imprisoned. Had he committed some crime? The vein in Go's neck bulged as he spat the answer. This man had robbed and murdered 7 cult followers, then pinned the blame on an innocent half-demon. Hajin froze. The true culprit lived freely, while the half-demon, who had devoted everything to the cult, was unjustly executed. Still as stone, Go admitted in shame that it was a disgrace. The cult had erred, and now they needed to capture the criminal. He said they owed it to the grieving family to deliver justice for the wrongly executed. Hajin frowned, asking how exactly they planned to catch him. Narrowing his eyes, Go admitted he didn't know. That was why he had come here to him. The scene shifted to the center of inner enlightenment. When Yenizum entered the room, Hajin greeted him. You must be busy, yet you came without notice. Tea was placed upon the table. Hajin got straight to the point. The reason he had come was because of the unjust execution. 2 years ago, he explained, a maid from the Inner Enlightenment Center had been murdered. He needed information about her. Yenizum frowned, asking if that was truly why he had come. Placing his hand firmly on the table, Hajin said she knew the truth, that the culprit was someone else. The girl froze, startled. How do you know that? A bead of sweat slid down her face as she pressed further. Did the Criminal Justice Hall ask you for help? Closing his eyes, Hajin replied calmly. They'd figure things out quickly. Her eyes lit up. Then did they already identify the real culprit? The teacup in her hand cracked. Hajin opened his eyes. The demonic energy radiating from her was overwhelming. Years had passed since the murder, yet her fury had not dimmed. Placing 5 scrolls on the table, she said all the information about the victim was contained within. After receiving the evidence, Hajin turned to leave. Watching him go, the girl thought silently. Hajin didn't mention the Mara festival at all. He must believe I can uncover the real culprit's identity. She studied him closely. If the criminal law department could solve this with their own investigative skills, they would have. But instead, they asked one of the heirs for help. Her brows furrowed. Even a law hall staff can't easily touch the true criminal. That must mean the culprit is a high-ranking official, one who will attend the Mara festival. Turning to her attendants, she ordered, "Bring me a list of the high-ranking officials attending this year's festival." The scene shifted to the manor. Hajin placed a heavy book on the table. Picking it up, he muttered that if he was going to hunt the criminal, he should at least read about the law. He read through the dense text until the end, then flopped onto his bed. Why is this law book so thick? Staring at the ceiling, he sighed. He couldn't ignore this. Someone else could handle it more easily. But still, wouldn't it be better to use his time searching for a way out of here? Escaping had always been his dream. Yet he knew, understanding and then turning away would be wrong. Ironic, he thought, that a former assassin was the one saying this. Golden padded toward him, the fox's eyes glowing in the dim light. Outside, Hajin muttered to himself. When faced with such a request, even if one couldn't help, they should at least share in the outrage. Dongpil was waiting outside. "This is one of those cases," he said. Walking up to the blonde warrior, Hajin asked how he was. Dongpil admitted in amazement that he never imagined he possessed such power. Hajin smiled. "That's because you've been suppressing your potential all this time." Closing his eyes, Dongpil confessed he was now ashamed to even look at him. But Hajin cut him off sharply. "You should be ashamed of the mindset that keeps you chained down. Because what's the point of strong will?" Hajin finished. "If your way of thinking isn't flexible." Then he patted Dongpil on the shoulder with a grin. "Relax. Just a joke." Smiling, Hajin added that they could take their time, walk slowly, and see the face of the criminal for themselves. Before long, they were in the city square. Lanterns hung from every post, lighting up the streets in celebration. As dishes were served, Hajin ate along the way, nodding in approval. The Mara festival really is something. No wonder Anho was so excited to come out here. He bit into a kebab, smiling brightly. "Delicious." Dongpil stared in puzzlement. He never thought he'd see Hajin so genuinely happy. In the square, a traveling theater troupe performed. Hajin tilted his head, watching. The plot's obvious, but sometimes the cliché ones are the most fun. Then he noticed Yui. Waving his hand, he called out to her and reached toward her. "When someone calls you, shouldn't you at least answer?" "Still mad, I turned down your invitations to drink." Suddenly, a tear slipped down Yui's cheek. Hajin blinked, caught off guard. Then he grinned widely. "Wait, are you crying over the play?" Flustered, Yui quickly turned away, embarrassed. But the light-hearted air shifted. Poles bearing the crest of the Demon Sword family appeared in the square. Hajin's face darkened as his eyes fell on the clan's patriarch. "The grand entrance of the family the criminal belongs to," he muttered. The patriarch frowned faintly as murmurs spread through the crowd. At his side was the elite unit of the Demon Sword family, the Honorable Sword Squad, moving in with their leader at the front. Dongpil, standing in the crowd, stiffened. The patriarch's aura was heavy, stern, composed, the unmistakable presence of a master who had reached the pinnacle. The blonde warrior frowned, glancing around nervously, only to realize Hajin was no longer beside him. The patriarch lifted a brow. "And who might you be?" Hajin stood firmly in his path. "You're Chion Sang of the Demon Sword family, aren't you?" Hajin's smile was light, but his words struck sharp. He explained that he'd suffered an injury some time ago, losing his memory. If they had met before, he no longer remembered. The patriarch's frown deepened. "I don't know you, but I do know that you're well aware of the disrespect you're showing right now." Hajin tilted his head. "Disrespect? What did I do?" From atop his horse, the patriarch sneered. "You're a foul-mouthed boy." Hajin's eyes narrowed. "I asked you what I did. All you've done is insult me. That's the arrogance of old men. I've seen plenty of it." The patriarch flinched. For a moment, he was frozen. Around him, his swordsmen released a surge of killing intent, their energy pressing heavily on the square. But Hajin narrowed his eyes, unshaken. A tiger, he thought, is never intimidated by wolves. On the other hand, Chion Sang of the Demon Sword family remained composed despite the provocation. Wanhoi eased his frown and said calmly that he didn't understand why this young man was being so disrespectful. But, out of generosity, he would let it pass for now. Hajin clasped his hand behind his back and cut him off. If your own child committed a heinous crime, as a father, what would you do? The sons standing behind the patriarch stiffened, the question forcing them into thought. Wanhoi released the reins of his horse. I don't indulge in pointless discussions, he declared, his palm filled with blazing chi. This is the first day of the Mara festival. I'll allow this display of insolence one more time. Leave now. The crowd gasped as his energy surged, shielding their faces as dust whipped across the square. From the side, Dongpil and Eui were stunned. The patriarch wasn't even attacking, just amplifying the surge of his chi with the energy of his sword. Even so, the sheer force of it was overwhelming. But Hajin only rolled his neck. I've had enough of hand techniques. Wanhoi's eyes widened. Hajin was still standing there, completely fine. Hajin wrapped his leg in chi, the ground beneath his foot fracturing as he stepped forward. What? Are my questions really that hard? The patriarch frowned deeply. This brat was actually daring to use martial arts against him. Grinding his teeth, he admitted aloud, what strength! In a sudden burst, he rose into the air, hovering over Hajin. And yet you dare attack me with such pitiful martial arts. From below, Hajin watched, noting how the man controlled his descent perfectly with nothing but inner strength. Then, with his hands still clasped behind him, he asked plainly, what attack are we even talking about? If we're counting who struck first, it was you. Closing his eyes, he added, all I did was return the favor. And I held back. It didn't even touch me. The patriarch's attention snapped downward. The earth had split apart dangerously close to his horse's legs, but the cracks had stopped just short of the hoofs. Hajin smiled. Wanhoi's thoughts churned. How could someone so young master such precise control over inner demonic energy? He hadn't drawn a weapon. He'd simply moved forward and yet shaped the force so perfectly. His frown deepened. This boy is a first-class expert. Still smiling, Hajin raised his voice again. So about my question, but the patriarch dismissed him. I have no obligation to answer someone I don't even know. Hajin's eyes narrowed. And yet you've already done so much without. The patriarch's eyes narrowed. Introduce yourself. Hajin frowned. You're not the kind of man I'd speak to in that tone. Before the tension could rise further, a shout split the air. The divine teachings are indisputable. All demons bow before him. A sword was raised high, then driven into the ground with force. Dongpil appeared beside Hajin, his voice ringing out as he declared his respect for the third young lord of the divine cult. The patriarch's eyes widened. What? The swordsman bowed low, introducing himself. He announced that he had come to escort the worthy third young lord of the cult. Hajin smiled. That's right. At the same time, the criminal law hall of the heavenly demon cult was stirred into motion. Messengers relayed urgent news. The third young lord was in direct confrontation with the head of the demon sword family. Standing by a window, Go frowned. This could spiral into a full emergency. Orders were given immediately. The entourage needed to be sent out discreetly, without the cult members catching on. Yet even as his subordinate accepted the order, Go's thoughts darkened. So, the third young lord actually moved first. That boy is a double-edged sword. But who would have thought? Even the hilt of this blade is sharp. Back in the street, Hajin stood firm, the crowd crying out in awe. They whispered that it was their first time seeing him in person, that he was truly as handsome as the rumors claimed. The patriarch's sons stared at Hajin, trying to determine if this man before them was truly the third young lord. The patriarch himself looked away, realization dawning. Now that he thought of it, this youth did look familiar. It must have been years ago, back when he'd first begun growing facial hair, that he was named the third young lord. But the difference between then and now was staggering. Who could have imagined that Hajin from that time could have changed so much? Hajin grinned. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Then he added casually, You still haven't given your greeting. At once, the patriarch extended his hands before him, introducing himself formally and offering his greeting to Hajin. Hajin noted how their words were sharp and precise, greetings that avoided belittling him, yet carried no excessive respect either. The patriarch admitted aloud that he had not realized who he was. But even without knowing, it was still discourteous of him. He acknowledged his mistake. Mouth slightly open, the head of the demon sword family added that Hajin, as a candidate for succession to the divine cult, had also. The young man's words and actions broke formal etiquette, so he asked directly if Hajin intended to simply pretend nothing had happened. With his eyes closed, Hajin calmly replied that it didn't matter. He hadn't come here to pick a fight. But he reminded the man that his original question still hadn't been answered. The elder raised his hand, asking him to repeat it. Hajin agreed, saying he could ask as many times as needed. Then, looking at him, Hajin asked, "What would you do if you saw your own child commit shameless crimes?" The man frowned, trying to understand why the guest would bring up such a thing. But with so many eyes watching, dragging this conversation on was pointless. Placing his hands behind his back, he answered, if such a crime occurred, he would follow the law. Hajin raised a finger, challenging him. But the law is vague. Does that mean you'd follow the laws of your family? The head of the family stayed silent, frowning. His two sons watched closely as their father finally spoke. His family's rules were harsher than any others, and if such a time came, he wouldn't hesitate to punish his child. Hajin leaned forward slightly and asked again, "So, if that person is your own child, you'd hold them to an even stricter standard?" Though he knew Hajin was pressing him on purpose, the man couldn't deny it with so many witnesses present. He agreed, declaring that he wouldn't be worthy of leading the family if he couldn't even control his own children. Then, with a hand on his chest, he shouted that he believed none of his children, or anyone in the demonic cult, would ever act shamelessly. Hajin smirked, recognizing the pride behind those words. The leader of the demonic sword family had spoken sincerely, and everyone could hear it. Raising his hand, Hajin apologized for taking his time and congratulated him on joining the divine cult. Turning away, the man dismissed it as nonsense. When Hajin looked back at his sons, he recognized who they were. They returned his gaze, clearly seeing him as an eyesore. He wondered, what could he do if they chose to see him that way? Dongpil, watching, admitted that the leader of the demonic sword family was impressive and added that the eldest son's path wasn't bad either. Hajin agreed, but then he looked ahead and stated plainly, this man carried the aura of a killer, and that was something else entirely. The aura surrounding him was the kind you'd only find in a battlefield, thick, heavy, and unmistakably forged in blood. Hajin explained that this eldest son must have killed someone nearly every day, or at least every other day, and not warriors who resisted, but helpless victims. His aura carried that weight. The assistant, surprised, pointed out that if he really killed daily, the number of corpses would be overwhelming. Hajin then remarked that it seemed the head of the demonic sword family hadn't noticed this at all. But frowning, Hajin realized something else. The true danger wasn't the killer brother, it was the younger one. All eyes turned toward him. Though just as young, he carried strength hidden too deeply to ignore. Hajin recalled his gaze and understood. The essence of the ninefold demonic art pulsed within him. His inner power was not just comparable to Hajin's own, but perhaps even greater. A smile formed. The situation was becoming more intriguing. Night fell. At the gathering, someone questioned why the treasured sword had only been given to that one man, the commander of the third squad. Another immediately pressed, wondering if they were even equals. Did Hajin really choose to bestow such a weapon on him? A girl, shocked, admitted she never expected Hajin to act this way. Human bonds weren't built like this. It was blatant favoritism. Dongpil sighed and told her to rein in her drunken words. But she burst into tears, shouting that this wasn't just any sword. It was one of the 5 great demonic blades of the divine cult, the blade of the Silent King. And now, it had been wasted on that yellow toad. Iui took the weapon into her hands, declaring that this was no ordinary sword. It chose its master, and her comrade would never be able to draw out its true power, even if he trained his entire life. Nearby, a man turned his head, watching as sudden shouts erupted from behind their table. Manhwa leapt to her feet, asking what to do. Her companion had collapsed unconscious. She urged the man to carry her, but he shook his head. It was already late, and the gates would soon close. He needed to leave first. Struggling to wake her companion, the girl muttered that she too wanted to receive a weapon from Hajin. Iui, half whispering, noted bitterly that Chion Sang only favored that toad. Then, almost pleading, she added, if only he looked closer, he would see just how much value there was in her. She glanced sideways just as the mage shouted for someone to carry her as well. Turning toward the voice, she noticed the man. His presence was heavy with demonic energy and murderous aura. The trees overhead swayed as another voice questioned why he had been told to come and go during such critical matters, especially when he claimed he urgently needed to be elsewhere. Go, frowning, pressed further, asking about the reason behind his actions earlier that morning. Hajin looked aside and asked if he was referring to when he stood before the head of the demonic sword family, because surely the matter had already been settled. But the man in front of him shook his head. Just because no swords had been drawn didn't mean things were resolved. Hajin challenged him, asking what exactly was wrong with the way he handled it. The leader answered firmly. He had been too hasty. That ambiguous question of his only made the true culprit more cautious. Hajin replied that if the kind of people they were chasing truly hid because of a single remark, there wouldn't be so many victims to begin with. His thoughts immediately turned toward the younger brother of that family. Looking up, Hajin said that such a man would never stop killing regardless. Then, turning back, he added that at least one thing was certain. The family head had publicly declared that he would demand even harsher standards from his own children. The leader's eyes widened at that reminder. He admitted that those weren't words one could take lightly, especially not as the head of the demonic sword family. With so many witnesses, he couldn't cover for the real culprit even if he wished to. Hajin frowned, pointing out that the reason was simple. He couldn't afford to lose face as a leader. Recalling the earlier scene, Hajin remarked that respect determined the rise or fall of a nation. He couldn't believe the family head would be so reckless as to throw away his family's standing just to protect his eldest son. Go finally nodded, admitting he understood Hajin's logic. But he warned that this would only come into play once the real culprit was exposed. If they pressed too hard without proof, the enraged blade of the demonic sword family's leader would turn against them. Hajin turned away, saying calmly that everything would sort itself out in time. The man frowned as he watched him leave. Lowering his head, the leader suddenly asked what it was that Hajin truly wanted. Hajin paused, then turned back with a questioning look. What makes you ask that now? Standing before him, Go explained that from the very first moment they met, he had sensed something strange. Hajin didn't seem interested in the divine cult at all. The man pointed out that if Chion Sang himself had taken him in as a disciple, then surely he must hold some ambition. Closing his eyes, Hajin replied that he was being overestimated. The man pressed further, asking if perhaps his ambitions were simply too high. Then, with a sharp tone, he remarked that Hajin sounded more like someone from the righteous sect. Hajin's eyes widened at those words. The man continued, wasn't it all about striving for a higher position? After all, wasn't the thirst for power the very essence of a demon? Lowering his head, Hajin answered quietly. Ambition only makes life more difficult. All he wanted was to eat well and sleep peacefully. The man countered that Hajin had never rejected his request. If he had refused outright, he wouldn't be stuck in such a troublesome position now. Go spoke up, saying this was likely the reason for his unease, why he found Hajin so dangerous, why he couldn't shake the sense of anxiety around him. Hajin's eyes widened when Go concluded that the third young lord was not someone suited for the cult. Under the light of the full moon, the leader spoke again. Tomorrow, high-ranking members of the demonic martial factions would come to pay respects to Chion Sang. After the ancestral ritual, a grand tournament would be held, one that would shape the future of the demonic Murim faction. Hajin turned aside and asked what his role in all this should be. The man explained that, on that day, reports of various troubling incidents would also be made public. Hajin stopped suddenly when a man added that the death of the Heavenly Alliance's great elder would be among them. His eyes widened as he asked why Go hadn't arrested him earlier if he knew. Leading a sect without permission was a grave crime, wasn't it? The man replied that it was not Chion Sang's will. From behind, the leader explained that Chion Sang favored him. He wouldn't want him thrown into prison under such charges. But that didn't mean he had ordered them to protect him either. Hajin, without turning around, listened as the man said he had allowed him to walk free despite knowing the weight of his crime. Then, suddenly, energy surged at Go's feet. He asked Hajin if he could forgive him for one more crime. Hajin looked back and asked flatly what crime he meant. With a shout, Go rushed forward. The one I'm about to commit right now. Hajin blocked instantly, his sword braced like a wedge. And in that moment, he realized this man had grown even faster. This time, the enemy was stronger. Before, he had only deflected attacks, but now his strikes carried real weight. Suddenly, the man appeared behind the swordsman, But Hajin turned and blocked again, realizing his opponent was finally fighting seriously. The clash continued until the enemy suddenly gripped the sword handle. From within his robes, Gogu drew his own blade, pressing his other hand against it. At once, the two exchanged a flurry of lightning-fast strikes, sparks flying as steel clashed. Hajin let out a sharp breath, remarking that such a fine weapon had been hidden all this time. Gogu frowned, saying the third young lord still hadn't revealed his true martial art. Hajin narrowed his eyes. "You keep talking as if you know me. It's irritating." With a shout, he unleashed 6 consecutive hell winds. The explosion lit the night sky, dust billowing high into the air. Holding his sword steady, the leader questioned whether it was truly a righteous blade. But even as he poured more energy into his core, the weapon only weakened, its edge bending. Gogu looked ahead, astonished at the crushing pressure radiating from Hajin's sword. Hajin then asked aloud what Gogu was doing. Was he simply trying to raise his fighting spirit before the real battle began? If so, he suggested ending this nightly sword dance right here. Lowering his blade, Gogu admitted he now understood why Chion Sang had taken such an interest in him. But Hajin turned away, saying it wasn't his concern. He had already promised he wouldn't interfere. Watching his back, Gogu warned him to be cautious of Chion Sang. He spoke of a temple on a mountain, describing Chion Sang's nature. So dark it seemed endless, yet so blindingly bright no human eye could bear it. He recalled the figure of Chion Sang, noting the sorrowful fury and deep resentment that had long since cooled within him. And yet, Chion Sang remained like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Gogu explained further. Chion Sang was the type to seek amusement in everything, yet fear it at the same time. He envisioned his gaze, someone who could step into hell while staring at the heavens, then suddenly stand upon the clouds, looking down at hell itself. With a faint breath, Gogu declared, "That is who Chion Sang truly is." Hajin turned and admitted bluntly that he couldn't make sense of any of it. Go answered that he never expected him to. All he asked was that Hajin remember his words and recall them when the time came. Placing his hands behind his back, Go added that aside from the leader, there was one other person in this matter. Since he was the third young lord, he was expected to lead them properly. But Hajin couldn't understand why the man suddenly brought all this up. It was nothing but a headache. Meanwhile, Dongpil walked through the forest. As he moved, he admitted that it was true. Then, with a sharp voice, he declared that the third young lord was right. This man was the real killer. From behind a tree, the man from the bar peered out. Young Hyun raised his arm, preparing to strike back. Screams echoed from the shadows of the trees as the two faced each other. The swordsman soon realized something shocking. Despite fighting with full strength, his opponent remained completely unharmed. The enemy lifted his hand and demanded the sword. The swordsman hesitated, remembering that earlier this morning the man had seemed stable and rational. But now he was like a frenzied, demonic beast. With a twisted scream, the monster repeated his demand. "Give me the blade." The swordsman blocked furiously, thinking that his opponent's martial arts were far from ordinary. When he looked closer, he realized it wasn't sword technique at all. The man's entire arm had hardened like a treasured weapon, while his martial skills themselves were nothing special. But his internal energy, that was something else entirely. Its quality and sheer volume were overwhelming. He had absorbed demonic energy and internal energy recklessly, far beyond what a human body should contain. The swordsman stood still for a moment, stunned, when suddenly a shout rang out. Yui charged in, unleashing the berserker demon Divine Fist. Her strike sent young Hyun flying backward. Lowering her fist, she admitted she normally disliked ganging up on a single opponent. But for her comrade, she'd make an exception. Tossing the sword over her shoulder, she asked if he was still all right. The commander muttered grimly that they'd both soon be coughing blood. She could tell from just one strike what they were up against. Their opponent pulled back his hood, and Yui's eyes widened. She said his body felt like cold iron forged for 10,000 years. Then, with another furious scream, the enemy charged again, demanding the sword. His strike sent dust exploding into the air. The blade was suddenly caught in his grasp. Clutching it tightly, young Hyun shouted wildly, "The taste of demonic energy is the best." The swordsman's eyes widened when he realized the enemy was absorbing demonic energy straight from the Silent King's blade. Throwing his head back, he roared, How dare you defile the sword gifted to me by the third young lord? He smashed his forehead against his opponent, while Eui lunged in from the side. The enemy blocked her blade with his wrist, then swung his arm, shouting for her to get out of the way. She blocked frantically, but her mind spun. What kind of monster was this? His relentless barrage made her realize his strength was far beyond enlightenment. Even if he were just a few levels higher, this would still be terrifying. Then, without warning, a glowing sphere formed in the enemy's palm and shot straight into Eui. She was blasted backward. Dongpil rushed forward, shouting if she was all right. Gritting her teeth, she demanded to know, did this monster have unlimited energy? But young Hyun was already charging another strike. His eyes suddenly went wide, because Hajin had already closed in, blade flashing. The enemy blocked, but Hajin landed hard, stabbing his second sword into the ground. He turned to his companions. Aren't you tired of being protected by the one you're supposed to protect? Another figure arrived, apologizing for being late. He explained that an annoying encounter had delayed him. But before he could say more, young Hyun came rushing at him again. Hajin dodged, astonished. How could someone with such sloppy martial skills, like a child waving a wooden stick, possess this kind of raw power? The enemy screamed, demanding more demonic energy. His aura surged, making his defense and reaction speed skyrocket. The strikes became endless. Hajin wondered if he had enough demonic energy left to fight him head-on with the Chiz sword. Just then, Hajin appeared, fist clenched, and drove his strike straight into the enemy. The blow sent young Hyun flying, right into the sword still standing in the ground. Blood sprayed. Grinning fiercely, Hajin declared, "Then I'll just keep hitting you until you run dry." The enemy staggered, blood erupting from his body. The two assistants stared in shock as Hajin roared that this bastard could certainly take a punch, and he was going to find out just how long he could endure. 3 crimson beams shot forward, tearing into the enemy with a chain waterfall strike. Laughing wildly, Hajin felt something awaken inside him. Was his life before really this boring? Because right now, he felt something he hadn't in years, pure liberation. Satisfaction. From the sidelines, Dantel called out desperately to Hajin. But Hajin only shouted louder, voice raw with exhilaration. "This is exciting." Blood sprayed through the night as his blade came crashing down again. The man reminded him that young Hyun was already unconscious and urged Hajin to stop. The prisoner's face was swollen and bruised all over. Crossing his arms over his chest, Hajin asked bluntly why everyone was staring at him like that. The man frowned as Hajin pressed further. "What did I do wrong? Was it because I was too rough with him, or because I laughed while beating him?" Hands folded neatly behind his back, the leader told him to look at the prisoner's face. Hajin glanced down and shrugged. "It's not that bad. Still recognizable." Gogu stepped in, saying the prime suspect had always been the first young lord. So why had he done this to his brother? Hajin replied calmly that they were about to find out. The man raised his brows. "What do you mean by that?" Closing his eyes, Hajin explained that the difficulty of this case lay in the lack of evidence. The suspect had moved carefully, left no traces, and hid everything so thoroughly that even his stern father, the King of Swords, had not noticed. Then he asked the man outright, "Do you really believe he acted alone?" The man stared at him, stunned, as Hajin went on. His hypothesis was clear. The culprit must have had an accomplice. And by watching closely, the answer was obvious. Pointing out the 2 brothers, Hajin explained. The elder carried a murderous aura born from countless killings, while the younger concealed an abnormal demonic energy. Together, it was plain, they were the main culprit and his accomplice. The chief admitted the case was extremely difficult. The main criminal would deny everything. But Hajin pulled out a small packet, revealing a fine powder. He explained that he had obtained it from the Jaxa family with great difficulty, a medicinal plant with hallucinogenic properties, known for weakening a person's will. The 2 assistants listened in shock as Hajin revealed his plan. With hallucination powder, they could force a confession, not only incriminating the older brother, but also uncovering the truth about the younger's demonic energy. The prisoner lay unconscious as Hajin continued, explaining that the demonic energy inside him was clearly taken from the lives he had stolen. And his certainty only grew stronger after seeing him fight, driven by the energy absorbed from the Silent King's sword. The leader's eyes widened as Hajin concluded. Even if both brothers confessed and were sent before the criminal justice hall, it would all be meaningless if one crucial figure refused to. Hajin frowned and said there was still one last person he needed to visit, the only one who could truly resolve this matter. A quiet building came into view. Inside, a man sat drinking tea, remarking how the divine cult's brew tasted different from any other. He wondered if the feeling came from it being his first day here, or because tomorrow his son would become a disciple of Chion Sang. Lifting the cup to his lips, he found that even the fragrant tea and cool night breeze couldn't settle his restless heart. Suddenly, he sensed a presence and turned. Hajin approached, commenting that the man must live a healthy life since he chose tea over alcohol. Standing before him, he asked if disturbing the family head during his rest would cause any issue. Hajin didn't waste time. He said plainly that he knew the man disliked troublesome affairs, so he would get straight to the point. His third son, Young Hyun, had been arrested. The family head froze. What do you mean by that? Hajin unrolled a scroll, explaining that he had already been considering the same action for his first son. He asked what the man thought of it. Under the full moonlight, the scroll lay across the table. It listed the cult members who had been killed by the two brothers, along with the younger one's confession. The family head stared at it. Was this truly their doing? Hajin answered firmly that it was. If he didn't believe it, then the criminal law court could be summoned immediately. But the man shook his head. I refuse to believe it. Hajin frowned as the man asked, what if you're doing this only to eliminate rivals? Hajin admitted he had already dealt with the fourth young lord, who now lay at home half dead, receiving treatment, which meant the struggle for succession had already begun. And as the man could see, eliminating someone like him would not be difficult. Looking straight at him, Hajin continued, don't waste time on useless thoughts. What matters is this. What happens if your son becomes a disciple of Chion Sang and starts killing cult members again? The man's hand flared with purple aura. Hajin pressed on, asking if he intended to tarnish his family name for this. The leader's frown deepened as Hajin reminded him of the very words he had once spoken in public. The man shot to his feet, shouting that Hajin was being insolent. A great statue rose, and a voice rang out declaring that the holy god had passed away, that all must pay their respects. The capital city came into view. Among the massive crowd, the family leader stood silently. Then he suddenly looked up. On the rooftop above them stood Hajin. The man frowned, glaring at him. Back at the family residence, the tension lingered. The leader listened as Hajin told him to calm down, that he wasn't there to fight the demonic sword family. Hajin stepped forward, stating clearly that he knew the leader had enough influence to cover up his son's crimes, but also adding that he knew the man was not that kind of person. Hajin then suggested that during the Mara festival tomorrow, the leader personally confess Kong Hun's sins before Chion Sang. By doing so, the demonic sword family's honor would remain intact in front of all witnesses. The man ground his teeth as Hajin pressed on. The fate of ages depends on your conscience. What will you choose? Trumpets blared as people carried a grand palanquin on their shoulders. Inside sat the ruler. The square opened wide, and voices shouted in unison that their demon lord and the heavenly demon cult still lived. The crowd collapsed to their knees in worship. The family leader's fist trembled. He thought of how he had longed to see his son revered as a god, something he himself had never achieved. His gaze fell on his son. How could he commit such unforgivable acts? Hajin, watching closely, wondered if the family head was beginning to waver. Then, suddenly, the pet leapt onto the roof. The ruler's cloak snapped in the wind as Chion Sang raised his hand, noting that it had been a long time since they last saw the jackal. The creature stared directly at him, its eyes fixed. Chion Sang stared back. Though still just a child, the jackal radiated a dazzling energy. Smirking, the man asked if the jackal was trying to say that despite its youthful body, its strength was as formidable as ever. The animal's eyes shone even brighter. Standing before the vast crowd, Chion Sang spoke. He said he disliked long, loud speeches, and so he would end the gathering with only a few words. The leader lowered his head, listening. His son's eyes widened as he stared into the distance, while the man silently wrestled with the impossible choice before him. How could he condemn his son? How could he destroy his family's honor? But Hajin, frowning, knew the truth. This was the family head's only chance. He closed his eyes. Then, opening his mouth, Chion Sang declared that he would take Kong Hyun, eldest son of the demonic sword family, as his disciple. The family head immediately shot to his feet, bowing deeply and shouting that he had to speak, even if it cost him his life. Hajin's eyes widened. Lowering his gaze, the family head confessed that his son had committed a grave crime. The ruler's cold voice cut through the air, ordering him to be silent. The overwhelming aura struck him like a blow, yet he forced himself to remain standing. Chion Sang then spoke, instructing him to come to Chion Sang's palace. The palanquin carrying the ruler began to move away. Hajin mouth agape could hardly believe it. Was Chion Sang truly planning to take that man as a disciple? Soon after, the great hall of Chion Sang's son appeared, and the voice declared that the third young lord may enter. Bowing his head, Hajin offered his greetings to Chion Sang. The family head also lowered himself in respect. From the throne, Chion Sang gestured for Hajin to sit. With one hand resting on the stand beside him, he asked if the young man would share a drink. Hajin refused. The family head was stunned. How could he dare reject alcohol offered by Chion Sang? But Chion Sang only noted that Hajin must not be in the mood. Bowing his head, he added that Hajin had shown great courage. Facing him directly, he said it must have been difficult to act so boldly before such a crowd. Hajin thanked him for the praise. Suddenly, the family head froze as Chion Sang turned his gaze upon him. Chion Sang asked what he intended to do. Bowing deeply, Wui explained that now that his son had become Chion Sang's disciple, it was no longer within his authority. But Chion Sang called out again, his tone sharp, asking if the leader needed to be asked twice. His teeth clenched, Wui bowed further, apologizing. Hajin frowned, watching closely. Chion Sang asked again, how did he plan to resolve this matter? Head lowered, the man realized that trying to guess at Chion Sang's true intentions was pointless. He admitted his son's grave sin, but insisted that as his father, only he could forgive him. Hajin observed silently. Li Chion Sang narrowed his eyes as the family head cried out for Chion Sang to treat him harshly. He shouted that he wanted his son punished according to his crimes. From the throne, the ruler asked if that was truly what he believed. The family head answered firmly, yes. He shut his eyes, bracing himself for what would come next. Chion Sang raised the saucer to his lips. He stated that, as he had said, the child was now his disciple and beyond his father's reach. Yet, he would not dismiss the man's words. He would handle his son himself, carefully. On the table sat a bottle. Chion Sang gestured to it, instructing the family head to take it. Bowing low, the man thanked him for his mercy. He then excused himself, preparing to leave. Chion Sang turned his gaze to the third young lord. Come with me. As they walked, Chion Sang asked if it was true that he had found the head of the demonic sword family on his own. Hajin said nothing. With a faint smile, Chion Sang asked why he had involved himself in that matter at all. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.